British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1226 Epic Masterpiece. Of course, he knew that the so-called anti-imperialist and anti-feudal editorials were nothing more than a quick talk. A certain big country had no strategic delivery capability, not even a little bit. But the problem was that it was better to pin hopes on the Soviet Union than to fantasize. Even if Alan Wilson knew that with the Soviet Union style, it would definitely establish the majesty of the Laozi party after success, he had to do so. Good people in this world have no say. Even the Soviet Union, which seemed to be difficult to mess with, was always hostile. Not to mention the much weaker second power of the Soviet group. The United States keeps launching wars and says that it represents the world. No one can do anything about it. It's not that the United States is a good person, but that it is strong enough. If one day the United States is not strong enough, other places are still to be discussed. The world of peace will definitely let others see that the national quintessence of changing faces does not belong to just one country. So Alan Wilson cannot make the mistake of capitulationism. Anyway, when a certain big country jumps ship, it will be hostile to the entire pro-Soviet country. At Harkson Manor, Pamela Mountbatten had a good chat with the visiting representatives of the three major American grain traders. Dollar, pound, franc, dollar, pound, franc. The wheels running along the road repeated stubbornly with the sound of money. They tried to say something on the deserted Manorcide road, but it was hard to guess which foreign currency they were talking about this time from the discordant knocking sound. In the back, behind the car window, there was another green building. Through the door hole, you could see the empty rooms, the stone home that seemed to be frozen forever, and the rose bushes in the yard that were wet by the drizzle. The servants of the manor looked at the not so mature vineyards, the uphill road that was almost damaged by green plants, and the cheerful cars of various colors with their lazy and indifferent eyes. The energetic American was still talking about the gains from meeting the mistress of the manor, and wasted his time in the manor lazily. Alan Wilson returned to the manor, glanced at the uninvited guests through the window, and sighed. If they are not very polite, I really want to drive these Americans away. Dear, if you want, absolutely no problem. Pamela Mountbatten appeared with her skirt lifted up, just in time to hear her husband complaining. At the critical moment, she still thought that it was more important for the couple to be one. Since her husband wanted these people to leave, they should leave. Just kidding. After all, they are several giants in the international grain market. Alan Wilson sat down, showing a superb and flexible bottom line. Don't test the bottom line of the cabinet secretary. The cabinet secretary will tell you that it is unfathomable. What is their purpose? Didn't they say before that they were interviewed by Kennedy? The interview is true, and it's also true that they don't want to give in. Pamela Mountbatten turned around and sat next to her husband, muttering with interest, hundreds of tons of gold. Even if the gold treasury needs it more than us, the bonds and cash issued have made me rich this time. How can they not be jealous? Speaking of it, this year is really good. After the silver was sold off, it rose steadily. I regret it a little. This crazy rise in anything is wrong. When mentioning silver, Alan Wilson also smiled. He finally got rid of the situation of being in debt of billions of dollars. The previous debts were written off with the sale of silver. Most of them belonged to ladies of the same status as his wife, but some were borrowed from Newfoundland. This is a credit issue for the cabinet secretary, which is not a small problem. I don't know if Kennedy noticed the fluctuation of silver. In theory, he should have discovered it, but if there was no reaction, it means that Kennedy didn't care about the fluctuation of silver. Maybe the Silver Party members of the Democratic Party of the United States are still cheering for the rise of silver. Who can tell? However, Pamela Mountbatten still refused to give up after mentioning several grain merchants. This is a bit strange. Normally, the power of the incumbent US president is very great. Ordinary groups will not make trouble at this time. The three major grain merchants are still not convinced and are now running to the UK to discuss cooperation. Do they think Kennedy? Alan Wilson couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Is a convertible ready at this time? Just waiting for the current president to arrive in the loyal convertible and then laugh? Alan Wilson's face was uncertain. He didn't have any opinions about the Kennedy family, but was just curious. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband, who was threatening to do something bad, but she never thought that her husband would be so bad. Shouldn't you have arrived yesterday? What are you busy with in Whitehall? Operation Crossbow. Alan Wilson answered absent-mindedly without thinking. What? Marshal Mountbatten was from the Navy. Pamela Mountbatten had heard of the famous Operation Ballista. You want to disarm the French Navy? What? Alan Wilson was stunned, then smiled bitterly. It's not about disarming the French Navy. This time it has nothing to do with the French Navy, but the meaning is almost the same. The Soviet Union gave Indonesia a fleet, which may subvert the Royal Pacific Fleet's control over the local area. Plans, even if they are formulated, may not be implemented. Don't think too much. Operation Ballista was Britain's attack on the French Navy in World War II. After France surrendered, Britain across the Channel faced tremendous pressure, and Europe also ushered in its darkest moment. At this time, the French Navy was still intact, with as many as 9 battleships, and Germany did not intend to use this naval force at this time. However, Britain was always worried that this powerful maritime force would serve the Germans, so Operation Ballista officially began. As for the goal of the operation, it was to capture or destroy the French Navy. As a result, the French warships, including 2 battleships, took refuge in Portsmouth, Britain, and Alexandria, British Egypt, and were directly disarmed and fell into the hands of the British. Other French fleets that were not in the mainland were passively beaten by the British Navy and suffered heavy losses. The battleship Brittany was sunk, the battlecruisers Dunkirk and Provence were severely damaged and stranded, and only the battlecruiser Strasbourg escaped to the mainland port of Toulon. In the eyes of the British, this big gift package given by the Soviet Union to Indonesia is a threat to the Strait of Malacca. Alan Wilson also thinks so. He wants to sleep with one eye on the Suez Canal. As a result, another golden waterway may clamp down on Britain. This is intolerable. We must find a way to get rid of the second largest fleet in Asia that appeared out of thin air. The specific plan and the timing of action have not been thought of yet. It is best to take advantage of the chaos when the Indonesian military and Indonesia are fighting. If there is no such opportunity, it is said that the Indonesian Navy is the focus of infiltration by pro-Soviet forces. Anyway, sailors are always unstable factors. Imperial Russia and Germany both died in the uprising of sailors, and it is easy for Americans to believe it when they frame it. For Americans and a small number of British people, the release of the epic Cleopatra was obviously a big event this year. Elizabeth Taylor is a famous British actress, and she and Hepburn are the pride of Britain in this era. The film generated a strong gimmick before it was released. Elizabeth Taylor's makeup and decoration costs during the filming of the film reached $200,000, including 65 sets of costumes, one of which was made of 24-karat gold cloth. The filming cycle lasted for 3 years, and Elizabeth Taylor had a scandal with the male lead Richard Burton. Elizabeth Taylor also returned to the UK for publicity, frequently appearing on various occasions to increase the popularity of Cleopatra. I don't think this movie will be very successful. I heard that it cost $44 million US, 1,250,000 ounces of gold, 35 tons. Americans are still rich. Alan Wilson hugged Vivien Leigh, the heroine of the 1945 version of Cleopatra, and watched the report of Elizabeth Taylor on TV, commenting lazily, Britain's operation of selling grain to the Soviet Union this time has lost 1/10 of the film. Taylor is at the peak of her popularity. Vivien Leigh had long faded out of the film and television industry. She had no special opinion of Elizabeth Taylor, and would not say bad things about her, just because she played the same role as her. Maybe it will be successful. No actor in the world is worth 35 tons of gold. Alan Wilson yawned, then tilted his head, and said to Monroe, of course our goddess Monroe is an exception. I hope that with your participation, The Truman Show will be a complete success. If nothing unexpected happens, Vivien Leigh can consider doing something with 20th Century Fox. This movie will make 20th Century Fox lose all its pants. This is a great opportunity to merge with such a famous film and television company. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. For this reason, Alan Wilson, as a man of equal status to her husband, made a bet with the British treasure. This epic masterpiece was doomed to lose a lot of money. If he proved his judgment, it would be the time when United Artists tried to merge with 20th Century Fox. Don't be sympathetic at that time. The opportunity to change the pattern of Hollywood may not come once every 10 or 8 years. Alan Wilson suddenly slapped his head. I'm afraid that the US government will set up obstacles. If this is possible, Ms. Monroe, can you help Vivian? You are an American. If it's really like you said, I'm definitely willing to help. Monroe nodded slightly, with her beautiful chin facing the man. Alan Wilson stared straight at Monroe's face and nodded meaningfully. Why is it always so easy to make a profit? It's really annoying. Chapter 1227 Yente. If then, I can help Jackie after Kennedy's assassination? If Monroe is included, wouldn't it be double happiness? Thinking of this, Alan Wilson couldn't help but fantasize. After coming out of Vivian Leigh's apartment, Alan Wilson turned the door of Ms. Monroe's room. This time, he was particularly serious about the play. If the female president was not in London at this time, the cabinet secretary would want to stay here. The Secretary of Whitehall is such a good husband. He goes home on time. Monroe calmed down her rapid breathing and did not forget to tease the cabinet secretary who was about to run away. I don't want to hurt the trust between husband and wife. It has nothing to do with fear. Alan Wilson shamelessly defended himself. It's mainly because there are too many ladies who love me, and I have to pay attention to it. That's really hard for you. Monroe rolled her eyes at the cheating cabinet secretary and didn't dwell on this issue. It's not that the cabinet secretary likes to work hard on diplomacy, but that the prime minister was a foreign minister and didn't make much contribution to economic issues, so he directly did the work of the foreign minister. Moreover, because Britain is still a world power at present, diplomatic work is indeed extremely important. Overseas interests have aroused the concern of the Prime Minister, and Alan Wilson catered to his needs and came up with an Indo-Pacific strategy, but it is not the same as the US strategy decades later, but how Britain treats the middle ground between the two camps. It is worth mentioning here again that the cabinet secretary is pro-American and firmly opposes promoting any third-party forces with France. He is not interested in the independence of the de Gaulle government. The Indo-Pacific strategy is not to win over neutral countries and start a new business. Nehru has tried this road. Whether it succeeds or not depends on how you say it. After paying the price of blood, the Indians in Kenya have finally been stuffed back into the arms of India by Britain. At this moment, the Indians in British Kenya have packed up their belongings and started their journey back to India under the special care of Britain. Britain, which resolutely stopped racial hatred, has been evaluated by responsible powers. Of course, the Soviet group may not agree, saying that this is inevitable caused by colonialism, but it doesn't matter, just treat the Soviets as farts. After all, the wealth that can be taken away is a minority. As the backbone of the British Empire's colonies, Indians also left behind real estate that cannot be taken away. These real estates will naturally fall into the hands of the British in order to bribe the black elites in Kenya, or more accurately, the relatively honest black elites left after the previous racial conflicts. After this battle, Alan Wilson was optimistic that he could stay in Kenya for at least 5 more years. As for sacrificing an Indian, what does it matter? The British Empire is in a difficult period. Shouldn't the former jewel in the crown of the British Empire be sacrificed? This is also normal. From I eat what the dog eats to I eat what the dog eats, now it's awesome, ready to eat the dog. For the current Britain, India has become independent, and Indians are naturally no longer important. Focus on the place where you operate, and use the people there, so dogs should be killed. Decades later, the United States did the same to the European Union. When it was discovered that the target of the harvest was full of hedgehogs, the European Union, which had weak military power, would naturally be easier to deal with. Can the United States do this, but not that? It is simply absurd. But even so, India's share in the Indo-Pacific strategy personally handled by the cabinet secretary is still extremely important. There is no way to do this. The size is there, being ignored as Alan Wilson's dereliction of duty. Sir Alan's version of the Indo-Pacific strategy has the share of Indonesia and India, but there is no content about a certain big country. Why should it be? A country in the Soviet camp is not suitable to appear in the Indo-Pacific strategy report. The content of India mentioned that a chain of checks and balances has been formed in South Asia, with Pakistan balancing India and India balancing a certain big country. It is also believed that the US support for Pakistan may cause trouble for Britain in dealing with India. In the next diplomacy, if Britain thinks it can still fight for it, it is best to talk to the United States and give India some breathing space. Of course, Alan Wilson did not emphasize this content. He only filled it in to express the cabinet secretary's loyalty to the country, and he did not want the United States and Britain to stand on the side of India. This is not only for economic interests, but also for strategic value considerations. What if Pakistan and India made completely opposite historical choices to his memory? The direct consequence is that the Soviet Union can hang the United States up and hammer it. Because Afghanistan is a pro-Soviet country, the Soviet Union is only one Pakistan away from the Indian Ocean. If Pakistan leans towards the Soviet Union can directly drink from the Indian Ocean and cut off the Eurasian continent from the middle. The United States can never recover from this disadvantage. It is also because of seeing this terrible consequence that the United States is firmly supporting Pakistan. It is terrible for India to lean towards the Soviet Union, but that may happen in the future. If the roles of Pakistan and India are reversed, it will not be the future. Now the United States has to consider whether to surrender and lose half. Routinely fill in the content of India, and the rest is the paragraph about Indonesia. Just yesterday, news came from the Dardanelles that the fleet that the Soviet Union wanted to give to Indonesia has been included in the Mediterranean. This example makes Alan Wilson more adept at exaggerating the Indonesian threat theory. He can't hesitate and must strike hard. Indonesia has a population of only 90 million, but there are 3 million members of the Indonesian Communist Party. Even a certain big country at this time does not have such an exaggerated proportion. If it is left alone, it will definitely be a harm to the regional stability of Southeast Asia. Jakarta, Pyongyang and 20th have formed an axis. If we let it go, the consequences will be disastrous. In the Alan Wilson report, Sukarno's threat to regional security was exaggerated. This is not alarmist. Except for the Suharto period, Indonesia's relationship with a certain major power is indeed not bad. If it is summarized by Eastern civilization, Iran may think about whether it recognizes itself as Western or Eastern. But India and Indonesia will not have such hesitation. Both countries consider themselves to be Eastern. Under normal circumstances, Indonesia, like India, hates the legacy of Western colonialism and clearly expresses its disgust. The relationship between Indonesia and Australia has never been good. Even during the Suharto period, Australia was secretly on guard against Indonesia. Even though Suharto had proved his loyalty with hundreds of thousands of lives, it still could not calm Australia's doubts. Indonesia's President Joko has been clearly identified by Australia as a pro-China regime, and Indonesia is the vanguard of subverting the Western civilization order. If it were not for its lack of strength, Australia, which is also the deputy sheriff of the Pacific region, would probably learn from Israel to take the lead. The importance of Malaya's industry to Britain cannot be overemphasized. Eden agreed with the cabinet secretary's vigilance. The Soviet Union sending such a fleet to Indonesia did pose a great threat to Malaya's security. Even in the second crossbow operation, Eden did not show obvious opposition. Obviously, the Prime Minister did not think that the plan of preventive war against Indonesia was unacceptable. What do you think about the problem in Iran? Eden had no idea and asked about the attitude of the Iranian issue. In simple terms, the Iranian issue is that after the Cuban Missile Crisis, the United States tried to eliminate the influence of the Soviet Union in northern Iran. Alan Wilson answered, "After all, Iran is next to the Soviet Union. We are a little worried. After all, in terms of military power in the Middle East, we should be more cautious when facing the Soviet ground force. If it is at sea, there will be no problem. If the United States is willing to take the main support, we will help in the diplomatic and economic fields. This is no problem. Iran and the Soviet Union are neighbors, and the possibility of Soviet interference cannot be ruled out. Even if it is believed that Pahlavi is in power, the free world must prepare a response plan for Soviet interference before taking action. Obviously, the current preparations are not enough. This conservative attitude also made Eden nod his head. Iran's relationship with Britain is no longer the same as before. The United States has occupied most of the interests. It is indeed the United States that should confront the Soviet Union. I will discuss these issues with the heads of several intelligence departments. Seeing Eden's attitude, Alan Wilson expressed his willingness to make some preparations. It is indeed not so easy to face the Prime Minister. This is a rare case of Eden paying attention to diplomatic work and not caring much about domestic situations. If it were a Prime Minister who focused on domestic affairs, there would definitely be more trivial matters like this. Philby, what do you think I should do? Alan Wilson drank whiskey by himself. The Prime Minister's enthusiasm in international affairs. I wonder if there is a similar template in the past. The Iranian issue is indeed difficult to deal with. Philby was not in a good mood either. When will the plan to subvert Indonesia be launched? Find a suitable opportunity, preferably when visiting abroad. Of course, if there is still no such opportunity, you may have to take some risks. Alan Wilson said this and suddenly said, "You don't seem to be in a good mood." McLean's condition is not optimistic. Philby hesitated. Donald McLean had a serious alcoholism problem. It was better when he was abroad, but it was not the case after returning home. Fortunately, McLean graduated from Cambridge and had a reliable background, but he was only transferred to an idle position. Oh, poor McLean. Alan Wilson's eyes flashed with sadness, and he said with empathy, such a good man actually encountered such a thing. I hope God will keep him safe. I don't know if God can control atheists, maybe he can or maybe not. When I type double quotes, they are reversed. What's wrong with this? Can anyone help me solve it? Chapter 12:28 Kennedy's dissatisfaction. When it comes to the Middle East, we support the Arabs, which is different from the United States. Philby asked the supreme authority in front of him. Britain's policy in the Middle East is slightly different from that of the United States. The current fulcrum of the United States in the Middle East is Iran and Israel, and the hidden fulcrum is Saudi Arabia. Of course, the consequences of supporting Israel are too serious. At this time, Britain's diplomatic work should be more pragmatic. Alan Wilson nodded. Everyone with eyes can see the situation in the Middle East. The Arabs can lose countless times and stand up countless times. If Israel loses, it's over. And to be honest, what Israel does in the Middle East is just to use what the Germans did to the Jews on the Arabs. Britain has always been unsupportive of Israel. If there had not been the Suez Canal War in history, it would have kept its distance from Israel for a long time. Coincidentally, there would be no Suez Canal War in this world. Even decades later, Israel's advantage is still dangerous. Even if his American father has helped him to take turns with a series of Arab secular powers, Egypt, Iraq, and Syria. But there is still Iran left, and even the United States is almost exhausted and can't do anything to Iran. And Iran is not the last problem. If Iran is also finished, the world of peace still has Turkey. Can't the Turks oppose Israel? Iran is still Persian. Once Iran falls, Turkey will be the only powerful country left in the world of peace. The easiest way to win people's hearts is to raise the banner of anti-Israel. Israel's troubles are bound to be endless. Britain cannot support it, not to mention Britain's interests in the Arab world. Pragmatic diplomacy? Philby almost laughed. The pragmatic diplomacy of the cabinet secretary is to continue imperialism in another place. For example, in Indonesia. Pragmatic diplomacy. As pragmatic as the Soviets. Alan Wilson could hear that the traitor was mocking him, but he could also pretend not to hear it. Let the other party think whatever he wants. It is a historical fact that Britain is a colonial empire. So in the current world, its attitude should be softer than that of the United States. It is harmless to stand together in other places, but the Israeli issue is not a trivial matter. Britain's natural resources are naturally endowed in Europe, but Europe is a barren continent with natural resources comparable to India. Eastern Europe is rich in resources, and is under the control of the Soviet Union. It is not possible to rely on Europe itself to develop. Colonization is almost a must for European colonial countries. No one can shout about universal values while hungry, right? But it is precisely in the process of colonization that Europe has offended countless nations. If it is in the same boat with the United States on the Middle East issue, and the United States sees the opportunity and walks away, what will Britain do? Although Britain looks down on Europe's defeated opponent, it cannot avoid the fact that it is geographically part of Europe. Same as the Soviet Union. Philby raised his eyebrows and said insincerely, "I didn't expect that we would still stand with the Soviet Union. This world is really amazing." Who said it's not? Picking up the glass and drinking the whiskey, Alan Wilson muttered indifferently, "We can do better than the Soviets in diplomacy, not worse." In Alan Wilson's view, this is not difficult at all. The Soviet Union and its predecessor, the Russian Empire, can be said to be the most dared countries in the world. Like the Russians, the contrast between wild appearance and fragile heart is similar. The whole country clearly recognizes that military is the most important at all times, but it also makes cultural construction colorful. In terms of diplomacy, it is extremely easy to be influenced by subjectivity. If it really encounters a country that comes to seek refuge, Moscow will be overjoyed with just a few good words and directly subsidize tens of billions. Once the younger brother disobeys, he will raise the big stick and shout for killing, reflecting the side of the boss party. As for the Soviet Union's dire diplomacy, as long as Britain does not decline to be held hostage by the United States, it is not difficult to deal with it. Think about how much benefit India received from the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Alan Wilson wanted the Soviet Union to benefit Britain. The grand blueprint of the current government's finance minister, Reginald Madeline, was sent to Alan Wilson through Frank. Other aspects are also good. The Conservative Party is not like the Labour Party, which wants to nationalize all industries. It's just that Alan Wilson thinks that the pound policy is questionable. Reginald Madeline hopes to regain the glory of the pound with the help of a good financial situation. Alan Wilson disagrees with this. The gold reserves of the United States are 2.5 times that of the United Kingdom. It is almost the same in terms of military strength. In all aspects, it is completely a strengthened version of Britain. In this case, it is unrealistic to challenge the monetary hegemony of the United States. It is better to wait quietly for the de Gaulle government to take back the gold belonging to France from the United States and make a decision after waiting and watching. At present, the monetary policy of the pound is still limited to consolidating its position in the sterling area and not being caught by the US dollar. It is best to lay a solid foundation and wait for the right time. When discussing with Prime Minister Eden, Alan Wilson expressed his conservative attitude towards the pound issue. It is too early to regain the glory of the past before subduing those goblins in Zurich. This risks breaking with the United States. Eden nodded in agreement. As a prime minister, he had seen the pound rule the world, and it was definitely not like the de Gaulle government that thought things were so simple. 1 ounce of gold is equal to 35 US dollars. This exchange rate is guaranteed by the US government. In other words, any bank can hold US dollars and exchange them for gold from the Federal Reserve. Fixed exchange rate. As long as the US short-term debt balance does not exceed 26.3 billion US dollars and the US dollars circulating globally do not flow back in large quantities, the credibility of the US dollar will be unbreakable. These total 750 million ounces of gold are held by the Federal Reserve, stored in the United States, Citi, Morgan, Chase, First Boston, and America. Stored in the world, mainly in Switzerland. So the Zurich Goblin mentioned by some British politicians does not refer to Switzerland at all. What can Switzerland do to Britain? It refers to the United States, which keeps its gold in Switzerland. Although the French are very strong in finance, they have never occupied a large share in the international financial field. Before the Bretton Woods system, they have always been in the position of challengers to the pound, and it is impossible to imagine how difficult it is to shake this advantage. The franc wants to challenge the dollar, unless the whole of Europe stands with the French, but this is also impossible. The dollar ruling the world may not be beautiful, but it is definitely better than the franc ruling the world. Last year, the settlement share of the pound sterling has dropped to 38% in the world, and the circulation share with the dollar has widened. At present, the liquidity of the pound sterling should be stabilized, not other things. On this day, something happened in Washington that made Kennedy very angry. Maxwell Taylor, as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, commended a commander in Vietnam and persuaded Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara to let him appear in the US Congress together. In front of the two parties in Congress, Robert McNamara praised him. To put it mildly, he is one of our best soldiers. He graduated from a prestigious university and speaks the local language fluently. Lieutenant Turner's knowledge of Southeast Asia is no less than that of a research expert. But he is also a real warrior, a unique all-round warrior. This warrior can skillfully fly a helicopter, drive a tank, have superb skills, and walk 25 miles with a load. General Maxwell Taylor had no reaction at first, but when he heard this, he frowned slightly and muttered, "This kind of people in Washington, who talk about military technology terms all day long, have never actually worn a military uniform, and have never smelled the stench of corpses after a battle." But no matter what, the Secretary of Defense is also the spokesperson of the military. Maxwell Taylor cannot expose the other party's exaggeration, and can only quietly make a glorious expression. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff could only step forward, perfunctorily make an opening speech, and then began to read the content of the commendation order. Most of the citation was classified, and would remain secret for years or even decades. Taylor knew very well that the entire citation should not be kept secret, as the Pentagon had strongly requested. They needed a hero to get Congress to pay attention to the situation in Vietnam, but the White House turned a deaf ear. The citation focused on a jungle encounter and the cunning of the North Vietnamese guerrillas. As for the sad death of Sergeant Cantor among the soldiers who followed Turner, the main focus was on the United States' sense of mission to defend the free world. The citation was finally read. The awardee stepped forward with difficulty and stood beside the podium. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara also came over and turned to an army officer who was dressed in uniform and holding a box with the lid open, which contained the medal. Amid the applause of members of Congress from both parties, this unique award was remembered by everyone. Kennedy actually knew that the Secretary of Defense would explain the United States' position on Vietnam in Congress today. He did not expect this to happen, and was very angry about it, because it might lead to a war-like voice sweeping the political arena. Training the South Vietnamese army and stationing 16,000 troops is enough. What South Vietnam needs to do is to defend itself, not sacrifice the lives of American soldiers in a place of little value. Kennedy looked solemn and emphasized in front of Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, "The United States has never shirked its responsibilities, but it will not fight for those Vietnamese. This is also not our goal." Robert McNamara replied, "I don't think the Pentagon has any special purpose. It just hopes that Congress can pay attention to the heroic soldiers who are sacrificing and not be too harsh on them." Chapter 12:29 People's hearts are divided. Of course, there is no problem. The government has always paid attention to their sacrifices. The situation is very complicated. I heard from the British that the Charles de Gaulle government in France is trying to improve relations with the Chinese. Kennedy sighed, and there was a feeling in his tone that people's hearts were scattered and the team was difficult to lead. The source of this news was, of course, the British Cabinet Secretary Alan Wilson, who was walking the special relationship between Britain and the United States. France is just a little smaller in the mainland, and agricultural resources are not a problem, but there are some shortcomings in industrial raw materials. Otherwise, there would be no need for Britain, and they could take the third way. In fact, while Alan Wilson was putting out fires everywhere every day, he was a little envious of the French, who just needed to take care of Africa. It seems that he has a bad reputation from Ireland to Kitten. According to some intelligence, they are carrying out nuclear projects. Robert McNamara asked, wanting to know what Kennedy, as the President of the United States, thought. As long as I'm president, they will not be able to get nuclear weapons. Kennedy made a solemn promise as president, and then changed the subject. We are promoting a nuclear weapons limitation treaty with the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom. The main purpose of the negotiations is to prohibit nuclear weapons test explosions in the air, outer space, and underwater. Historically, Britain was not included, because before this meeting, The United States had already brought Britain's nuclear weapons under joint management through the Nassau Agreement, and France's nuclear weapons were still unusable, and there was no clue about the research of hydrogen bombs. But now it is different. Currently, there are only 3 countries in the world that have hydrogen bombs, namely Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union. There is also a Trinity strike force, but part of Britain's Trinity is placed in Australia. In view of this, Kennedy naturally would not think of France's role. Americans can ignore France, but Britain cannot. At 10 Downing Street, although Alan Wilson insisted on the special relationship between Britain and the United States, he also said that France would definitely not agree, especially the attitude of the United States ignoring France, which would definitely irritate the French. In that case, we should choose a neutral place. Before the negotiations, we should have a good talk with the French. Express the British position. Eden also agreed that they should have a good talk with France. Alan Wilson nodded and informed the French side of the latest American moves through the Diamond Ambassador. He also served as the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so naturally he had to run around for the country and busy himself with diplomatic work. He knew very well that France would definitely not agree to limit nuclear weapons at this time. France's hydrogen bomb had not been successfully tested. If it agreed, it would be tantamount to acknowledging that France was one level lower than the United Kingdom, the United States and the Soviet Union. Nuclear weapon countries also have high and low levels. Hydrogen bombs are second-generation nuclear weapons, and their power cannot be compared with atomic bombs. If there are only atomic bombs, they are at the same level as India and Pakistan. Although he was pessimistic about the French reaction, diplomatic work is like this. He can't stop doing it, just because there are no results. What if the French are crazy? In Paris, the capital of France, Alan Wilson worked in vain for a few days, and returned to London with an empty body. Exhaustion was written on his face. He could say that he had paid everything for the relationship between Britain and France. This is the role of civil servants. If the foreign minister is asked to personally handle such communication between countries, then the foreign minister will be very busy. Usually, these things are done by civil servants. When the results are achieved, the foreign minister will show up, take away the diplomatic results, and then go to the House of Commons to show that Britain has won again. The de Gaulle government was quite cold to the negotiations with the United States, which was also expected. Naturally, Lord Butler did not show any merit in this regard in the House of Commons, but only expressed support for the United States and the Soviet Union's proposal to limit nuclear weapons testing. At this time, Alan Wilson was watching TV in Whitehall to see how Lord Butler showed the diplomatic results. Secretary General, what are the French insisting on? Dixon was very angry and still brooding over the French refusal, insisting on the launch of the French hydrogen bomb. The power of the atomic bomb cannot be compared with the hydrogen bomb. Alan Wilson took a sip of wolfberry and answered boredly. According to the news from the roadside agency in the previous life, France's research on nuclear weapons has been traded with a major power. Rumor has it that a certain country's hydrogen bomb research speed is quite fast, ranking 4th in the world. The explosion shocked the world at that time and made everyone start to look at the level of a certain country again. However, the power of France's hydrogen bomb detonation is a little farther, and it took a year and a half. So some people speculate that the reason why France can play the role of its hydrogen bomb is because of the technical exchange between the two countries. Only in this way can their nuclear warheads be developed into a miniaturized structure. Alan Wilson does not believe this kind of roadside news. The two countries cannot have such a good relationship. You must know that the nuclear weapons research of Britain and the United States has produced filth, accompanied by the United States regrets Britain's independent exploration, and so on. Although France has a history of being a filial son of the Catholic Church who has allied with the Ottoman Empire, this rumor is not credible when it comes to nuclear weapons. The number of nuclear weapons in the United Kingdom is much more than the history in Alan Wilson's mind. Of course, it is still a fraction of the United States and the Soviet Union, but there are also about 1,500 strategic and tactical nuclear weapons deployed. The current research of the Ministry of Defense is the application research of multiple warhead missiles, missiles equipped with 2 or more warheads. MIRVs are mostly ballistic missiles that can attack different targets at the same time or concentrate on the same target. They have strong strike capability and high penetration probability. MIRVs mainly include cluster MIRVs, MIRVs and mobile MIRVs. The warhead consists of a bullet head and a mother cabin. The mother cabin is used to install the bullet head, which consists of a fairing, a bullet head release mechanism, etc. Some are also equipped with a propulsion system, a control system, a penetration device, a power supply system, etc. Alan Wilson saw more online pictures and briefly explained the principles of MIRVs. Of course, this is not all, but it is still possible to provide it to the military as a way of thinking. Of course, it is impossible for him to provide it himself, but through Turing and the missile research team of de Havilland, he informed the military in a roundabout way. From this point of view, it is not an exaggeration to say that Alan Wilson has a rebirth for Turing. Turing will also achieve greater achievements with his own help in this not so brilliant era in Britain, and it will be more worthy of the name when it is printed on the pound. This is also good for his wife Pamela Mountbatten. The Blue Light Intercontinental Missile Project and the submarine-launched version of the Evil Missile are the results of the research team led by de Havilland. Once the research on multiple warhead missiles goes smoothly, Alan Wilson can't imagine what difficulties Britain will encounter in the nuclear weapons issue in a short period of time, and the status of the Mountbatten Group will rise. Once multiple warhead missiles appear, the role of Britain's nuclear weapons carriers will be redivided. The tasks of strategic bombers represented by the Vulcan bomber will be reduced, and land-based missiles and nuclear submarines will undertake more strategic tasks. At that time, the bombers can be sold to recover the cost. Alan Wilson thinks it is appropriate to sell it to Libya. The Soviet Union sold Tu-22 to Colonel Kader. Thinking about it this way, it is not impossible for Britain to sell a few strategic bombers, and Libya is just like that. Getting such a big killer will not change its weak nature. Even with strategic bombers, it still throws ordinary bombs. Just at this time, Rabbo Butler answered the question, and there was sparse applause in the House of Commons. The show at the zoo ended, but the two were still reluctant to leave. Is there anything worth talking about in the second half of the year in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Alan Wilson turned off the TV with the flash remote control. The invention of the remote control is related to the current Queen of England, because the great Queen also likes TV, but is too lazy to change channels by herself, so the remote control was created. Eugene Pauly made a wireless remote control of the flash automation device. This remote control looks like a gun, and also like a flashlight. It uses a device similar to a flashlight to illuminate the 4 different receiving areas on the 4 corners of the TV, to achieve the functions of forward and backward channel change, mute and power switch. Uganda's independence agenda has been launched, and we will summon 4 monarchs to London. In addition, the oil pipeline project in South Sudan has been completed, thanks to the construction workers in Malaya. Dixon answered in detail. Give them enough salary, and I remember that the gem production near the Great Lakes is very rich. Don't be stingy with these small favors. You have to know that half of the life of the British Empire now depends on Malaya. Alan Wilson said solemnly, the 2 terms of the Malayan High Commissioner are 10 years. It's not that I don't want to change, but some projects must be watched for a long time to achieve results. Look at the politicians performing in the House of Commons. What long-term plans do they have? Don't they rely on us for real plans? The South Sudan oil pipeline project goes to sea through Kenya. The employees who took over were also transferred from Malaya to South Sudan after the Singapore Refinery Center project was completed. Now that the project is completed, Alan Wilson thinks he should express his appreciation and let Dixon tell Richard to give him a commendation. But taking a vacation is not an option. Britain also has interests in the Middle East. The South Sudan project has been completed, and there are also Kuwait, the Emirates of the UAE, and Oman. These projects were developed in Korea and fell into the hands of Koreans. Alan Wilson did not need to bother the Koreans who were still hungry and cold. He could use the labor of Malaya to complete these projects. If there are not enough people, there is Pakistan. If there are still not enough people, it should be unlikely. Britain can also recruit Indians. The United States can support the countries next to the Soviet bloc. Britain does not have such a strong national strength. It is not difficult to support a few lazy resource-rich countries and set a positive example. Please vote for me. Chapter 12:30 Family Trouble. At lunchtime, many public facilities in Whitehall were put together, with a completely simple British style. There were slices of steak, mashed potatoes and corn on the cob. Bottles of beer and Coles red wine were placed side by side with the most advanced crystal glasses. In another occasion, Alan Wilson might have invited a famous chef from Paris by plane, or got some rare birds and animals to entertain the guests, or he might have sent someone home to find a box of expensive wine. But this is Whitehall, and the style of simple music must be carried forward, otherwise the British petty citizens will think that working for the country is so luxurious, and develop jealousy that should not exist. Alan Wilson was surrounded by permanent secretaries of various departments, Bertrand, Frank and the newly promoted Mackins, etc. The gentlemen were cordial and friendly, but they did not refuse his hospitality. They were not all wealthy aristocrats from London, who could tell whether the pheasant on the plate was game from the hunting ground or bought in the store. What people here have is the simple taste of petty citizens. And for many people, the most ordinary home-cooked dishes always taste so delicious. Some things just work out inadvertently. From the perspective of the pound, the so-called neutral country Switzerland is an enemy in front of us. But after being promoted, Alan Wilson, who can't go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs often, received a message from Dixon that Levi Eshkol, who has just become the Prime Minister of Israel, will make London his next stop after visiting the United States. Maybe they have doubts about Britain's arms sales to Arab countries. Dixon added his own point of view. We don't have any special feelings for the Jews. Gentlemen know that my wife also has Jewish ancestry. Britain stands on the side of Arab countries purely because of national interests. Alan Wilson, cutting steak with a knife and fork in his hand, slowly said, Britain also sympathizes with the fate of the Jews during World War II, at least part of it. I think there are two things we can do: uphold justice and stand invincible on the moral level. Frank and others stopped their actions involuntarily. Their eyes fell on the supreme authority, waiting for the next words. There are two things that were not strictly speaking dealt with the end of the World War. One is the role played by Poland in the massacre of Jews. Britain should support Israel on this. Alan Wilson stuffed the cut steak into his mouth and muttered vaguely, of course this is not important. It's just a condemnation of the Soviet bloc countries. The other thing is closely related to Britain. Is Switzerland's neutrality worthy of its name? Especially the latter. It is extremely important to Britain. According to the leader of the Labour Party, Mr. Harold Wilson, these goblins in Zurich want to do something about the pound all the time. Think about it. What is the biggest disguise of Switzerland, besides the support of the Americans? It was already obvious at this point. Bertrand lowered his voice and whispered, the so-called neutral country status. Find a way to strip off the disguise of Switzerland as a neutral country. Speaking of this, there are also voices saying that the negotiation location for limiting nuclear weapons testing should be in Switzerland. I have suggested to the Prime Minister that it should be in Stockholm. Sweden is truly neutral, and it is a neutrality that is friendly to Britain. If we only caused trouble for Switzerland, it would be too obvious. It is just right to include Poland in the mix. Poland's role in World War II is not as innocent as the Poles claim. 5 million Polish people died in World War II, but how long did Poland fight? The war lasted only a few dozen days. Could the intensity of the war reach 100,000 deaths a day? You should know that the average number of soldiers in the Soviet-German war was only 6,000 per day, although the record has been broken in the Ukrainian war report. The reason is that most of the 5 million people in Poland are Jews, and Poland is the main gathering area for Jews in Europe. Most of the Jews purged by the Germans came from Poland. Anti-Semitism exists in every European country before the war, and Poland is certainly no exception. The death of Polish Jews is particularly tragic. Poland has also enacted laws to prohibit Jews from taking back their wealth. To be honest, in the matter of anti-Semitism, the roles of Germany and Poland are the roles of Japan and Thailand, even if they are not the roles of Japan and South Korea in World War II. No one has investigated it deeply, because the Soviet Union appeased Poland's emotions during the Cold War, and after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Poland acted as if no one was more anti-Russian than me, proving its united front value. Anyway, Poland is now a member of the Soviet bloc, so it is better to let Britain squeeze out the last drop of value. On the surface, it's Poland, but in fact, the target is Switzerland. We can't let them deceive people under the banner of a neutral country. Since the massacre of Jews is a politically correct issue, we should start with Switzerland's failure to follow the spirit of the contract and return the wealth of the Jews. What if the Americans play a role? Bertrand asked with his head tilted. With Britain's own strength, it still couldn't do anything to Switzerland. Look for France. Britain and France have been allies for 800 years. Alan Wilson answered with words he didn't believe. The restaurant laughed, and the air was full of fresh breath. Soon, all the gentlemen left. I heard people talking behind their backs that the cabinet secretary had also studied, but he finally went abroad and didn't know how to make a living, so he could only do some trivial things in British India. Fortunately, his father instructed him to become a civil servant, and under the arrangement of Sir Baron, he changed a bowl of rice to eat. During this period, he happened to meet General Mountbatten's youngest daughter, who relied on sweet words to get to where he is today. Alan Wilson didn't know that he was actually smeared with innocence out of thin air, otherwise he would have to argue. But now he was home, being attentive to the female president, looking like a dog. He was the supreme authority in Whitehall, but it was another matter at home. He felt that Pamela Mountbatten seemed a little strange today, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he could only make small talk and talk about the visit of Israeli Prime Minister Levi Eshkol. Someone contacted me. Pamela Mountbatten was not in a good mood, but she still answered her husband's words. The Israelis contacted you? By the way, you have Jewish ancestry. Alan Wilson nodded and asked indirectly, it seems that they want to ask you something. They did ask about arms sales. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband and whispered, 2,500 tanks and 350 fighter jets. This is actually nothing. Look at Syria, which is supported by the Soviet Union. One country got 1,200 tanks and 200 fighter jets. You will know that what we gave to Arab countries is not much. If Israel is dissatisfied, go to the Soviets. Do you think Britain is easy to bully? Alan Wilson was indignant. The Soviet Union's restraint in military aid was only compared with the Brezhnev period. Compared with other countries, the scale of military aid during the Khrushchev period was already quite terrible. Otherwise, why would Rhodesia have to surround itself with minefields? The quality of Congolese soldiers may not be as good as Greece and others, but as long as the Soviet military aid arrives, it is simply not something that the hundreds of thousands of people in the Royal Territory can withstand. Even if we don't mention anything else, the naval fleet that the Soviet Union gave to Indonesia this time, is that something that ordinary countries can do? You have to know that this was during the Khrushchev era when there was not much military aid. It was unimaginable when Brezhnev came to power. Cuba, a small country, supported hundreds of thousands of troops during the Cold War. I didn't answer the question about arms sales. After all, one thing is one thing. You also said that I can make a choice between Israel and the Arab world. Pamela Mountbatten said that the metaphor of whether strength is measured by total volume rather than per capita. However, this metaphor is not necessarily accurate when applied to Arabs and Israel. It is also thanks to the United States that the secular powers in the Arab world have been removed one by one, leaving only a group of good-for-nothings who sell resources. Pamela Mountbatten was in a low mood, which obviously had nothing to do with Israel. She did not believe in the concept of Jews. There was another reason for her bad mood today. Seeing her husband trying to find something to say, the female president did not keep her in suspense and sighed. I went to Margaret's today. Is she going to marry Turing? Alan Wilson swallowed hard. Turing was a lesbian. The most important thing was that Pamela Mountbatten knew about it. Thinking of the Secretary General of the Cabinet, the supreme authority was sweating, and said with a lack of confidence, my dear, hey. Pamela Mountbatten agreed weakly, staring into her husband's eyes, and opened her mouth. Margaret, you too? Are you really going to come to this? The female president's behavior obviously showed that she already knew everything. Alan Wilson was speechless. She must have her own marriage. You know the princess's character. This is the only way, otherwise she will make a fuss. You are sure I won't make a scene, right? Pamela Mountbatten lowered her head when she said this, and the air between them was so tight that you could hear a drop of a needle. Fool, hold me tight. I have been following you since I was 16, and you treat me like this? Pamela Mountbatten, who was tightly hugged by her husband, vented her grievances. Do you know what kind of mood I was in today when I praised Turing's talent? Maybe it was the mood of a beast moving, shooting at the heart of the reform. Alan Wilson, who was holding his wife in his arms, heard this, and his nervous heart relaxed. He immediately backed down. My dear, I can't express my gratitude to you. This matter is all my fault. I'm no exception, and have made the same mistakes that all men would make. This woman still loves him. The cabinet secretary notes that his wife is sensible and grateful, so he accepts all his requests and dares not disobey her in the slightest. Others are fine, but you, even a princess. Pamela Mountbatten struggled and pointed at her husband, unable to speak. Alan Wilson hugged his wife's body and opened his mouth wide to bite her. You will always be the woman I love the most. Chapter 1231 Goblins of Zurich. Don't think you'll get through so easily. The Art of War says, don't underestimate the enemy because of the weight of the army. Don't go against the majority because of your own opinion, and don't take arguments as a necessity. The cabinet secretary general has all these 3 words, so what else can the female president do? Of course, forgive him. Think about it carefully. Apart from this point, this man is impeccable. Pamela Mountbatten's self-attack also played a positive role in the passing of this family turmoil. Israeli Prime Minister Levi Eshkol arrived in London and started his first visit to the UK in his prime ministerial journey. Levi Eshkol was born in Imperial Russia and is an Eastern European Jew. He is now the second Prime Minister of the Labour Party government. The Labour Party is not the base camp of the white left thought in later generations. There will be no obvious difference between its attitude towards Arabs and the more famous Sharon, Netanyahu and others in later generations. Levi Eshkol came this time, naturally hoping to open up a new situation for Israel's diplomacy after he took office, emphasize Israel's difficulties, and win the sympathy of Britain. Britain must sympathize with Israel's fate in World War II. For this reason, Alan Wilson has already made plans to condemn Switzerland and Poland in the past few days. As for other aspects, Britain cannot be kidnapped by Israel, especially on the issue of Arab and Israeli positions. This involves Britain's presence in the Middle East and the safety of the Suez Canal. There is no exchange of interests. Israel does not have the capital to bid. 2,500 tanks and 350 fighters are trivial matters. Israel can afford them with a bite of its teeth. But does Israel produce oil? Israel cannot guarantee that it can win every time, otherwise it will not be embarrassed in front of Hezbollah in a few decades. While Eden met with Levi Eshkol, Alan Wilson was also discussing a meeting on monetary policy in the Middle East with Frank, the permanent Secretary of the Treasury. Formulate currency reforms to help stabilize the purpose of the pound zone. There are 3 countries and regions involved, Kuwait, and the planned Oman and the United Arab Emirates. Pure resource exporting countries like this, with few people and abundant resources, are all adapted to strong currencies. Decades later, there are almost no exceptions. Whether it is Australia, or even Canada and Norway, they can be classified into this category. If there are exceptions, Russia is definitely an exception. But Russia is in a special situation. Economic strangulation has never been stopped. If it were a normal country, it would bow its head sooner or later. But it may not work for Russia. If it triggers Russia's innate diet thinking and wants to smash the pot, it will make everyone look ugly. There are only 2 types of currencies in this world. Apart from the extreme example of the US dollar in later generations, there are 2 major categories of currencies: sovereign credit currency and resource currency. The euro is actually not dependent on either side. Europe has no resources. All resources are on the territory of the Soviet Union. The euro cannot be a real sovereign currency. Except for France, all countries have US military bases. France would like to play a leading role, but the US brand is louder. Europe is certainly stronger than Japan and South Korea in terms of industrial technology, but the United States and Europe are in competition in this regard. At present, Kuwait and other places are still in the pound zone. An exchange rate and financial system suitable for the UK can be put on the agenda. It is not possible to have a 1-to-1 exchange rate with the pound. Although the original intention is to strengthen monetary policy, it cannot be directly 1-to-1 with the pound, the strongest currency in the world today. It's nothing more than referring to the Hong Kong dollar and the Asian pound in Malaya. Which one is more suitable? This requires the Ministry of Finance to take a lot of trouble to calculate the exchange rate in the appropriate range and implement it. I think using the Japanese yen is most beneficial to the UK. Frank couldn't help laughing. That won't work. The exchange rate of a weak currency is suitable for manufacturing countries. The Middle East cannot develop manufacturing. Alan Wilson laughed dumbly. If a resource exporting country does this, I guess several Middle Eastern countries will want to bring in the Soviets. But then again, when we talk to the United States about the exchange rate between Japan and Germany, the Americans have been avoiding it. Frank just mentioned the Japanese yen casually at first, but now he is indignant. This matter still needs to be discussed with the French, within the framework of the European community. Hasn't the de Gaulle government always regarded it as the leading country in Europe? Together with the Swiss issue, if some factors that threatened the pound can be eliminated with the help of the French, it would be much better. Alan Wilson just said this, and he also knew that it was not easy. What is the Swiss currency called? It is called the Swiss franc, which is related to the local culture. If Charles de Gaulle thinks he can control Switzerland, just like Chamberlain can control Hitler, there is still room for delay. The problem of Japan is actually simple, at least it is simple to think about. First of all, we need to divide Germany and Japan. Germany can be temporarily let go, and focus on Japan. Start with the protection of the intellectual property market. As for South Korea, don't think about it for now. It's not too late to see how strong it is to survive this increase in food prices before judging whether it is a threat. In fact, the Japan in Alan Wilson's memory has gone from the lost decade to the lost 20 years, and is heading straight for 30 years of firm progress. Japan's per capita GDP is $10,000 more than South Korea, but the per capita wage is on par with South Korea. The statistics are $10,000 more than South Korea, and the wages are equal, so the number of Japanese fans has decreased a lot. Economies like Japan and South Korea have rushed to a position they should not occupy under the laissez-faire cultivation of the United States. Naturally, they are determined to follow the United States all the way to the end. Now that the UK has recovered from the debt burden, it can no longer cooperate with the US strategy of raising dogs. That is the sphere of influence of the Americans, not the UK. The UK should now support several resource-rich countries to make the pound zone more stable. At this point, the franc zone, which occupies half of Africa, can appear as an ally. Even if it is not an ally, it should encourage France's challenge to the United States to see how powerful the United States is. I will send someone to the Persian Gulf to investigate immediately. Frank expressed his cooperation and did not disrespect the cabinet secretary general and the chief civil servant just because he was the #1 person in the Ministry of Finance. Later, Israeli Prime Minister Levi Eshkol and British Prime Minister Eden issued a joint statement criticizing Poland for taking legislative measures to prevent Jews from taking back their real estate, and of course did not forget the unethical behavior of Switzerland in taking away deposits from Jewish families. The wording of the joint statement is neutral, and the official rhetoric of each country is similar, so it is not easy to see how aggressive it is. But Alan Wilson then asked the pound player Pamela Mountbatten to attack Switzerland in major political newspapers in the UK. First, scold Switzerland for a year and strip off the disguise of Switzerland as a neutral country. That's it. Pamela Mountbatten heard it and felt that her husband definitely wanted to do more than just scold. Then Britain and Israel will set up a joint investigation team to continue to pay attention to the issue of Jewish property being immorally occupied by Switzerland. Alan Wilson smiled and replied, "This matter is over, and there are others. After upholding justice for the Jews, we will check how much German wealth was intercepted by Swiss banks during the war. We can even tell the Americans that all the wealth found will be distributed to the Germans by the United States. It depends on your performance." Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband, just because he had performed well in the past few days. Of course it was good. Vivien Leigh went to the United States. The epic Cleopatra was extremely bleak in its first week of release. The movie cost $44 million, which was sure to make 20th Century Fox pay a heavy price. The British treasure went to the United States at this time to express his regards to the troubled 20th Century Fox as the boss of United Artists Pictures, to see if he could take advantage of the fire. You should know that Vivien Leigh also made a fortune on silver and now has the funds to expand her film and television territory. Many people don't know how much nutrition these ladies with the same status as his wife have absorbed from the cabinet secretary. Without him as the head of the family, the world women's rights movement will be greatly regressed. So Pamela Mountbatten held onto the handle that men would make mistakes and didn't let go, making Alan Wilson feel wronged. In Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, the conference on entering nuclear weapons testing, which was prepared after the Cuban Missile Crisis, opened successfully in the eyes of France and a certain big country that, if I don't sign it, it will be a piece of waste paper. Compared with Sweden, a truly neutral country, Switzerland, a false neutral country that is being attacked by British public opinion, is not having a good time now. The Jews were ethnically cleansed in World War II, and the Jewish issue in Europe after the war is considered politically correct. Although Britain tends to be in favor of Arab countries on the Palestinian-Israeli issue, it did not delay at all at this time, and made a big fanfare to set up a joint investigation team with Israel to investigate the fact that Jewish wealth was embezzled. Switzerland's role in World War II is at least similar to that of Spain. The front page headline of the Times, in the tone of authority in the industry, presumed Switzerland guilty. The report listed a variety of true and false news, and the core idea was that Switzerland was a false neutral country, and this false neutral country also showed hostility to the pound. The report quoted the words of Harold Wilson, the Foreign Secretary and current leader of the Labour Party a few years ago, describing the Swiss banking industry as the goblins of Zurich. Then this word came to refer to the Swiss banking industry and spread all over the world. In public opinion, Britain did not cut its own sword, but was a proper emperor of the world, using the Jewish issue to attack Switzerland. At the request of the Israeli Prime Minister, Britain is willing to help investigate whether the wealth of the Jews has been embezzled by Swiss banks. From a moral level, Switzerland should not refuse. A British government spokesman said so. Chapter 1232 Nasser in Yemen. Alan Wilson stuffed Wick into the negotiating members for the ban on nuclear weapons testing, not because he had a special liking for this subordinate, although he did have this intention a little bit. The main reason was that this kind of talks would not produce results immediately, and it was more appropriate to put someone in to gain experience. Similar talks may not produce results in a few years, which is also the norm at international conferences. Alan Wilson's interest in Stockholm was limited to the fact that there was a Ms. Greta Garbo here, who came to visit. After attending the triumphant opening ceremony, he returned to London and continued his boring career as cabinet secretary. I thought you would stay a few more days. Pamela Mountbatten was surprised. Why was her husband so well behaved recently? That kind of unimportant meeting is more suitable for gaining experience. I'm past that time. Alan Wilson replied lightly. Who wants to always attend that kind of boring and tedious meeting? Unimportant? Pamela Mountbatten was confused. She didn't expect her husband to give such an evaluation. That was a formal negotiation to ban nuclear weapons testing. It is a major event related to world peace. For Europe, the Soviet tank army is more threatening, not nuclear weapons that can be aimed at each other. Alan Wilson's mouth twitched, and he replied indifferently, you ask the Soviet Union to reduce the military strength of Eastern Europe a little, which is much more important than any talks on banning nuclear weapons testing. What's the use of this meeting? Can the Soviet Union control a certain big country? No. Can Britain and the United States stop France from studying hydrogen bombs? No. So what's the use of this meeting? It's only useful in reaching a consensus. Just like Pamela Mountbatten said, it can call for world peace. Alan Wilson's understanding of the threat of the Soviet Union is mainly in terms of national strength. The number of nuclear weapons is only one of its manifestations. Isn't the Soviet Union's ground forces a threat? The Red Navy is weak. The Air Force is rubbish. This is all supported by national strength. You always look up to countries with large territories and large populations, but India is an exception. Pamela Mountbatten kissed her husband, thinking that men were biased on this issue. Because India's territory is indeed not large, and its geography is also very bad. The influence of Hinduism is limited to South Asia. It is basically a regional power. Indians say that Buddhism is a branch of Hinduism. Which country believes it except themselves? Alan Wilson denied that he looked down on India. In fact, he believed that, even if India did not climb high-end manufacturing, and only carried out extensive development, it could be expected to surpass Japan in total volume in a few decades, because the population was there. And who said that Japan could always be at a high level? Alan Wilson believed that it was not difficult for a certain big country to surpass Japan's per capita income, just as it was as simple as Russia wanting to surpass Europe's level. The method is the same, to find a way to create conflicts, so that international capital believes that Japan is unsafe. Use this insecurity to make Japan's economy collapse. I can't catch up with you, but can't I pull you to be as poor as me? In his opinion, Japan's fate is nothing more than a matter of time. Without conflict, it will die slowly. The per capita income will drop little by little until even the automobile industry declines, and it will go in the same direction as a certain big country. If something similar to Ukraine happens, Japan is an island country that has to import everything. It can go from the first world to the third world in half a year. The world is so unfair. Facing the challenge of the Soviet Union, the free world worked together for decades to blockade and siege. Even after the end of the Cold War, they dared not slack off at all, for fear that Russia would have signs of resurrection. Japan only needs a Plaza Accord. Americans know that Japan, the second in the world, will not be able to eat without the American system. No matter what, India is really a powerful country. It cannot compare with the conditions of a certain big country, but it is still easy for more than 90% of the countries in the world. Unfortunately, there are no wealthy small countries around India. Pakistan is also barefoot, and will not let the Indians blackmail it. When did Alan Wilson look down on India? He just met with the Indian ambassador to the UK yesterday, sang the praises of the glorious history of Indian civilization, and made it clear that the Himalayan war was just an accident and India's future is bright. It is impossible not to say so. The 5 permanent members of YouTube have this temper. If they really act like a suzerain country and teach, Indians will definitely tell you that India is a big country. By the way, recall the history of British colonization of India. Alan Wilson will feel uncomfortable. He cannot beat Indians in the aspect of debate. After listening to her husband's sophistry quietly, Pamela Mountbatten said with an admiring expression that you are right. So, dear, do you think India ranks before or after Egypt? After, for Britain. Alan Wilson answered decisively, the importance of the Suez Canal to Britain is incomparable. I heard that the Free Officers Organization has not been eliminated. It is really worrying. Alan Wilson originally thought that the Arab leader Nasser should have disappeared, but the 2 riots in Algeria and Libya that did not shake the local government showed that the Free Officers Organization did not collapse. It seems that Nasser is still alive, but no one knows where he has fled. The Cabinet Secretary General guessed correctly. Nasser, who was determined to overthrow colonial rule, has always adhered to his ideals. Leading his followers, he searched the Arab world for the weak link of imperialism. In the past few years, Nasser has lived like the indomitable Emperor Zayoli. Egypt failed, Algeria failed, and even Libya failed, but this did not shake Nasser's mind. He firmly believed that there must be a place to resist British colonialism. He was in a grey and white wasteland full of gravel and dust. It was neither day nor night. The ground under his feet was a layer of changing gravel, pulling at his boots. He had difficulty walking. The lower part of his back was burning with pain, which spread down to his buttocks and invaded his spine. Salty and bitter sand gathered at the corners of his mouth and throat, making him struggle to breathe. He glanced at the horizon and felt a stinging pain in his eyes. There were all wisps of black smoke blown sideways by the wind. He felt tired, had no sense of direction, and was losing strength. He lay down and began to crawl on his hands and knees. Sharp stones bit his flesh. He found his follower in a shallow ditch, bloodied but alive. NASA gave him water and could see that the wounds were not serious. NASA heard the thumping of helicopter blades, still faint but growing, a British Tiger attack helicopter, the sound that had become his nightmare. They had to get out of this place quickly. The noise was deafening now. The helicopter was above them, but they could not be seen. A hurricane of sand and stone rose up in a whirlwind, blinding the eyes. For a moment, he could not see anything, leaning over and groping to hold the soldier who followed him. NASA's hand was stuck in a large piece of battered flesh. Then chaos began with a fierce attack of bullets and rockets. Explosions rose one after another, raising blinding gray smoke around them. From the constant echoing sound came the scream of a nearby person dying, which lingered in the air for a long time. No. NASA sat up suddenly, gasping for breath, and sweat covered his face and neck. His legs were still shaking and twitching. He felt like his whole body was filled with lead, and the feeling of being isolated and helpless lingered for a long time. After a while, NASA looked around the room and tried to calm himself down. He felt a dull pain in his spine. Since the third failure in Libya, NASA began to have such dreams, and they appeared frequently. The colors were only black and gray, and the background was only the desert. "Colonel, what's wrong with you?" Sadat heard the noise and entered NASA's room. Behind him should be Farah and others, all of whom were NASA's followers. "I dreamed of difficult years, and many of my companions died." As NASA spoke, the sweat on his body was gradually evaporating. After saying a few words, he regained some spirit. "Let's not talk about these. For our cause, everyone must still have firm beliefs." NASA, who had fought and failed repeatedly, seemed to have developed revolutionary optimism and asked about the current situation outside. He brought hundreds of followers to Yemen, a British colony, to continue his Arab liberation cause. The reason for choosing to come to Yemen was that there was news that Britain was discussing Yemen's independence with local tribal forces in Yemen, and Yemen was at the stage of the decline of British power. To this day, NASA has been in the limelight many times and has fallen into the trough many times. He chose to continue his career in Yemen, where British power is still strong, for himself and for his followers. The British Commissioner's office has moved to Qatar, and most of the garrisons have been evacuated to the Persian Gulf and Socotra Island. Currently, negotiations are underway with several tribes. However, Britain seems to want to retain the Aden military base. Many people are protesting and hope that Britain can completely withdraw and restore Yemen's sovereignty. Farah immediately replied, "Should we take advantage of this time to launch an armed uprising? The previous failures show that the colonists are still quite powerful." NASA shook his head and said, "We must ensure the success rate this time, so we must lie dormant first, strengthen ourselves and gain a firm foothold, so that we can rescue other Arab brothers in the future." Although the repeated failures did not make NASA lose his passion, he obviously became more cautious. The most important thing he needs to consider is how to gain a foothold in Yemen, especially since there are still powerful tribal forces in Yemen. He must ensure success, and it will not be too late to realize other ideas after success. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1233 Sunset Industry. After several failures, the Free Officers Organization has become more and more like the Muslim Brotherhood. Many Arab countries know that this organization exists and even believe that it is supported by the Soviet Union. Whether it is really supported by the Soviet Union is not important. The British believe that it is and spread public opinion in this regard. There are also some facts. The Free Officers Organization was trained in Syria, the pro-Soviet base in the Middle East. This can prove to the reactionary feudal forces in the Arab world that the Soviets are really coming to hang you on the street lamps. The Soviet Union in this world wants to kill you. The United States cannot be trusted. Only Britain, which is also a monarchy, can you rely on reliably. Coincidentally, Alan Wilson was still discussing Britain's policy in the Middle East with Dixon. We have 2 points in our policy in the Middle East. The bottom line is that Egypt cannot be made an anti-British country. After clarifying this point, we will consolidate our presence in Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. These small chieftains are rich in resources and easy to control. As for Jordan and Iraq, which are quite powerful, we will adopt a cooperative relationship and treat them as regional powers like the Kingdom of Egypt. The current British withdrawal from Yemen means withdrawing British troops in Aden to the Persian Gulf, placing the Middle East Joint Operations Command in Bahrain, the Persian Gulf Commission in Qatar, and establishing bases in Kuwait and Oman, to complete the British deployment of troops in the Persian Gulf. Under this contraction, the importance of Yemen has been greatly reduced, and Socotra Island has been selected as a place to balance Yemen offshore. Then east of the Suez Canal, Britain's deployment has become the Middle East and Far East Joint Command, the former in Qatar and the latter in Singapore, to maintain Britain's global influence. After the Suez Canal, the places still under British control or partial influence are Aden, the Persian Gulf base centered on Qatar, Goa, British Malaya and Hong Kong, which are jointly operated with Portugal. Dixon expressed no objection, and Foreign Secretary Rabbo Butler also believed that this arrangement preserved Britain's traditional influence to the greatest extent. With the energy base in the Middle East and the two largest markets in the world, maintaining the situation as much as possible is the most favorable option for Britain. It's gratifying that the minister thinks so. Alan Wilson nodded with a smile, and then asked, the twice-a-year European Community Foreign Ministers meeting was held. Regarding the manipulation of Japan's exchange rate, we must try our best to reach an agreement with member states. If necessary, let the Germans go first. The most important thing is to win the understanding of the French. Secretary General, Algeria controlled by France. Dixon lowered his voice. Since France controlled Algeria, things have become complicated. Does it count as the mainland? We can discuss the terms of exchange with the French. If the French think that Algeria should be treated as the French mainland, then they must recognize that the royal territories of Malaya and Rhodesia have the same status as Algeria. However, this is not suitable for public discussion. It is better to wait until the colonies of the Netherlands and Portugal become independent before discussing this matter in the European community. Our current goal is to achieve mutual understanding in private. This is not just a matter between Britain and France. If we count colonies, what about Portugal and the Netherlands? Should we give these two countries the same treatment? It is troublesome enough for two countries to control the European community and add two more. Therefore, the Algerian issue is more suitable for London and Paris to reach a consensus in private rather than to discuss it on the stage. Alan Wilson believes that the French do not want to see this happen. How can Portugal and the Netherlands be treated on an equal footing with Britain and France? Fighting for Rhodesia and Malaya does not mean that we have to fight for other colonies that have not yet become independent. Alan Wilson really built Malaya as a native land. He is sorry for other places, but he is definitely kind to Malaya. Today, half of the life of the British Empire lies in Malaya. This statement is not an exaggeration at all. Malaya has broken away from the colonial system established by Britain and has a higher status than the former British India. In the former British Empire, except for the British mainland, which had industrial capabilities and could fight and resist, other colonies were sources of raw materials. When there was nothing wrong, the colonies were places to be harvested, but if something happened, they would wait for the mainland to rescue. British India was just a meat shield at the beginning, and now Malaya has almost become a community of interests. Don't think that Malaya has no responsibility at this point. If something really happens, the local area must work with Britain to kill people. The things that Britain thinks are important are only these two things: accusing Japan of currency manipulation, countering with the same tariffs as Japan closing its domestic market, and then secretly talking with France about confirming mutual interests. Dixon opened his mouth and obviously felt that there was something else. Alan Wilson tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong?" "There are voices in Ireland that want to join the European community." Dixon said carefully, "There are only voices. Then just pretend there are no voices. Their voices are insignificant, but now that you know it." Alan Wilson said this and pondered. Just say that countries with territorial disputes are not suitable to join the European community. Let's not say it. Find a country to say that we have a good relationship with Salazar, and let the Portuguese say it for us. Okay. Dixon thought to himself, is the supreme authority someone from the 19th century? He has always taken an attitude of killing all small countries. Dixon must have misunderstood. Alan Wilson not only dared to threaten small countries, he also threatened to organize the Chinese, to go to Africa to massacre cities, and dared to have ambitions for Malaya. He dared to do this. What's the big deal? It's just a pot. With the good wishes of Prime Minister Eden and Cabinet Secretary Alan Wilson, Dixon accompanied the Foreign Secretary and arrived in loyal Brussels to talk about the countless meetings related to European independence. Britain and France quickly reached a consensus on the fact that Japan is a semi-closed market and is exercising trade protection. But it is not enough for Britain and France to reach a consensus. If Germany does not agree with the judgment of exercising trade protection against Japan, then Germany must be added to the list of countries exercising trade protection. Put less thought on Germany. Anna put her hands on the man's shoulders. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I think I'd better ask my sister to come over and see how you explain it. Dear, you misunderstood. I have no prejudice against Germany. I just hope that Europe will unite. Alan Wilson snorted and explained with a grin. I don't see that you are good to Germany at all. Anna held the man's face and whispered close to him, kissing the red lips. Alan Wilson denied the woman's accusation. Germany and Japan are different. Germany is an indispensable part of Europe. How can they be the same? Can you say that the Magic City is the same as a third-tier city? No, this world is so unfair. How many times have the incidents between Mr. Zhao, a citizen of our city, and Mr. Zhao, a suspect from northeast China, happened? Has there been any change? No. Although Germany is also deliberately left alone by the United States, Germany is one of Europe's own people. Japan is different. Japan can be dissatisfied, but who made you position it like this? If Japan's statistics and growth fall below 6% next year, the increase in food prices in the international market this time will not be considered a loss. Alan Wilson, who was wearing a shirt, stood up and smiled at himself. If it can be maintained for 3 to 5 years, it means that Japan's economy has been curbed. Although I really hope this is the fact in the future, it may not be so easy. This is also good for you in Germany. France has Algeria and half of Africa. Britain has the Commonwealth and the influence of the Middle East, and the industrial base of Malaya. Germany and Japan have the same foundation. The difference is that Japan's remaining 3 islands are already extremely dependent on the international market. Germany can be self-sufficient in some resources, and it is next to France and there is no shortage of food. It is also beneficial to Germany to prevent Japan's economy from overheating and to develop steadily. Everyone has a bright future. This time Krupp has a business crisis. You must help us. And addressed neatly, with your help, the acquisition will be easy. I'll take care of the loan. But to be honest, the steel industry is already a sunset industry. It's not just Germany facing competition from the Japanese steel industry. The American steel industry has also shown signs of decline. Can you compete with the Kuching steel base? To be honest, it's unlikely. Alan Wilson's conservative advice was to wait and see, and not to rush to judge. Let's see the attitude of the Bonn government. If Krupp is allowed to solve the problem on its own, it won't be too late to discuss the acquisition then. Extensive development is no longer suitable for Europe. Not to mention Germany, the UK has also seen a decline in profits in its domestic steel industry. That's a nice thing to say. Little Dragoon Anna muttered, sitting in a chair near her desk, yawning as she read a boring report published in the Financial Times. The report was about a bluffing and meaningless incident yesterday. More than half of the trading desks around were empty. Some people were out on business, some were on vacation, and telephones and securities bills were scattered on the desks that no one cared about. Other places were also in chaos and disorder, and it was a mess. The office felt more like a library than a trading room. Looking out the window, the grey skyscrapers of London stood silently, pointing to the sky. The streets below were filled with drowsy summer air. A kestrel was soaring in the sky around the roof of the Chamber of Commerce and Insurance building. The famous financial center fell into a dormant state, and it was hard to believe what was happening in that sleeping world. Anna, who had just finished an intense exercise, stretched her body and showed off her beautiful curves. She was thinking about how to explain to Bokina that a man of the same status as her husband judged that the Krupp family had not reached the end of the road and it would be a loss-making business to discuss the acquisition now. Chapter 1234 My Money. Alan Wilson was already dressed and sat next to Anna. You want the big guys to put pressure on me again. Just believe me. The current acquisition has more disadvantages than advantages. Although the steel industry is a sunset industry, it still has a few years of cycle. And do you know why there are always cases of rich people jumping off buildings after bankruptcy? What do you want to say? Anna looked at Alan Wilson sideways, still angry that she couldn't persuade men to help with manned spaceflight. Family businesses are like crabs. Alan Wilson made an analogy. Crabs have two characteristics. First, the shell is the strongest part. Second, you can't eat dead crabs. The reason you can't eat dead crabs is that when you see the crabs die, they have been dead for a long time. Crabs start to die from the inside. The decline of family businesses is very much like crabs. A wealthy man, once everyone can see that he is not as good as before, it means that this rich man has been in trouble for a long time, not just what you see on the surface. That's better. Now is the time. Anna was puzzled. If that's the case, why should we wait any longer? That brings me to another point. Often, when a rich person goes bankrupt and jumps off a building, it is not because he has lost all the money on the books. Instead, he has already incurred a huge debt. Why is this so? Because when he encounters difficulties in his career, he will definitely use his connections to save his career as much as possible. When he is really at his wit's end, the book deficit is not just what you see. You sisters are still not comparable to the Junkers in Germany in terms of connections. When Krupp encounters business difficulties, it will first seek help from the old families in the Ruhr area and then ask for government support. Finally, when there is no other way, it will be your turn to come forward. How can you do anything now? It's not that Alan Wilson is unwilling to help, but it's not the right time. There is no point for the two sisters to be anxious now. It's not that simple to swallow up this kind of enterprise that is almost a symbol of old Germany. Anna couldn't help but believe it when she heard it, but she was still unconvinced. Are you comforting me? No, I won't cheat on women in my career. If I add a premise, I will never cheat on Russian beauties. Alan Wilson swore and swore that his loyalty to Maumeni was evident to the world. What's so special? Anna was a little amused, not knowing why such a premise was added. You don't understand. Alan Wilson did not explain that the term Russian beauty refers to a macro-conceptual group, not a narrow definition of individuals. If you say the 5 words Russian beauty to someone from a certain big country, he will nod and say that Russian women are indeed beautiful. But if you replace Russia with the United States, Germany, or the United Kingdom, you will see a question mark face, and you will almost ask you what is beautiful. The matter of Krupp's operating difficulties came to an end, and Anna no longer entangled in this matter. Alan Wilson came once, and she couldn't always ask for it, so she talked about some things that officials were interested in, such as the opening of the conference on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. That conference is not very meaningful. Nuclear weapons will never be used in actual combat again. The conflict will definitely break out in the form of conventional war. Alan Wilson was not interested and did not care about the Stockholm conference. I think you are in a bad mood because you are playing a supporting role for Britain. Anna laughed at the lonely nobles at this time, pointing out the fact that Britain no longer has such a big weight compared with the United States and the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson glanced at Anna, curled his lips and muttered, "Do you think the United States is strong? It's not as good as my Qing dynasty." "What did you say?" Anna didn't hear the man's muttering clearly and hurriedly asked. "Nothing." Alan Wilson kept silent, not because he knew he was wrong, but because he didn't want to waste his saliva to explain. What's wrong with not as good as my Qing dynasty? He really thought so. Have you seen the Qing dynasty suffer a loss in a fight with an agricultural country? It's better to make it clearer. In fact, it's not a shame to be unable to win against a big country, but if you still can't win a war with a clear difference in strength, the damage to a big country will be more far-reaching. Since you have chosen a much weaker opponent to go to war, you can't withdraw without a good result. Either don't start the war at the beginning and go for victory at the beginning of the war. The reason why the Bretton Woods system could not be maintained in the end was that the gold run of the United States was only part of the reason. Another reason was that the United States admitted that it lost the Vietnam War, which made other countries doubt the national strength of the United States. In essence, the Afghanistan War played the same role on the Soviet Union. The widespread suspicion that a superpower could not handle a weakling was the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Bretton Woods system. So after Reagan came to power, he continued to take military actions against smaller countries that were even weaker in order to redeem the suspicion of the United States. Of course, this would not have any impact on Britain, as it was limited to countries like the United States and the Soviet Union that led the world. Now was not the time before World War II, and Britain was no longer leading the world. After Pamela Mountbatten returned to the United States, she showed a busier life than her husband. The Mountbatten Group had multiple headquarters, and wherever the female president was, that was the headquarters of the Mountbatten Group. The female president's main job at present was to sell the stocks bought after the Cuban Missile Crisis, but she did not have to cash them out to see if there were any bonds that could be pointed out for investment, which could play a role in preserving value. David, the project manager in charge of North American business, was pointing out some current bonds for the female president. The bond amount is $500 million, with a coupon of 9.25%. It has a 10-year term, and the opening price is $20. The yield is 9.4%. Even in the best market conditions, David's enthusiasm for sales was very high. Now that he had $500 million to sell, he was even more excited. However, what he said made sense. If the yield of the new bonds really fell to 9.25% of Canadian bonds, it would mean that the selling price would be much higher than that of any investor who quickly bought the bonds at the original offer price. Of course, if the bond issuance failed, the US investment bank would have to lower the selling price until the yield of the bonds was high enough to attract buyers. The cycle is too long. It's not worth investing. Pamela Mountbatten was unmoved. She was not interested in the 10-year cycle and felt that it was not reliable. If the debt market was doing this, it would be better to invest in the real industry. After thinking for a while, Pamela Mountbatten did not directly refuse. If this bond can be packaged and resold to other countries that have strong confidence in the United States, it would be worth a try. After a short period of thinking, the female president had an idea in her mind. She liked this deal. It was true that the market was very weak at the moment, but since no new bonds had been issued since then, it felt that investors were holding cash and waiting to buy suitable bonds. This new bond is likely what they are looking forward to, and its yield is obviously quite attractive. This is higher than the yield of any other European bond of similar grade, and the price will rebound sooner or later. The more bonds are sold, the more commissions will be earned. In any case, at least you can make a profit. The real test is to wait for the price to be quoted after the inquiry. If there are still tens of millions of bonds to be sold, then they will come back immediately and quote a cheap price. In that case, you have to find a way to sell the bonds you bought. If all the bonds have been sold, the buyers will find all kinds of excuses and quote a high price. Alan Wilson knows nothing about the bond market, but after he knew his wife's plan, he had no other thoughts except a deep conscience. In the future, Wall Street dared to package and sell Argentine bonds that were like garbage. His wife was conscientious enough. At least she only calculated the interest rate issue. She was a proper national entrepreneur. How about issuing it through the Hong Kong Stock Exchange? It can also be regarded as raising funds. Pamela Mountbatten remembered the financial center in the Far East and asked her husband if it was feasible. Good idea. Alan Wilson agreed. We should also make good use of the status of a financial center. Sometimes when I think about it, this financial center will be handed over to someone else sooner or later, and I can't help feeling sad. Pamela Mountbatten sighed, feeling sad for the future of Hong Kong. Will we be able to continue to make profits for Britain through Hong Kong in the future? It's not impossible, but dear, you have to know that in a country with a long history like that, the capital is everything, and everything revolves around the capital. Alan Wilson answered bluntly, I might as well make it clearer. As long as the capital gives an order, what is said to be yours is yours, and what is said to be not yours is not yours. It's okay to use Hong Kong to make some small profits. If you think too much, Hong Kong is not very important. However, it is harmless to use Hong Kong's stock exchange to issue some bonds. As for raising funds, Alan Wilson can understand that the Mountbatten Group, which has just facilitated the sale of grain between Britain and the Soviet Union, deserves it. Although the group is not short of funds in terms of Pamela Mountbatten's worth, this is a different matter. We have to discuss this with the four major families, and the local bosses will definitely get a share. Pamela Mountbatten looked very unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. Alan Wilson almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He remembered a sentence, "My money. They get 2 million, and I get 1 million. Do I still need to thank them?" Chapter 1235 Princess's Wedding Date. There has to be a fair share of benefits. If you don't give a proper greeting to the local bosses when you borrow Hong Kong, you can't do that. Don't think you're granddad. Alan Wilson pointed at her thigh. The female president understood and sat directly on the rocket launch pad. She knew her husband had something else to say. If the bond purchase this time is successful and confidence is established, it will be much easier to issue bonds through Hong Kong in the future. I don't know much about finance, but I also know that the most important thing in the financial market is confidence. As for the things that support confidence, there are resources, military, and even population. The cabinet secretary general gave a lecture to the female president. What is the endorsement? To ensure the liquidity of the pound. In addition to hard currency such as gold, there is also the national strength of the United Kingdom. Currency is only a carrier of goods. No matter how good the currency is, if it can't buy things, it is just a piece of waste paper. There is no need to find examples from the 21st century. After all, the US dollar has not yet exploded, but it can be analyzed from the Soviet Union, which also overissued currency in this era. The Soviet ruble must have been overissued. The Soviet Union would pay wages to Soviet citizens every month. But what was the Soviet Union like? Free housing, free schooling, free water and electricity. Where can you spend money? Is it buying food from the market? If there are only a few channels for consumption, then it is not surprising that there are queues in the market. The goods provided by the Soviet Union itself cannot support the currency issued by the Soviet Union. Doesn't this show that there is a shortage of supply? The stock market is originally a sharp tool for harvesting currency. It is also a good idea to invest excess currency in the stock market and cut it off at the right time. After all, stockholders are the group that is most willing to accept defeat. But what? The Soviet Union did not have such a capitalist fraud site, so naturally it could not use this method. In fact, with the Soviet Union's decades of overissuance of currency, investing in the stock market can at least support a bull market for several years. You should know that the level of a certain big country, when it first opened the market, there was a bull market for 2.5 years. Then it fell by 76% within half a year and corrected back to normal levels. The Soviet Union objectively had a large amount of rubles, but it used administrative means to suppress the cost of goods to an extremely low level, so the value of the ruble was naturally affected. The further it went, the more the black market price of the ruble and the US dollar became. Of course, this phenomenon did not disappear with the collapse of the Soviet Union. In essence, after several rounds of monetary easing, the US dollar also encountered the problem of the ruble. There are a lot of US dollars, but the goods are still the same. The extra US dollars naturally triggered inflation. The United States is not like the Soviet Union, which uses administrative means to fix the price of goods. Of course, the United States is absolutely good at destroying other economies. These are all markets vacated by the collapse of the Soviet Union, which has made the United States path dependent. In fact, from the collapse of the Soviet Union, the world has been prosperous for 10 years. It is known that the Soviet Union is definitely not as militaristic as the free world says, and its economic development is a mess. Otherwise the dividends would not have been eaten up by the whole world for 10 years. Alan Wilson only used a pseudonym to refer to a certain Eastern European country as an example. He absolutely did not mean to be disrespectful to the Soviet Union. From a very superficial perspective, he explained to his wife some factors that maintain the stability of the pound. My dear, you are more practical than those economists. Those people keep saying professional terms that cannot be understood literally, and they don't understand you as much as you do. Pamela Mountbatten hugged her husband's neck, her eyes full of admiration and praise, then give some benefits to she who are in several groups. Hong Kong is just an isolated island, essentially worthless. At the right time, British companies must return to their base camp. Alan Wilson didn't pay much attention to Hong Kong. Now he only pays attention to it because it is the only window. If it is not unique, who is Hong Kong? Pamela Mountbatten was startled and naturally heard the hidden meaning of her husband's words and asked eagerly, is there still a chance? Wait slowly, the opportunity will always appear. When have I ever lied to my wife? Pamela Mountbatten's face fell when she heard this. Obviously, as a wife, she was deceived in the matter of the princess. We will definitely be able to return to the market with the largest population. Alan Wilson also felt that he had spoken out of turn and immediately made up for it, expressing his good wishes for British capital to return to its base camp in the Magic City in the future. To be honest, who would look down on Hong Kong if there is Shanghai? The weak link of the bamboo curtain is not in the Pearl River Delta. In terms of population radiation, Shanghai is the most suitable base for British enterprises. The previous withdrawal was just because they could not stay there. Only by gaining a foothold in Shanghai can British capital have the foundation for prosperity for 20 years. A day later, Alan Wilson went to find Zia Meng. Their son had to shoulder the hope of leading British capital to the utmost sublimation. Lalo must master Chinese proficiently. He uses Chinese more than English. Alan Wilson showed concern for his son's education, and he did not just come to take Zia Meng on a rocket. Is it okay for you to come here? Isn't your wife back? Zia Meng asked in a low voice. She was still a little afraid of the richest woman in Britain. The distance between them was too far. She has her own things to do. Alan Wilson spread his hands. Take good care of your son. He may not be worse than Pamela's children in the future. I will not treat you unfairly. Zia Meng is indeed the only lady who has the fruit of love, but has not yet made a fortune. But in fact, he was not in a hurry. The Secretary General of the Cabinet had to make careful arrangements for other ladies of the same status as his wife. As long as Zia Meng's child grew up well, he would wait to return to the East to make great achievements. We, mother and son, depend on you. Zia Meng looked like a bullied little wife, which was really pitiful. This sentence, which satisfied his vanity, made the Secretary General of the Cabinet, the guardian of the princess, the eternal Lord of Malaya, the eternal Chief Executive of the citizens of Newfoundland, and the backer of the Jiddish of Rhodesia feel 2 teals lighter. Now he can even be invincible in the world with a Queen of Film and a dragoon in one hand. There is no way Alan Wilson can't pass this level, which is one of the few weaknesses in his supreme authority career. Although he was feeling proud, Alan Wilson still had to play the role of a strict father. The child that he loves must also receive Chinese education. He is a pure Westerner, and you can teach him by example. Don't let him be inferior to you by then, or I will be disappointed. My child, I will definitely teach him carefully. Zia Meng saluted Alan Wilson. Yes, sir. Just as Alan Wilson said, Pamela Mountbatten had no free time after returning to the country. She was busy with all kinds of trivial matters, including but not limited to financial operations, industrial investment, and even legal consultation and accepting honors. The largest law firm in London has a 6-story building and occupies more than 100,000 square feet of land in one of the prime locations in the city. It is home to more than 200 highly paid lawyers, a 2-story library, a well-equipped gym, a sauna center, men's and women's bathrooms, and lockers. There are also 10 conference rooms, hundreds of employees, and most importantly, a group of clients that any other large company in the country would covet. The firm, which had survived the difficult war years, was now reaching its peak, while many of its competitors were declining. It had some of the best lawyers in almost every field of law, or at least those that paid the most. Many of them had been poached from other large firms, or attracted by the firm's generous bonuses and the promise that it would do anything to win a new litigation business. It was an unwritten, but strictly observed rule that no new client business would be accepted unless it had a minimum profit of £50,000. The company's management committee decided that taking on anything less was a waste of the firm's time. They stuck to this principle, and the firm prospered. In the capital of the country, people came to ask for the best lawyers, and they would pay any price for them. There were exceptions to everything, and Pamela Mountbatten was that exception. She also needed a strong legal team to avoid various legal traps, both obvious and hidden, in her consultation on the issuance of bonds in Hong Kong. Although the female president can use other means, such as the Whitehall cabinet secretary can appropriately demonstrate supreme authority, it is more reasonable to follow the rules, and it does not cost much. The result is still very satisfactory, and of course the law firm is also satisfied. According to tradition, they prefer to deal with more profitable and more stable corporate and tax matters, rather than litigation. Ms. Pamela, you don't have to come in person. I met Sir Alan at the Supreme Court. Sir Alan is also an expert, and talked well with the justices. There is such a thing. Pamela Mountbatten was a little surprised. Why didn't she hear it mentioned? After taking a turn in the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul, Pamela Mountbatten asked about it when she returned home. 2 months ago, I talked to several justices about the impact of abolishing the death penalty. Alan Wilson didn't take long to recall. He was not always with the justices, so he remembered it as soon as he thought about it. My husband also understands the rule of law. Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth and laughed. I've never heard you mention it before. What rule of law? Any administrative organization run by people is rule of man. Compared with the Soviet system, it's nothing more than to deal with the Soviets directly, find the top leader, and to deal with our country, we need to find more people, and everyone shares the benefits. The cabinet secretary was disdainful. Rule of law? Bullshit. As long as you are willing to spend money, there is nothing you can't do. Oh. Pamela Mountbatten exclaimed. There is another thing. Margaret's wedding date is set. Maybe you will see the report soon. The wedding will be held in October. Alan Wilson had a tense face, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. His wife was staring at him. It seemed inappropriate to say that she was sad. Her expression was quite funny. Seeing her husband's expression, Pamela Mountbatten stared straight at him, and she could hardly hide the look of wanting to stab someone. Chapter 1236 Japan and South Korea are the price. Pamela, you are the only one, the sun in my heart. Alan Wilson looked embarrassed and then hugged his wife in his arms. At this moment, there was nothing he could do except express his loyalty. Now it seems that he is just waiting for the princess wedding and see when Kennedy will leave the White House. Even if the deep government is bold, it cannot rush into the White House to kill the incumbent president, so the Melody incident has to wait for Kennedy to come out of the White House himself. The epic masterpiece Cleopatra finally made 20th Century Fox pay for it. Vivian Leigh's telegram described the current difficulties faced by the old film company, which is really miserable. Not to mention the distant North America. At this time, Alan Wilson should have a talk with Turing to discuss the wedding. Unfortunately, the cabinet secretary has a part-time job, and he is also the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Japanese ambassador to the UK insisted on bowing to him and expressing regret for the European community's actions against Japan. Alan Wilson also regretted that Japan had taken advantage of him for so long. Like the United States, he acquiesced to Japan's theft of intellectual property rights and copying of European technology and products. But there was nothing he could do. At that time, Britain also had its own national conditions. Security issues and net issues were only part of it. The most important thing was that the United States always secretly made a move against Britain. From this point of view, Britain persisted until the Cuban Missile Crisis before it felt that the militia size of the United States had dissipated a little. This year, there were two major events in the diplomatic field. One was Japan and the other was Switzerland. Success or failure, chasing these two countries and making trouble will not change. As long as Alan Wilson is still the Secretary General of the Cabinet, Switzerland will not be a truly neutral country unless the wealth of the Jews and German civilians is poured out. Japan is just a copycat country that plagiarizes technology and ignores intellectual property rights. This will not end because of the regrets of the Japanese ambassador to the UK, and he will not inform the Prime Minister about this matter. The Prime Minister is so busy that he has no time to manage it. I understand what Mr. Matsumoto said. The European community is a collective meeting. We will come up with a mature plan after sufficient discussion. Alan Wilson said indifferently, the Japanese government's concerns are justified, just as Japan's desire to take back Hokkaido is justified. Alan Wilson was just talking about something irrelevant, but Ambassador Matsumoto couldn't say anything. Taking back Hokkaido has always been a major event that Japan has worked tirelessly for. If the ambassador knew that the person who urged the Soviets to act quickly in Potsdam was now in front of him, I don't know what he would think. Everything in Japan today, such as the rearmament and military expenditure, when the economy was not very strong, Japan's larger energy gap, lower food self-sufficiency rate, and the various problems that it had to face the direct threat of the Soviet Union were all related to the Soviet Union's desperate attempt to seize Hokkaido. Japan's population has not decreased much, but its land area has successfully become equal to that of the British Isles. The smile of the Japanese ambassador to the UK suddenly froze. Hokkaido is now paining Japan's heart that cannot be touched. What a coincidence. Due to the differences between Eastern and Western cultures, Alan Wilson didn't know this. I'm really sorry, Sir Alan. Regarding the food price increase this time, the Prime Minister hopes that Britain can take the lead in calming down the prices. Ambassador Matsumoto forced a smile and continued his job. Famine has broken out in Rhodesia. The report says that thousands of people have fled to East Africa. Alan Wilson looked compassionate and said that he could do nothing to help. The report said that there were thousands of people, but how many there were actually? After all, it was a colonial matter, and he could ask about it. If Britain thinks so, it will undoubtedly hurt Britain's leadership. Ambassador Matsumoto expressed his dissatisfaction in a tactful way. In fact, we can postpone the delivery of food sold to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is a European country. Ambassador Matsumoto is really a joke. Alan Wilson simply refused. We can't make relations with white countries stiff. You Asians may not understand this. Or do you understand, but just pretend not to understand in front of me? Otherwise, the Japanese army would not have gone south to fight. Is this considered racism? That is not particularly important. Alan Wilson thought that he had performed well since the meeting. After all, he regarded Japan as a normal country, not a colony called American Japan. Is that not enough? There is really no other way. I suggest that the Japanese government should ask the United States for help. The United States is a real agricultural power. The United States has 3 international grain traders. There is definitely a way, but whether they can help is uncertain. Pamela Mountbatten sold hundreds of tons of gold. American counterparts rushed to Japan to save the people from the water and fire. I guess the Americans themselves think they are clowns. In a cordial and friendly atmosphere, Alan Wilson and the Japanese ambassador ended this conversation. The Secretary General of the Cabinet has taken note of the matter and will send people to supervise the implementation of the ban in various countries of the European Community. The Secretary General of the Cabinet is not bragging. The group of British officials he leads cannot be said to be the most executive team in the world today, but it is definitely the best in the free world. Normally, you can practice take eye with the ministers, but once the cabinet secretary determines that something is beneficial to Britain, anyone who dares to be perfunctory will definitely be in trouble. Britain has many deserted islands that need commissioners to sit in, and I don't know which little cutie will be so lucky. Secretary General, although the Japanese didn't say anything, will they be dissatisfied? Dixon asked with some concern. They will be dissatisfied. You haven't worked in a colony. The colonies don't hate the mother country bullying them, but they hate other countries laughing at them. Alan Wilson smiled with a mouthful of white teeth. This is what countries with foreign troops stationed on their mainland are like. Just get used to it. Ever since MacArthur clamored to use nuclear bombs to solve the problem, together with the response to the Cuban Missile Crisis, British citizens have shown vigilance against any US initiative to protect Britain with troops stationed. The next generation will not allow it. Given that there are no US troops stationed on the mainland of Britain, for the sake of the pride of British citizens, textbooks should be appropriately changed to introduce some concepts about semi-colonial and semi-feudal society, and to re-precise what an independent country is. Don't get me wrong, Alan Wilson is purely for the pride of British citizens. Britain is currently a great power standing among the nations of the world, not a small partner clinging to the thighs of the United States. This will help to enhance national pride, and it also has another effect. Don't hide Britain's colonial history, and have a basic understanding of Britain's immediate situation. Don't be like the British in later generations. Few people know the mistakes Britain made in the process of colonizing the world, and they are accused by other countries and look innocent. It is okay to generalize and completely erase the colonial history, which is useless except for self-deception. The Japanese are indeed anxious. As an important member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dixon certainly knows Japan's pitiful food self-sufficiency rate. But he definitely doesn't know that Japan's food self-sufficiency rate was not so exaggerated. It was only because of the special relationship between the supreme authority and the cultural czar that it was completely hopeless. It's useless to be anxious. Not to mention that we don't have the ability. We can't help, even if we have the ability. Britain has to maintain the relationship with several grain merchants. What if we need help in the future? This is mutual. Alan Wilson said righteously, this will make countries like Japan and South Korea in the Far East that cannot be self-sufficient in food pay a price, but I'm willing to pay the price. For a time, the Cabinet Secretary General was possessed by the King of Sleep. In order to defend the value of the market economy, we must do whatever it takes. Even if Japan is that price. British public opinion has finally shifted its attention from the discussion of whether Switzerland is a neutral country. They began to care about Princess Margaret's marriage and discuss how much talent can add to a man. Turing is undoubtedly talented, but apart from talent, what else? You have to know that Turing is more than 10 years older than Princess Margaret, and he looks like an ordinary person, and his family background is not noble. After this wedding, will it drive the British students to devote themselves to scientific research? Alan Wilson commented with his head tilted, holding a newspaper about royal news. It's a pity that these spectators don't know the truth. They really think that they can win the beauty with their academic achievements. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but sneer, secretly pointing out the fact that Princess Margaret had been completely taken by a man. Alan Wilson felt that he was implied and couldn't help but refute. The truth is too cruel. Isn't it a kind of happiness to be deceived? People have the full power of ignorance. Knowledge represents conspiracy and crime, and ignorance can retain some dignity. Can you live with your conscience? Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband. She took advantage of everything and pushed out a scapegoat. My dear, you are wrong to say that. Everyone has a conscience. Alan Wilson said firmly, and then changed the subject in front of his wife's horrified eyes. It's just that I won't flaunt my conscience everywhere. Pamela Mountbatten responded with an I know what reaction. What are you going to do on the wedding day? In order to show respect for the royal family, I will attend with the permanent secretaries of 40 departments. Alan Wilson put down the newspaper and answered seriously, is this okay? Can you do it? Pamela Mountbatten took a breath of cold air and felt that it was a bit unrealistic. It depends on who the cabinet secretary is. Alan Wilson's answer was concise. It has nothing to do with other factors. My smart husband, he has thought of everything. Pamela Mountbatten whispered, if I was smart enough, I would have shut up in front of you a long time ago. Alan Wilson grabbed his wife's arm and pulled her into his arms. Chapter 1237 Princess Wedding. Before the princess's wedding, the cabinet secretary kept an eye on the flow of information related to the royal family's dignity, especially to see if there were any reports on Turing's private life. For the reputation of one of the few benchmark scientists in modern Britain, he was very worried and must promote the myth of counterattack for the common people. If you study hard, the princess will favor you. Although this is an illusion, people always have to have a thought, right? If most people believe in this myth, it may have immeasurable benefits for the learning atmosphere in the UK. After in-depth exchanges, Her Royal Highness also agreed with this point of view, and everyone has a bright future. Princess Margaret adjusted her wedding dress with a rosy face to prevent others from seeing the flaws. You are very courageous. Otherwise, how can you say it is the supreme authority? Alan Wilson looked complacent and proud. How do you say it? A real man should be like this. This may be the mood. I'm still at a disadvantage. I have to watch you marry someone else. Princess Margaret glanced at the so-called supreme authority with her almond eyes, expressing contempt for this kind of behavior of taking advantage and selling one's own way. She replied coldly, "Yes, you are at a disadvantage, and Turing has made a lot of money. Of course, do you think I'm kidding?" Alan Wilson was righteous. If it weren't for his help, the most famous British scholar after the war would have been dead and could not be resurrected. So what if it was printed on the pound sterling decades later? Can Turing be brought back to life? At this point, the cabinet secretary suddenly sighed that he was really a good person. He rescued Turing and found a home for the princess. Is there anyone in the whole UK who cares about the royal family like him? There is no one. In front of Alan Wilson, the princess tried on the wedding dress and turned into a fashionable beauty. There was nothing wrong. Everything seemed to be as it should be. The princess has been taken by the cabinet secretary. If you don't say it, and I don't say it, who knows the truth? Before the wedding date, the only work left was the independence of South Sudan and Uganda. The two countries are neighbors, and together they have nearly 1 million square kilometers of land that have been separated from British rule. Alan Wilson thought of this and couldn't help but feel sad. There are fewer places to abuse their power. As the number of colonies decreases, the British losers have become more and more inward-looking. Muteesa II, who has been appointed as the King of Uganda, will also attend Princess Margaret's wedding together with the rulers of 4 kingdoms. The situation in South Sudan is clearer. It doesn't matter whether it is a democratically elected government or a military government. Anyway, the oil pipeline has been built, and South Sudan's historical mission has ended. South Sudan's oil exported through British Kenya will inevitably become a major source of income for South Sudan. Kenya is still under British control and will not change much in the short term. Uganda's independence will also become a benchmark for Britain to implement co-monarchy. If successful, Britain's plan to establish the UAE will be more justified, combining several chiefs in the Persian Gulf into one and retaining Britain's traditional influence in the Persian Gulf. For the royal wedding, Alan Wilson sent out invitations to heroes and summoned the heads of state of the Sterling Zone to London. What is the Celestial Empire? The cabinet secretary must make the wedding for the princess beautiful. After receiving Muteesa II and expressing the hope that several kings can wait for the princess's wedding, Dixon came to Whitehall to report on the progress of the Stockholm Conference. In short, there are great differences and no progress. The conditions of the Soviets and the United States are far apart, and it is unlikely that an agreement will be reached in the short term. Dixon expressed a pessimistic attitude. It's normal. The Soviet Union is a difficult country to deal with. We all know it. Alan Wilson was not surprised at all. Not to mention the Soviet Union. Even Russia decades later can make Europe look shabby. It's just that with the development of time, the supporters have changed. In this era, the left wing stood on the side of the Soviet Union, and decades later, the right wing was influenced by Russia. Of course, whether now or in the future, pro-Soviet and pro-Russian ideas are suppressed, but it is not true to say that such ideas do not exist, and the free world is really a solid block and impeccable. Trump is only a representative of the pro-Russian part of the United States, which does not mean that there are no pro-Russian politicians in other countries. On the contrary, in the eyes of such politicians who dislike political correctness, including but not limited to environmental protection, women's rights, and identity division, the emperor is almost canonized. Dixon sighed, and Alan Wilson comforted the hard-working diplomat. This was all expected. If Corbyn is the British Prime Minister, Mélenchon is the French Prime Minister, and Sanders is the US President, it is definitely not the 3 countries of Britain, the United States, and France that are embarrassed. Which country it is, the supreme authority dare not say, which can be seen how terrible it is. The Stockholm Conference is obviously not among the ranks that Alan Wilson believes need to be promoted at all costs. It is normal for international conferences to be discussed for several years. One day earlier or later will not change the overall situation. The so-called deep government means that we do not represent opinions, but everyone should know our opinions. Alan Wilson's notification to the permanent undersecretaries of various departments to attend the princess's wedding belongs to this category. The glory of the royal family is our glory. The royal family is everything. Everything is for the royal family, and victory belongs to the glorious Great Britain. The cabinet secretary thought October was a good time, and if it was later, the Atlantic current would not be able to show its power. As the most beloved daughter of George VI, the wedding of Her Royal Highness the Princess was also widely watched, and it would be broadcast live. Her Majesty the Queen also attached great importance to the princess's marriage, and the treatment was just like her own marriage. Because of her father's premature death, Princess Margaret was escorted into the church by her brother-in-law Prince Philip, and then walked into the church aisle with the support of her flower girls and bridesmaids. Princess Anne, the daughter of Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip, served as one of her aunt's bridesmaids at the wedding. The 9-year-old Princess Anne led Angela Neville, Rose Neville, Catherine Weir, Sarah Lowther, Virginia Fitzroy, Annabel Lord and Marilyn Wells to send Princess Margaret to the groom. Queen Elizabeth wore an exquisite dress, a flower tulle hat, and the pearl necklace on her neck was a wedding gift from her father. She came to Westminster Abbey with her mother and son Charles. Prince Philip was escorting the bride, and her daughter Princess Anne was a flower girl for her aunt. The whole family came out to make Princess Margaret's wedding perfect. This grand wedding was no less grand than the one when Her Majesty the Queen got married. When Princess Margaret held hands with her husband Turing, Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother smiled knowingly. I believe King George VI was also relieved to see his daughter find her own happiness. As a sister, Queen Elizabeth was happier than anyone else. She lived up to her father's expectations of her and married off King George VI's favorite little daughter beautifully. During the wedding, Pamela Mountbatten was paying attention to the corner where her husband was. There were as many as 40 permanent undersecretaries of various departments who followed her supreme authority and attended the princess wedding in person. Alan Wilson wanted to make some reaction, but he had long discovered that his wife was paying attention to him secretly, so he could only put a long face and act like he was presiding over a meeting in the cabinet office, and he did not dare to slack off. After the wedding ceremony, Princess Margaret was about to walk out of the wedding church to accept the blessings of the people. When she came to Queen Elizabeth, Princess Margaret knelt deeply, which was not only the etiquette of the bride to the monarch, but also the gratitude of the younger sister to the older sister. It was meaningful and touching. Clap. Alan Wilson clapped his hands, and in an instant, thunderous applause broke out from the position where the permanent secretaries were. Everyone present was happy for this scene from the bottom of their hearts. Your Royal Highness is so beautiful, Frank said to Alan Wilson while clapping. Yes. Alan Wilson was frugal with words, expressing the caution of the cabinet secretary. This can't help but make people feel nostalgic. When Her Majesty got married, people were eagerly looking forward to the Queen leading Britain out of the quagmire of war. I think that after so many years, the citizens' ideas have not changed, and they are looking forward to a better future. This is exactly the original intention of our work, Frank replied with a meaningful smile. Of course. Alan Wilson also showed a tacit smile. Is there any country that protects the interests of business groups better than our country? There is none. The British investment assessment work in Uganda and South Sudan must be completed as soon as possible. Leave it to me, it's not a problem. Frank nodded after hearing this. The assessment of South Sudan is easier, mainly focusing on the oil pipeline. There is nothing else valuable in South Sudan except oil. The situation in Uganda is more complicated. The resources in the Victoria Lake region will take some time, and the Great Lakes region does not just belong to a colony. The ideas of the surrounding areas must also be considered. The Prime Minister is still waiting to assess the appropriate level. Alan Wilson hinted, we must emphasize the balance between heavy debts and profits. We can't let people think that we have gained a lot of benefits. That's not the case. That's certainly not the case. Frank immediately assured, we must emphasize the hard work that benefits society, not the false, so-called plundering in the colonies. That's reassuring. Civil servants are a whole, and we also protect the interests of our overseas colleagues. Alan Wilson nodded and watched the princess and her husband walk out of the church. Chapter 1238, Advantage in Kennedy. As permanent secretary to the Treasury, assessing British capital in the two colonies was only a small part of his job. In the short time left in 1963, the Treasury also had to assess spending for the next year. For the next week, Frank worked 14 hours a day, dealing with the budget requests of various departments. The so-called departmental wish lists had to be submitted to Whitehall by November. Everyone knew that the departments had left room for bargaining in the initial budget requests. Everyone began to scramble for a larger share of the shrinking budget total, and the battle between departments began in full swing. As Frank had experienced more than once, the Treasury became the main battlefield. On several occasions, it was filled with the atmosphere of a besieged castle, and angry calls and faxes poured down like enemy artillery fire. Frank began to wonder whether the security checkpoints outside the Treasury were to eliminate security risks or to keep out the victims of aggrieved budget cuts. Weapon systems and force configuration issues were not his specialty, and he was rarely involved in the specific activities of the Ministry of Defense, but the Ministry of Defense's military spending requirements had always been an unavoidable part of the fiscal budget. Instead, Dixon ran errands in the building and did some sensitive diplomatic work. He also urged the Intelligence Department to be careful to collect intelligence related to subversion or threats against Britain. Alan Wilson's daily work in the building not only involved people from Number 5 and Number 6, but also intelligence officers from the Army, Navy, and Air Force, as well as liaison officers stationed abroad. The hard work was worth it. After repeated entanglements and compromises, the intertwined forces all got what they wanted, and based on this, they waited for the day when the budget was officially announced. The rest was minor repairs, and no major cuts. The forces formed a huge network that constantly made people feel awe. This force reached every corner of Whitehall and penetrated into various colonies and military bases. They were the most powerful among the overseas garrisons, but they also crossed the boundaries of departments and responsibilities. Those who were close to Alan Wilson included not only the big bosses with their own spheres of influence, but also a large number of foreign officials who had worked under the cabinet secretary and always remembered this experience. Dixon saw Alan Wilson's telegrams with another person's officials more than once, and the tone was like treating his direct subordinates. For him, this chain of orders was invisible, and his actions relied on tribal loyalty. Although he didn't understand, Dixon was shocked. Alan Wilson didn't shy away from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when contacting overseas, and even retained the position of permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for convenience, but he didn't have to bother the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the mainland. Alan Wilson would accompany his wife to dinner with business tycoons, and would also maintain close contact with the Chief Justices. It is undeniable that not everyone may look up to Alan Wilson, and there are not a few people who think that he relies on the Mountbatten family, but at the same time they also respect Alan Wilson's power. Fortunately, the young cabinet secretary general didn't have any weird ideas, and seemed to be easy to approach. In fact, there were. For example, Alan Wilson was an aerospace expert, but in front of Pamela Mountbatten, he couldn't show this, and could only show the humble side of a social public tool. The independence schedule of the United Kingdom, Uganda and South Sudan was released. After this period of communication, the two countries have reached a consensus with the British government on protecting the interests of the United Kingdom. They only need to wait for the two delegations to return home and declare independence. We only need 2 points, finance and communications. In fact, compared with the French, we are still quite kind, and we don't even keep military bases. Facing his wife's inquiry, Alan Wilson answered with compassion. Even now, France still retains military bases in 19 countries in Africa. In this comparison, does the United Kingdom seem very kind? The Ministry of Defense agreed. Pamela Mountbatten asked. This is related to the interests of the military. Why is the Ministry of Defense so easy to talk to? South Sudan and Uganda are not worth much. If Kenya is independent, it will be completely different. Alan Wilson explained. We are not like France. No matter where we leave military bases, even if our colonies have better conditions. After several discussions in the cabinet meeting, Britain's bottom line for the independence of African colonies is concentrated on finance and communications. The rest does not need to be occupied in all aspects, and there must always be some soup for the local elites. France only allowed French Africa to be independent in name, but actually maintained its colonies. This is also the reason why there have been many coups in French Africa. All the good things have been eaten up by you French people, and there are always dissatisfied people who continue to resist. However, there are also benefits. What Britain will never surrender before India bleeds dry is just for fun. Britain mainly relies on itself to fight the World War, and India only plays a minor role. In World War II, France really relied on its colonies to counterattack. The Free France led by Charles de Gaulle relied on French Africa, and a well-qualified French army was also formed, most of which were black brothers from Africa. Taking the subsequent battles between France and Germany on the mainland as an example, 3/4 of the 400,000 French troops were Africans. It can be seen that Africa has made an indelible and important contribution to France's fight against Germany in pursuit of peace. The local British troops will evacuate to Kenya, the core colony of the former British East African Federation. South Sudan and Uganda are both landlocked countries. The British Army can also maintain its influence on the two countries in Kenya. After the talks, Britain did not forget to appease Nyerere and discuss when Tanganyika could become independent. For Nyerere, this was a courtesy from London. However, regarding the Rhodesian famine, Alan Wilson's response was, the local famine has been seriously exaggerated, but due to the climate this year, there has indeed been a famine that is not severe. The local government is trying to find a solution. The situation in the interior of Africa was unclear, and Britain did not know everything. What it knew was that the 220 tons of gold were indeed real and there was no shortage of gold. Even if a famine breaks out in Rhodesia, the impact it can cause is quite limited. Alan Wilson explained to Brest, the Prime Minister's private secretary, if a famine breaks out in North Africa or the Middle East, the impact on Europe is indeed very large. After all, the European continent is Britain's firewall, but the famine in southern Africa can only affect South Africa at most. Secretary General, your consideration makes sense. Brest nodded. However, the Arab areas are indeed worrying, and the local areas are all deserts. It's not too bad. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and comforted. Although the climate is a little bad, at least the population is not large. The situation is not so serious yet. This is just the beginning. It will be serious in a few decades. Once there is a slight fluctuation in food, the countries on the southern coast of the Mediterranean will not have the current population. Refugees can flood Europe. If Russia is determined to smash the pot and drag Europe down with it, a bunch of Arab countries will be out of food in less than half a year. People can do anything if they don't have enough food. Are they still afraid of smuggling? One year, the production of onions in India decreased by 30%, and the price increased by 1000%. According to this ratio, the price of grain has only increased by 30-40% this year, which is already considered conscientious. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? It is completely within the normal market mechanism. Alan Wilson expressed the hope that Princess Margaret could go for the country. Because Uganda and South Sudan are independent, if it is the original, it is very simple. The Foreign Secretary and the Commonwealth Secretary go to one country each and preside over the independence ceremony. Duncan was killed in this process. Of course, the tragedy of Minister Duncan is an accident. Let's not talk about it for now. Now the Foreign Office and the Commonwealth Office have been merged. Although Uganda and South Sudan are neighboring countries, it is too hard for Ab Butler to run 2 trips in one day. The political system of Uganda arranged by the United Kingdom is a constitutional monarchy, which essentially belongs to the category of a kingdom. It is reasonable for members of the royal family to attend. Princess Margaret has just got married. Can she set her honeymoon in Uganda and fulfill her royal responsibilities? Turing has no time to accompany me. He is more interested in research than a honeymoon. Princess Margaret rolled her eyes at the cabinet secretary general. It's all a favor to a certain bureaucrat. You can't say that, your highness. Alan Wilson knew that he couldn't let his sister-in-law make a wasted trip, so he put his hands on the princess's shoulders. Some things can be discussed after the bones are straightened, and there may be unexpected gains. Because of Uganda's kingdom attributes, the Nulaiwat Princess Margaret did not forget to shoulder the burden. This made the British people feel relieved, and George VI's most beloved youngest daughter became the person that the citizens expected. How could these people know that there was no such thing as a peaceful life? but that the cabinet secretary general was just carrying the burden for them. In mid-October, Uganda and South Sudan declared independence on the same day and established kingdom and republic governments respectively, marking the end of Britain's colonial rule in the two countries in name. Let's arrange Yemen's independence next year. We should do it slowly and steadily. Don't let other countries think we are like the French, who have to make big news from time to time. Alan Wilson stood with his hands behind his back and asked Dixon, the warm-up for the US election has already begun, right? Both parties are holding rallies now, right? Yes, Cabinet Secretary, according to our general opinion, Kennedy has a huge advantage. Dixon replied. Oh, really? Alan Wilson was sincerely relieved when he heard that this advantage was in my judgment. There was a power outage in the morning. Chapter 1239 Leaving the White House. Normally, Kennedy's re-election is a foregone conclusion, and there will be no challenge at all. Normally. There are always abnormal times in this world, and anything can happen in this world. At the Joint Intelligence Meeting, the heads of the Government Communications Headquarters, Michigan 5, and Me-6 were all present. Alan Wilson's face was gloomy, holding the list of aid from the Soviet Union to Indonesia. The Prime Minister does not rule out the Danish model to solve the problem. The situation in Indonesia is irresistibly changing towards a situation that is beneficial to the enemy and not beneficial to the free world. Secretary General, are you going to conduct a preventive war? Guy Little asked. The so-called Danish model was the preventive war that the United Kingdom preemptively conducted, directly sending the Danish Navy to the bottom of the sea. It's just that I don't rule it out. If possible, it's best to use an internal operation to establish victory. Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, find a way to detonate internal conflicts, just like Iran. The Indonesian Communist Party has nearly 3 million members, which is a considerable force. Richard White took a breath of cold air. This is extremely difficult. Philby nodded, indicating that the Jakarta government was not easy to deal with. This matter was not as simple as imagined. Should we look for forces to support and use this as a foundation to fight against the Sukarno government? Philby, which is the second largest city in Indonesia? Alan Wilson asked abruptly, and then emphasized, there is only one super city in the whole of Indonesia, which is Jakarta. We can only focus on Jakarta. Philby meant nothing more than supporting the capitalist roaders to confront the authorities, with the free world supporting them. This can be used on cities like Leningrad in the Soviet Union and Mumbai in India. These cities have a common advantage. They are obviously enjoying the advantages of location and policies, but they never admit that they are rich because of their own abilities. If there is a problem, it is definitely not their own problem. The problem is not Moscow or New Delhi. They don't know that they are just consumables. In fact, if they are thrown to Siberia, the roof of the world, or Kashmir, and a group of people live in their cities, nothing will change. Maybe it will get better. Jakarta stands out in Indonesia, and there is no challenger at all. It is both the capital and the port. Supporting the rebels in the economic center, challenging the authority of the capital? There is no basis for this. This threat is too big. The Viet Cong don't have so many people. There are 3 million members before they become a Soviet system. If they really become a Soviet system, the threat will be even greater. Alan Wilson knocked on the table with a serious face. We must formulate a plan to completely eliminate the existence of the Indonesian Communist Party, even if it means that Indonesia will be bloody. We can't be unilateral and let them become irresponsible allies of the Soviet Union. It's good if they can recognize their mistakes. If they can't, the cost of 3 million lives is very heavy, but I'm willing to pay this price. Several intelligence chiefs had different mentalities, but they were all shocked by the murderous tone of the cabinet secretary. Secretary General, are you in a hurry? Guy Little asked. When do we start? The United States has recently entered the election process again. We are waiting for this wave of rallies to pass. Act together with the Americans. Alan Wilson glanced at several intelligence chiefs and finally stopped at Philby. Once you start, don't be afraid of death. For the prosperity and stability of the free world, any price is worth it. Can you make more trouble than the Royal Navy? Guy Little nodded deeply. If that day really comes, we must serve the entire Indonesian country. Yes, it is better to kill 3,000 people by mistake than to let one go. This attitude is needed. Alan Wilson nodded in agreement. This is a true British gentleman. He does what he wants to do. The knife must be cut through the stone, the grass must be cut through the fire, and the people must be changed. Is there any intelligence assessment of Japan and South Korea? Alan Wilson asked. His eyes fell on Richard White. Britain is now facing industrial competition from Japan. It has achieved certain results in the European community before, calling on European countries not to open their markets unilaterally, but to ask Japan for equal treatment. To be honest, Japan will most likely adopt a strategy of not approving, not opposing, and not speaking out, and respond in silence. If this is the case, the European community will express regret to Japan. As long as Britain and France nod, the decision of the European community will be passed sooner or later. Japan has nothing in this country. It must be a country with a trade surplus, otherwise they will have problems even eating. The door to Europe has been closed. Let's see how we tire these bastards who don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Alan Wilson is full of confidence. It's just a country with a demographic dividend. As long as this climbing process is interrupted a little, it will take a lot of effort to climb up again. What's so scary about the demographic dividend? The hard-working generation will get older. There will always be a time when they can't work now. The fertility rate will decrease. It's not like a resource. Can it run away? So Alan Wilson doesn't care about countries with demographic dividends at all. Not to mention that Japan's population is not infinite at all. It is still an island country that relies on the international market. If the consequences of the increase in the price of bulk raw materials cannot be assessed, this time's food fluctuations would have been a good opportunity to increase the price of iron ore. The reason why he didn't do so was not because he was afraid of what Japan would do, but because part of the Brazilian iron ore had been sold to the United States. He was afraid that Britain would get burned, while the United States would not be affected. Otherwise, relying on Japan. At the Soviet embassy in Jakarta, Ambassador Yergentimov pushed open the door and saw a young man with his head held high standing in front of him. Comrade Ambassador, Alexeyev sends his regards. Alyosha, don't be so restrained. A private telegram came from Moscow. I just happened to see if you are used to coming here. You know, the climate here is not very friendly to us Soviets. Yergentimov encouraged with a smile, then took out a telegram. It's a telegram from Comrade Filyabin. Your father also cares about you very much. I'm always grateful for this. Alexeyev was almost certain that it was a telegram from his mother Furtseva, but still maintained Filyabin's image. After Yergentimov left, he opened the code book to decode the telegram. After all, he was just a child. As the content was revealed, Alexeyev's face became solemn. One hand involuntarily touched the Damascus steel knife at his waist. This seemed to give him courage again. Come on, I want to see who will lose his head. Although the content was extremely terrible and even terrifying, Alexeyev still felt that there was a chance. The British might not be able to do it themselves, so they had to unite with the United States. The telegram about the evolution of the situation in Indonesia was already very dangerous and required Britain and the United States to take drastic measures was known to Dulles through the special channel of the Five Eyes Alliance. Robert Kennedy told his brother about the British proposition, and Kennedy couldn't help but sneer. The British always want to find something for us to do. Let us fight against the Soviet Union and use American money and American lives to protect their colonial order. That's indeed the case, but the intelligence department and the military still tend to cooperate with Britain to eradicate the Sukarno regime. Robert Kennedy replied with a wry smile. Don't expect me to nod my head in another war that costs who knows how much. Kennedy snorted. I won't believe anything Truman said to Churchill, like he did to Churchill. Then we reject the British? Robert Kennedy asked his brother. He still trusted his brother very much, and the two had a very good relationship. Don't reject it yet. Wait until I come back. Kennedy thought about it and decided not to react too quickly. John, where are you going? Robert Kennedy asked Kennedy about his schedule. Election rally. It's almost the election year. Kennedy smiled bitterly. It's necessary to get closer to the voters. Okay, then wait until you come back. Robert Kennedy could only answer this way. While the two were talking, Jacqueline, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress, appeared. Robert Kennedy nodded to Jacqueline and left the space for the couple. Next year is the election year, so Kennedy has focused on the issue of re-election since this year. However, there was a conflict between the Liberals, represented by Yarborough, and the Conservatives led by Governor Connally and the Texas Democratic Party. In order to adjust the relationship between the two sides and win the support of this southern state. Lynn, you are from Texas, right? Before leaving the White House, Kennedy was still chatting and laughing with Vice President Lyndon Johnson. This time I go to Texas, it must not be easy to adjust the dispute between the two factions. Mr. President, with your prestige in the party, you will definitely achieve your goal. Lyndon Johnson replied with a smile. Judging from the current situation, the Republican Party is not challenging. We can't underestimate the enemy. Nixon lost last time, and he was not convinced. This time he wants to try again. Kennedy laughed heartily. He was also very proud of being able to defeat the old politicians when he was just starting out. After a while, Kennedy's wife Jacqueline walked out of the White House, and the two took off on Air Force One. Go to Texas. Excluding Alaska, Texas is the largest state in the continental United States. Texas is unique in the United States, and is also the base of the Democratic Conservatives. Its capital, Dallas, is not as insignificant as its population. The conservative base is angry at the Kennedy brothers for their increasingly deviating behavior from the conservatives. Kennedy came to Texas this time in the hope of making the conservatives realize that black equality is the general trend and obstruction is useless. Texans are also looking forward to Kennedy's visit, especially the black community. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1240 Kennedy Assassination. It was important to go to Dallas to bridge the contradiction with the conservative Democratic Party. The contradiction between Kennedy and the conservatives in the party originated from the school gate blocking incident 5 months ago. Governor George Wallace blocked the school gate to prevent black students from entering the university. Kennedy ordered the National Guard to escort black students into the school, which made the contradiction between Kennedy and the conservative Democratic Party public. Before that, the Democratic Party had always been a white party. The southern states were the iron plate of the Democratic Party and were called the Southern Base. Conservatives had great power in the Democratic Party. Kennedy subsequently published a civil rights broadcast, which made the conservatives extremely dissatisfied and almost made the contradictions within the Democratic Party irreconcilable. Texas, as the largest state in the South, is also the base of conservatives. Governor John Connally's support for him is extremely important. Kennedy's trip was to ease the contradiction. Kennedy, who was flying to Dallas on Air Force One, did not know that an unprecedented dragnet had been formed. It was enough to send the incumbent president to hell. Oswald had never felt such despair. He took off his wedding ring late at night without sleep. It once symbolized the love between him and his wife Marina, but now it was all over. In addition to the ring, he also left $187 on the dresser, which may be all the property he left to his wife and 2 young daughters. His 2 daughters, one less than 2 years old and the other just 1 month old, will never see their father again. Not only that, in the years to come, they have to change their surnames and hide their identities to maximize their separation from the negative impact of Oswald. Oswald knew that he might never come back. After all, shooting the President of the United States in broad daylight and being able to go home and reunite with his wife and children after the shooting is probably not something that movies dare to show. On the last day, he wanted his wife to sleep a little longer, so he didn't let his wife get up to prepare breakfast. He simply made a cup of instant coffee and drank it in one gulp. Due to the tight financial situation, Oswald didn't have a big house or a big pickup truck in his life. He left home and walked to work, even if it was to do the most glorious job in his life, but he had no choice. The morning light shone through the window, waking up Kennedy. He woke up with a back injury and sat up slowly. His physical problems could not hide his good mood. After yesterday's conversation with Governor John Connally, the two sides reached a consensus, at least on the surface. The conflict can be resolved. Kennedy firmly believed it. "You are in good condition, John." Jacqueline woke up almost at the same time and said when she saw her husband's demeanor, "I feel very good now." Kennedy's state at this time was like hay bodden who had never been refreshed. In fact, as long as the conservatives know that changing many things is not wrong, but leaving room for themselves, most people will understand. This is like confronting the Soviet Union. It is the simplest way for the United States to consolidate the foundation it currently has, rather than using military means to confront the Soviet Union. Military means are essentially a pot mashing. Once the consequences of using military means to confront appear, no matter what the result is, the huge cost will make the United States breathless. After breakfast, the couple walked out of their residence. At this time, the Secret Service brought the itinerary. "Governor John Connally will tour Dallas with you and be welcomed by the citizens." Not far away, there was a prepared convertible, which made Kennedy very happy. He said to Jacqueline, "Dear, you know, I like convertibles the most. The first car in my life was a Blue Book convertible. That feeling is still unforgettable to this day." At this moment, the incumbent US President Kennedy expressed his sincere love for the loyal convertible in front of him. "It looks really good." Jacqueline followed Kennedy's preference and expressed her love. "Today must be an unforgettable day." Of course, today will be an unforgettable day for many people in the United States, whether they are bankers, military-industrial enterprises, racists, or spokespersons from steel, oil, and food. Its influence must be beyond the United States and towards the world. Governor John Connally and the Kennedys got on the convertible together, and then the motorcade set off to parade in Dallas. Citizens lined the streets to welcome them. Everything was so harmonious, and it was simply a close relationship between the military and the people. This was all to ensure that Kennedy could accept the greatest contact from the citizens. Kennedy also enjoyed this arrangement and kept waving to the citizens on both sides. Suddenly, accompanied by gunshots, the windshield of the convertible was shattered. At the same time as the gunshots rang out, Kennedy's bodyguards immediately rushed towards Kennedy. The first to bear the brunt was Clint Hill, who rushed forward without hesitation in the face of the shooting. Clint hoped to block the bullet with his body, but it was too late. Kennedy had already fallen in a pool of blood. This scene not only stunned Jacqueline, whose body was stained with her husband's blood, but was also seen by tens of thousands of Dallas citizens present. Kennedy fell in her arms, and his skull was gone. Jacqueline's first reaction was to jump out of the car, but she reacted immediately and hugged Kennedy's body in her arms. The accompanying Secret Service rushed forward to protect the Kennedys and the injured Governor John Connally. Then everyone rushed to the hospital to rescue Kennedy, who had already died, and began to arrest the assassin. In front of tens of thousands of citizens, the current president of the United States was assassinated openly. The news spread throughout Dallas quickly. Half an hour later, after the official announcement of President Kennedy's assassination, the national flag in front of Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas was lowered to half-mast, and Jacqueline fell on the president's chest in sorrow. In Whitehall, London, Alan Wilson was preparing to get off work. Compared with working until 2 p.m. every day in Kuala Lumpur, his current workload is indeed on the rise. At this time, the Supreme Authority has raised his wrist to check the time, ready to end a day of hard work. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. It was Richard White, the head of MI6, who called in. Secretary General, according to news from Washington, US President Kennedy was assassinated. Wow. Alan Wilson, who was holding the phone, raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep tone, "Is the news reliable, Richard? You know, Kennedy is a widely loved president. You must find out the truth." After hanging up the phone, Alan Wilson looked at the time and decided to get off work on time. Then he left Whitehall without stopping. London time is 7 hours earlier than Dallas time. Even if the cabinet secretary is willing to make selfless contributions for the country, he can't order people around like this, right? Because Pamela Mountbatten had returned to Perth a few days ago, he had to live alone in the big city of London. A few dozen minutes later, Alan Wilson used the key to poke open Marilyn Monroe's door. Facing the stunned sexy goddess, Alan Wilson hugged her body without stopping. They lay quietly in each other's arms, feeling satisfied and exhausted. The window was opened a crack, and the potted plants swayed gently in the cold breeze. The radio was playing soft music. The ensemble of soprano saxophone and double bass made people feel peaceful. There seemed to be something between the two of them, and only at this time could they communicate. She indulged in this feeling, and her protective layer was peeling off. Monroe admitted that she needed him now, and was eager to give herself to him, which made her willing to take off all disguises in front of the man, leaving only a basic core. When he was almost unable to control himself, the two would look at each other passionately for a long time. He felt that she was talking to him, almost begging, in a way that she could not say out loud. She was sincere to him. Alan Wilson stroked Monroe's hair, and she breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally decided to tell Monroe about Kennedy in person, but the moment he saw her, this determination disappeared. Monroe slapped the man's hand and blamed him. "Why are you not gentlemanly today? It's too much. How can I be gentlemanly in front of you?" Alan Wilson decided to wait until tonight before talking about the fact that the current president of the United States is no longer there. There will be more news tomorrow. In any case, the great power has become a thing of the past with Kennedy's death. No matter how beautiful you are, you will eventually become a skeleton. No matter how proud you are, you will eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil. The past is not worth thinking about. Kennedy's death was also the time when the Vietnam War was fully launched. The United States will definitely pay a huge price for the Vietnam War. The problem is no longer limited to the United States, but also the Soviet Union. As long as the Soviet Union has about 70% of the strength of the United States, it will not just defend in the global competition, but will attack and defend each other. This is because the Soviet Union does not have a wealthy class, and everyone actually has no less than an ordinary American. Once the power of the country is mobilized, the burden of the two countries as a person is similar. Of course, no one will deny that the United States has greater potential. When it comes to fighting, one life is one life, and it cannot be used as two lives. When I got up in the morning and had breakfast with Monroe, Alan Wilson revealed the news of Kennedy's assassination. "What?" Monroe was horrified, and the cutlery in her hand fell to the table involuntarily, looking distraught. "Oh, it seems you are very sad. He died in Jacqueline's arms." Alan Wilson naturally would not be jealous of the dead, but he still couldn't help but complain. "It seems that the charm of the American president is extraordinary." Monroe was still in shock. He is the president of a country. So what? People only have one life. Alan Wilson responded calmly, as if the American president had never been assassinated. Maybe the last chapter was too direct and not tactful enough, but the truth is this. Chapter 1241, Kennedy's old friend. Seeing that Monroe seemed to still have feelings for him, Alan Wilson suddenly became angry for no reason and stood up to hug Monroe, causing the woman to exclaim, "What are you doing? I'm very angry now." Alan Wilson's arms were like iron clamps. Nothing could stop him from showing his talent as a prime minister. If it weren't for him, Monroe would have died. Now he still misses her, which made people angry. After a long time, Monroe recovered from the storm and whispered, "You hurt me. I'm just showing my love for you." Alan Wilson, who came out of the prime minister's state, had his hypocritical nature occupy his smart brain again. Even though his palms were still lingering on Monroe's delicate body, he said in a tone of victim, "Your performance just now deeply hurt me." If it were normal times, this unprepared rhetoric would not be hidden from Monroe, who had risen from a low-level textile worker to a popular actress. But today was a special day. Monroe's IQ was also off the line because of the news of Kennedy's assassination. Just when Monroe was confused, the cabinet secretary, whose IQ had regained its high ground, worked quickly and refined a logical speech to cover up the prime minister's reckless behavior. "I have been attracted to you for a long time, but I have always suppressed this idea in my heart because of Vivian's feelings. If it weren't for the accidental meeting last time, you would never feel it in your life. I even know about your relationship with him, but he is the president of the United States. What can I do? I can't compare with him." Alan Wilson confidently used one lie to cover another lie. He admired how he could say such sour words and put the hat of a senior dog licker on his head. The image of a stinky loser hiding in the dark and silently watching the goddess came to life on the paper, and he also had a certain inferiority complex, just like a dog. You obviously had Vivian at that time. Who knows if what you said is true or not. Although Monroe was shrouded by the eloquent speech, she still dared not believe the man's mouth because of her experience. It's lucky to have one. How dare I expect to have two such beautiful ladies? Alan Wilson's face was deep. Ingrid Bergman hadn't left London yet. Don't let her hear it. Lying is bad, but it's better than killing. If Monroe escaped the fate of dying in the United States and then died in the UK, the cabinet secretary's conscience might be uneasy, although this possibility is not high. I'm very confused now. Monroe's IQ, which was about to return to its original state, was completely annihilated by these sweet words. Are you kidding? How many Oscars have ladies of the same status as his wife won? How could the cabinet secretary, who was invincible in the world with a queen in his hand, have poor acting skills? I was a little impulsive just now. Alan Wilson apologized sincerely, but immediately revealed his true nature. I'll be gentle this time. Sometimes the cabinet secretary would think, if God really exists, how could he forget about him who slipped through the net? The fact that he can live to this day obviously proves the falsity of religion. So serving God is useless, and serving the supreme authority is more useful. It was definitely late for work today, but Alan Wilson could not be absent from work. He had to set an example for his colleagues in Whitehall, instead of worrying that, if he missed work for a day, there would be a conspiracy hidden in the corner, and that the supreme authority would be attacked. While Radwich was driving, Alan Wilson was still thinking about the impact of Kennedy's assassination on Britain. Of course, in theory, there was no impact. He was just thinking about whether this matter had any use value. There was no need to think about it. Now 10 Downing Street was also discussing Kennedy's assassination. He would join the discussion after he went there. The question was how to discuss it. Monroe was still in the apartment, holding an ancient Roman gold coin in his hand, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Secretary General, the Prime Minister asked you several times. Brest asked with concern after knowing that Alan Wilson had come. He felt that the supreme authority looked bad, as if he was overworked. The Prime Minister's call is a top priority. Alan Wilson drank a sip of Wolfberry, slowly got up and followed Brest. Is there something big happening? The answer was naturally as expected. Would the assassination of the US President and the succession of the Vice President affect the special relationship between Britain and the United States? Of course, it is worth discussing by the cabinet. Even if this aspect is not taken into consideration, this is a major emergency and is worthy of discussion by the spectators. 2 hours after Kennedy was killed, Vice President Lyndon Johnson announced his succession to the president on Air Force One. Lyndon Johnson's swearing in on Air Force One, with Jacqueline Kennedy standing beside him with a sad face, has become one of the iconic images of Kennedy's assassination. Jacqueline deliberately wore a pink suit stained with Kennedy's blood. The murderer Oswald was naturally arrested as expected. It took less than 2 hours from Kennedy's shooting to his arrest. It can be said that he was caught red-handed. This is the current public information. When entering 10 Downing Street, Prime Minister Eden, Profumo, Rabbo Butler and others were also discussing this public information. Alan, in my impression, you are almost never late. Eden glanced at the listless Alan Wilson and couldn't help but feel a little strange. It seems that you didn't rest well. Didn't he waste time to clean up the temporary heroic posture and Prime Minister's talent? Of course, he couldn't say it, but said in a solemn voice, I didn't rest all night after hearing this bad news. As early as, when I was a consul in Boston, I met the Kennedy brothers, and had a good impression of them. Although the correspondence was not frequent, we kept in touch. John is a good person. The Cabinet Secretary General did not lie. The last communication was after the Nassau Conference, explaining that there were many people outside. In fact, he, Alan Wilson, was a staunch pro-American, and he was just following orders when he launched the attack. He is a man with great ideals, a perfect example of the American dream. He comes from a good family, fights for his country, cares about the grassroots, and is willing to offend many groups for this. Alan Wilson did not need Eden to urge him, and he talked about Kennedy's brilliant political achievements, including but not limited to returning Aramco to Saudi Arabia, balancing the price increase of steel groups, racial equality, and even curbing the rise in food prices. The Silver Act is an internal matter of the United States, and the cabinet secretary does not know about it. Alan Wilson looked like an old friend of the Kennedy brothers, and almost said that he would take care of his wife. It seems that too many manned space flights have really lost their standards. Is this an isolated incident, or an assassination supported by a force? Profumo asked involuntarily. The Minister of Defense did not suspect this, but the cabinet secretary's unintentional remark made him doubt it. It shouldn't be. John is the incumbent president, but it seems that this is not the first time that the President of the United States has been assassinated. We have limited information and cannot make a judgment. Alan Wilson blocked both ends ambiguously, but I can make an assumption, just a pure assumption. If there is a force that is dissatisfied with John to assassinate, just say that the murderer cannot be caught. Aiden and others nodded when they heard it, and then heard Alan Wilson said in a helpless tone, "You can't catch the murderer and then kill the murderer to silence him. If this happens, it will not be an ordinary conspiracy. Killing the murderer to silence him is not just some of Kennedy's family members who suspect his cause of death. All American citizens are not fools. Everyone knows that the assassination of the president is an undisguised conspiracy. Even if there is a force that assassinated the president, I don't think they have such courage." Alan Wilson's meaning is very simple. Any conspiracy is nonsense. The murderer has been caught. This is an isolated incident, which is more true than the professional appraisal report of firing 8 shots at his back with a rifle. Isn't this the daily life of America? In fact, if you have a little understanding of the city on the hill, you will understand that it is normal for major American forces to raise killers and eliminate targets that threaten them. In countries where American troops are stationed, even their own senior officials cannot guarantee their own safety. This judgment broke some of the solemn atmosphere, but Alan Wilson immediately replied seriously, "In fact, I have an unwelcome request. I hope to take a few days off to attend Kennedy's funeral." Okay. Aiden also knew some of Alan Wilson's connections in the American political arena, and nodded and promised, "You can go to the United States in a private capacity to express Britain's condolences to the Americans for this incident. This occasion is even better than a summit. There is no set goal, and you can speak freely and talk about meaningful things. Kennedy's contribution to death is greater than what he has made in his entire life. This funeral came at the right time. Because the optical cable from London to Perth has not been built yet, Alan Wilson and his wife can only communicate by telegraph. 9 years ago, Dutch scientist Abraham van Hal and British scientist Harold Hopkins wrote papers on imaging beams. Hopkins reported an imaging bundle of uncoated fibers, while Van Hal reported a simple bundle of coated fibers. He covered a bare optical fiber with a transparent cladding with a lower refractive index. This protected the reflective surface of the fiber from external deformation and greatly reduced interference between fibers. At the time, the biggest obstacle to the viable use of optical fiber was to achieve the lowest signal loss. The one who took over was Pamela Mountbatten, who built a fiber optic cable network between the British mainland and the Commonwealth and colonies. The collaborator in the European part was the Optical Instrument Research Company controlled by the German Hellman family. Pamela Mountbatten knew that her husband was going to the United States, so she wrote the information of the 3 major grain traders in the United States in the telegram. "Dear, I wish you a pleasant trip to the United States this time." Nonsense, it's obviously a state funeral. Alan Wilson couldn't help laughing, and reminded his beloved wife to pay attention to the occasion in his reply. "Be careful with your words and deeds, don't you want to call?" Chapter 1242 Remembering Kennedy. Secretary General, this is the protest and defense from Switzerland. Brest handed the Swiss defense document during the war to Alan Wilson. It's normal to make excuses. Even if the whole world knows that they are lying, they still think they are not lying. This era has really saved them. Alan Wilson said indifferently, otherwise, as the medieval proverb says, Swiss men can only be mercenaries, and women have a better fate, either marrying or becoming prostitutes. Can't we provoke opposition in Switzerland? Brest asked if this method is feasible. That country is made up of French people who don't want to be French, Germans who don't want to be Germans, and Italians who don't want to be Italians. Although it has the conditions to provoke ethnic conflicts, it is difficult to implement. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly. No Swiss border inspector cares what passport a visitor holds. It is believed, all Swiss people think so, that what a person holds is entirely his own business, especially when he holds gold bars or large banknotes. So whether Zurich or Geneva has its own power fortress, there is a consensus on this. Switzerland cherishes its status as a neutral country, so we should start from this. We should think of a way from the economic and trade perspective. Alan Wilson reminded him that after all, the member states of the European community and non-member states are different, and the tax rates are completely different. If they evade taxes, that would be even better, and they can use this opportunity to cause trouble for Switzerland. If it were really the Middle Ages, Switzerland would be easily dealt with, just as Alan Wilson said, the time saved Switzerland. Such things will happen after a long period of peace. For example, any country feels that it can balance offshore without any punishment, and can trample on the dignity of a great power without any bottom line. If it encounters a country with a good temper and strategic determination, it may not be retaliated for a while. But if it encounters a country like Russia with a bad temper, I hope that world peace will last for a long time. Secretary General, I actually don't understand. If Kennedy was killed from within, what was the reason? Brest hesitated to speak. He also heard the conversation on the 10th, and there are some questions that he couldn't help but say. Alan Wilson answered slowly, like an old monk in meditation. Kennedy fell into the logic loop of a politician. He thought he had to do something as a political achievement. He fell into this occupational disease, so he would hypnotize himself and believe it without a doubt. Is it not good to do something? Braxton opened his mouth, not knowing how to comment. Do you want to take practical things as political achievements? But if you do it wrong, it's better not to do it. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. The cheers of voters mean fame, glory, and prominent status for politicians. It's not that you can't pursue these things, but while pursuing these things, it hurts the cornerstone of the country, which is intolerable. Of course, I'm just talking about the facts. The above conclusion is based on the perspective of conspiracy. In fact, according to the current information, this is an isolated incident. According to traditional American reports, Oswald, as a white man, must be described as a lonely person with no friends. This description is very suitable for the context of isolated incidents. If it were a normal assassination, there would be no problem, but the person who died was the President of the United States, not an insignificant person. Therefore, the traditional reporting of the cover-up will inevitably become very strange as Oswald himself is silenced. The people who killed Kennedy did not just want to create an assassination case, otherwise it would be like Alan Wilson killing Duncan, and the failure to find the murderer would be an explanation. The effect that the forces who killed Kennedy wanted to create was that even if everyone suspected them, they would still be unable to do anything about them. It was a deterrent, not a warning in the general sense. It would be better to push Kennedy's reputation to the top and become the best president in the hearts of American citizens, so that the pleasure could be doubled. The cabinet secretary is still very busy and dare not slack off in the slightest. Commonwealth unity and European unity are both major issues. Anna believes that when dealing with the British, you cannot talk about business right away, or in other words, you cannot deal with such a cabinet secretary in this way at the beginning of the game. All the meetings in the past few months have only one purpose: personal contact. In an increasingly crazy mechanized world, electronic devices can complete several business deals in the blink of an eye, and face-to-face acquaintances have become more important. Besides, it won't be long before she turns 32nd. So you were less than 16 at the time. Alan Wilson took a breath. He couldn't let anyone know about this. The reason why he could hold Profumo's handle was because the Minister of Defense had a story with a minor. If you bully me in the future, I will ruin your reputation. Anna gritted her teeth. Now she was still indignant when she thought of the disgusting victorious style of this man at that time. How could it be? There would be no such thing in our relationship. Alan Wilson denied it flatly. On a personal level, He had no second thoughts, but he was a little wary of the motherland of the Dragoon sisters. He deserved the Soviet Union. Wasn't West Berlin enough? Must he sell the noose again and again? He couldn't do it all the time, even if he wanted to live longer. If it was just about food procurement, there would be absolutely no problem. The more the better. You have a conscience. Anna snorted. Since you are going to the United States, you should be clean and take a bath before you go. This kind of thing is natural. There is an oversized bathtub here, which is large enough for 2 people to play. After a long time, Anna climbed out of the swimming pool and dried her body on the other side of the bathtub. Alan Wilson squinted his eyes and looked at her. He saw Anna slowly wiping her two slender golden brown legs with a towel. When she stood up and wiped her shoulders, the cabinet secretary couldn't help but admire the beautiful curve of her back. The exposed back was very tempting. Europe's optical cable layout still needs to be more careful. Alan Wilson was a little dry and said something else. Germany is not Britain. The post-war government is very wary of the conglomerate. The general environment is here, unlike your wife, who is so free. Anna said with some envy. Have you ever thought about splitting up the Mountbatten group in Britain? Not yet. As long as I'm here, those bastards will never think of gaining fame. Alan Wilson's voice turned cold. He was a timid person and did not dare to do anything to the Prime Minister. But it is still easy to make up your mind to kill a few ministers. And once there is a rumor about this, Pamela Mountbatten will stay in Australia and not return, bringing a group of nobles who are no longer the same as before, to let the British government know what the British version of the deep government is. Hey, Hans's father is so scary. Just now it seemed like he was going to kill someone. Anna made a scared expression and asked with a charming look, you didn't really want to kill anyone just now. How is that possible? I'm just a public tool who serves the people wholeheartedly. Alan Wilson flatly denied it. Kennedy's funeral was scheduled to be held 3 days after the assassination. Alan Wilson had already set off in advance on the special plane that Pamela Mountbatten left for him. In addition to some necessary assistants, the rest of the entourage were from the agricultural team, who were used to negotiate cooperation with the 3 major grain traders in the United States. The special plane landed at New York International Airport. Alan Wilson looked at the airport in the largest city in the United States. If he remembered correctly, this international airport would soon be renamed in memory of the 35th President of the United States who was assassinated. New York International Airport changed its name to John Fitzgerald Kennedy International Airport after his full name, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. This is called professionalism. When Kennedy was alive, he didn't see any earth-shaking achievements. After his death, he was almost canonized. As the saying goes, Kennedy's death seems to have contributed more than his entire life. The team that negotiated with the 3 major grain traders got off the plane, and Alan Wilson then flew to Washington to attend Kennedy's state funeral. The whole of Washington was solemn and dignified, which showed the support Kennedy received after the Cuban Missile Crisis. He was not in the embarrassment of being questioned for his secret operation when he narrowly won the election against Nixon. It was a pity that Kennedy, who had lost his skull, could not see all this. His old friend McCarthy came to greet him. McCarthy knew that his British friend had a very typical symptom of poor direction and usually followed acquaintances. This is a very sad fact. Alan Wilson's face was solemn, and he seemed to be sad for the American citizens who had lost a great president. Kennedy was a great president, and his leadership was recognized by the whole world. McCarthy nodded, and together with Alan Wilson, he met Kennedy's brother, his widow Jacqueline, and Kennedy's 2 children. And former CIA Director Dulles. Let me add one more thing here. The CIA director is a thing of the past. Dulles paid the price for the failure of the Bay of Pigs operation. After the Nassau Conference, he accepted the National Security Medal from Kennedy, plus a letter of resignation, and began the last years of his life. Now Dulles actually has no official position. It was surprising to meet Dulles this time, but Alan Wilson was not a person who would serve him according to the dishes. Kennedy himself was a thing of the past, and the living still had to live. Although he always used the failure of Cuba to stimulate Dulles before, Kennedy had already let Dulles go, and he could not give Dulles another blow. While greeting, Alan Wilson even wondered if Dulles was among the forces that killed Kennedy. It was not impossible. Chapter 1243, Silencing the Witness. Dulles was also born into a political family, especially his deceased brother John Dulles, who was the Secretary of State during the Eisenhower era. Their grandfather John Watson Foster was the Secretary of State of President Benjamin Harrison, and their uncle Robert Lansing was the Secretary of State of President Woodrow Wilson. Although they never ascended to the throne, three people became the second in command of the United States in different eras, which can be regarded as a prominent name. Dulles, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, was the most ordinary one among them. Of course, this ordinary is not the same as the ordinary in the eyes of ordinary people. Even though he had been arranged to retire by Kennedy, Dulles still appeared in Washington, and Kennedy's funeral was about to begin. This can be seen. It is no wonder that Alan Wilson doubted Dulles' identity. If he were in the UK, he would have tortured the old man to test whether he was reliable. The common point between the two brothers is that they must be hostile to the Soviet Union and prevent the resurgence of Britain and France. However, as the situation has evolved to today, Alan Wilson can't say whether this idea has failed. France has lost almost all its colonies, but Algeria, which it values the most, has been preserved. Britain's rule over Malaya is now stable, its influence in the Middle East has not dissipated, and Africa is still pursuing a strategy that is beneficial to itself, trying to retain influence as much as possible after leaving. On the contrary, one of the brothers has died, and the other has retired, and their influence will definitely gradually dissipate. Only their sister Elena Dulles is still working in the US State Department. Compared with others, Alan Wilson is more familiar with McCarthy. In fact, McCarthy has a more coincidental thing. He and Kennedy and Nixon entered politics in the same year. Normally, that is, in Alan Wilson's world, McCarthy should be smooth sailing. Even if he can't become president like Kennedy and Nixon, it is not difficult to become a heavyweight senator and a one-party giant, just like now. Joseph, every time I see you, I want to go against my nature and persuade you to restrain your alcohol. Alan Wilson, with a dilemma, explained that it was not easy for him to make this difficult decision. Alan, don't say these things that spoil the fun. McCarthy shook his head slightly. How serious is this occasion today? Why did he talk about drinking? But after the funeral, he could consider using alcohol to numb his sorrow. On the way to the funeral, the two talked about some possible future developments. Alan Wilson was a little pessimistic. The Republican Party may be affected by the assassination of Kennedy in the election. Even in London, I know that he is very popular. The Republican Party may have a hard time in the election next year. But there is no need to make a fuss about it. Now is the time for the two parties to transform. The Republican Party is becoming more conservative, while the Democratic Party is stepping on the accelerator on the road to the white left. Both parties have a bright future. When the two parties reshape their values and continue to play chess, you see, isn't the purpose of coming out here. Alan Wilson took out a notebook that looked like a ghost painting, recorded his thoughts at this time, and went back to make a report on the possible political evolution of the United States due to the assassination of Kennedy, which would contribute to the professional image management of the cabinet secretary. What is this, Alan? McCarthy also saw the private notes of the Lord Zantang and asked curiously. Oh, a reminder book. Record what you see and think, and remind yourself to improve it when you have time. Alan Wilson said in front of McCarthy without hiding anything. What are these things? There are no two exactly the same people in the world. How could McCarthy know what Alan Wilson was thinking? But he was still curious, so there was nothing he could do. Alan Wilson couldn't tell McCarthy that these were all about the birthdays and hobbies of ladies of equal status to him and his wife. The latest record was that he and President Kennedy had become like-minded people, and only a small part was recorded. I just wanted to talk to Dulles about the international situation, but I forgot. Alan Wilson's acting skills, which were tested by the actresses, came into play at this time. The whole process was smooth, and he did not hide his original intention of coming for the special relationship between Britain and the United States. He used the occasion of this funeral to do his own thing. McCarthy understood. When asked by Alan Wilson, such as the question about the relationship between Dulles and the Republican Party, he gave a positive answer. You are not going back right away anyway. I will help you find an opportunity to talk to Dulles. By the way, have you arranged a place to stay? Someone has arranged it for me. Alan Wilson looked like he looked down on me. He also had friends in the United States. On the street, centered on the White House, countless pedestrians stopped. This scene is rarely seen in the United States. The last time such a treatment was given was by Roosevelt. Roosevelt was re-elected as president for 4 consecutive terms before he had an unprecedented funeral. Kennedy did this in just 3 years, which shows the success of his presidential image management. After Kennedy's coffin was transported back to Washington, people from all walks of life came to pay their respects to Kennedy. Even in the middle of the night, people who came to pay their respects were still queuing up. Kennedy's brother Robert Kennedy, his widow Jacqueline, and their 2 children also wore black coats and looked sad. At the funeral, President Kennedy's youngest son, John Kennedy Jr., saluted his father's coffin, and behind him was his uncle, Robert Kennedy. This scene can't help but make people cry. Alan Wilson, who was present at Kennedy's funeral, persisted to the end, practicing the special relationship between Britain and the United States with his own hands, and saw Jacqueline kneeling in front of Kennedy's tomb. But countless exclamations were heard in families across the United States. While the funeral was going on, the murderer, Oswald, was killed on the way to the county jail when he was taken out by the police. When Oswald was taken out, a hotel owner named Jack Ruby shot him to death. Since NBC was reporting on the deportation of criminals, it was absolutely unexpected that this murder scene was broadcast live. In this case, Oswald was killed on the spot by Jack Ruby, and it was broadcast live to thousands of households. Alan Wilson was expressing his grief to Robert Kennedy and happened to see his assistant coming over to whisper, and then the face of the Attorney General changed drastically. Kennedy's brother was relatively calm. At this moment, countless American citizens who watched the murder being broadcast live nationwide were all speaking sweetly, their mouths as if smeared with honey. "What's wrong, Robert?" Alan Wilson asked with an expression that said, "I don't say anything, but I know everything." "Nothing, Alan. I have something else to do." Robert Kennedy calmed down. He wanted to discuss it with his family. Many people are unreliable now, not to mention a British person. "It's okay, I can understand." Alan Wilson looked serious, as if he really knew nothing. "What's the use of being dissatisfied? It's just another soul killed by the gun. However, this is the internal affairs of the Americans. Even if there is a special relationship between Britain and the United States, the Secretary General of the Cabinet cannot interfere." Alan Wilson took a look at Jacqueline in black, who was followed by a pair of children. Usually, it was like this, but now it seemed to be acceptable. The funeral was over, but the impact of Kennedy's assassination, because the assassin was killed, live nationwide had just begun. Alan Wilson, who left with McCarthy, got a ride from the other end of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and returned to the residence prepared by his American friend, wondering when McCarthy would arrange a meeting between him and Dulles. The discussion about killing and silencing had nothing to do with him at this time. He ran all the way from London to Washington in one breath and now wanted to take a break. He knocked on the door and shouted, "Cheryl." Soon a 20-year-old girl opened the door. She was not surprised to see the visitor. "Uncle Wilson, I'm done. Cheryl, you respected me very much when you were in Europe. Have you forgotten your ladylike manners after returning to the United States?" Alan Wilson commented in the tone of an elder. Lana Turner appeared and winked at her daughter. "Don't talk to Uncle Wilson like that. It doesn't matter, I'm not that old. We can talk about our own things." Alan Wilson shook his head and sighed. "You said that you had a child at the age of 16, so this kind of problem would arise." Alan Wilson was very open-minded and didn't care about his friend's daughter's mischief. "I have admitted in front of Dulles that Shirley is my daughter. Who would be angry with a daughter?" Just as he said to McCarthy, although he is British, he also has several friends in the United States. If there is enough time, he also wants to see his son. "I wonder how he is living with Pauline Goddard." "Dulles?" Lana Turner frowned. "Secretary of State? For ordinary people, who is the director of the Central Intelligence Agency is not as well known as who is the Secretary of State. Family, do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry now." Alan Wilson said in a long voice, not forgetting his daughter's senses. "Cheryl, how is life in the United States?" You won't be unaccustomed to staying in Europe for a long time, right? Talking nonsense is just for fun. Alan Wilson really needs a good rest. Now he is forcing himself to joke. His eyelids start to fight when he sees the pillow. He slept soundly at Lana Turner's place. Kennedy's funeral and the murder happened one after another, which has caused an uproar and once again broke out of the United States and went to the world. At the cabinet meeting at 10 Downing Street, the cabinet secretary was missing, but before leaving, the cabinet secretary categorically believed that it was an isolated incident. The words that he dared to kill the murderer, to silence him, are still ringing in his ears. The murderer was really killed to silence him. I wonder what Alan Wilson, who swore solemnly, would think if he knew it. But was Kennedy's assassination really murder? Murder of a sitting president with a prominent background? Chapter 1244, Great Strength Creates Miracles. Just like that, before Alan Wilson left, he swore that it was an isolated incident. Even a sitting president could be killed in this way. What could the United States not do? The discussion at 10 Downing Street this time was much more heated than the news of Kennedy's assassination. Both Eden and other cabinet ministers felt the same way. Duncan's death has not been found out to this day. Rabbo Butler mentioned Churchill's son-in-law, Duncan, the Minister of Defense and Minister of the Commonwealth Affairs, who was killed. In fact, his death was exactly the same as Kennedy's. Eden recalled carefully that Duncan was indeed shot in a convertible, but Duncan died in the colonies, not on British soil. What was the result of the investigation at the time? Profumo asked. He was just an ordinary member of the House of Commons at the time, and had not been entrusted with important tasks, so he was not clear about the matter. At the time of disarmament, the investigation report suspected that it was the dissatisfied colonial troops who took action because of disarmament and withdrawal, but due to the limitations of colonial conditions, the results could not be determined. If the investigation was in depth, if Alan Wilson was in 10 Downing Street, he would definitely curse the Americans for plagiarism. He even used a convertible once. The United States is a beacon of the free world after all, and it cannot change its approach. The difference is that Duncan's assassination this time is still quite obvious, and the investigation report did not conceal the suspect. It's just that there are so many things that it is difficult to find out. Since then, the Ministry of Defense has also been more attentive to the treatment of disarmament. In simple terms, it has improved the retirement treatment and welfare security of soldiers to quell possible dissatisfaction caused by disarmament. Of course, the result of this is that the Ministry of Defense did a calculation and found that the disarmament did not save much money compared to not disarming. It just saved some weapons and equipment procurement costs. Since then, the Ministry of Defense has greatly reduced its enthusiasm for disarmament. The new disarmament plan is still to carry out long-term disarmament and reduce the total strength of the British Army to 595,000. Then, the gradual replacement with overseas troops is closely related to Britain's colonial independence plan and closely integrated. Also, because Britain's financial situation continues to improve, the Conservative Party is no longer enthusiastic about disarmament. In Washington, Lana Turner's high-end apartment, the hostess took the microphone and lowered her voice. "Well, it's been a long time since we last met." While speaking, a pair of eyes also stole a glance to the side, afraid of waking up the guests who were resting here. Lana Turner was overthinking. As long as Alan Wilson fell asleep, he would be a dead pig, because he was in a state of long-term lack of sleep, and once he fell asleep, he would be particularly sweet. When the cabinet secretary who was running around for the country woke up, he could already hear the voices of a group of beautiful women. Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, Lana Turner, Joan Bennett. Everyone is here. Long time no see, ladies. Alan Wilson greeted with a hangover look and acted like a gentleman in front of the ladies of the same status as his wife. "Just live here?" Joan Crawford raised her eyebrows. Her iconic big eyebrows were quite lively. "Otherwise, you are my only friends in the United States," Alan Wilson said in a tone that things should be like this, and then turned to Lana Turner. "Do you have anything to eat? I was busy all day yesterday, and today I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." At different stages of these ladies' lives, he at least appeared and helped a lot. If he didn't even take care of the meals, Alan Wilson thought it was a bit too much. After a while, it became 4 rich women watching a foreign man eating soft rice. The scene was very embarrassing, but the cabinet secretary did not feel embarrassed. While eating, he watched TV and reported the news that the assassin who assassinated Kennedy was shot and killed. This actually happened. Joan Bennett was full of emotion. He also knew that Alan Wilson came here to attend the state funeral this time and met with many political figures before. It's not good for you to know too much. Alan Wilson ate noodles slurpingly. It was unexpected that Lana Turner's noodles tasted quite good. Attending the state funeral was only the official mission. He came to the United States to communicate about the situation in Southeast Asia. To be precise, it was about how to treat the Sukarno regime, but these ladies didn't need to know. The truth will come out sooner or later. After reading the news, Bette Davis expressed her confidence in the American system. Alan Wilson agreed with it. The poorest patriots in the East End of London would involuntarily straighten their chests when they thought of Britain's industry and wealth. It's just that this mentality has now been transferred to Americans, which is very normal. Alan Wilson is not familiar with all of Vivian's friends, that is, the 12 tied female stars, but the relationship between the 4 in front of him is really quite good. It is also very normal to come to the United States to get together. As for the simple patriotism expressed by Bette Davis just now, he, a British, will not correct the other party, and this will not affect his judgment of the international situation. It is absolutely okay to listen to it. The conditions in the United States were unique in the industrial age. If there was any disadvantage, it was that the terrain of North America was like a big funnel, facing the Arctic Ocean, with mountains on the east and west coasts, and the terrain in the middle was too flat, which was prone to extreme climate. If the United States had a mountain range similar to the Kinling Mountains on its border, then the conditions in the United States could really be called a chosen place by heaven. If there was a big river running east-west, like the Yangtze River, it would be perfect. Assuming that such a water system existed, it would change the imbalance between the east and west coasts and the interior of the United States. Although the Mississippi River is good, its estuary faces poor Latin America, and it can't serve as a major artery at all. It's a pity. I'm going to visit the Dulles family next to talk about things. If the ladies don't mind, you can go together. Alan Wilson made an invitation, which was greeted by several stunned faces. The family of the Secretary of State? Bette Davis asked with doubt, but her tone was obviously eager to try. Betty, I almost forgot that you know about the political and business circles. Alan Wilson smiled and nodded. I think we are friends. Since we are here once, it is always good to help each other introduce each other. Of course, this is only one reason. Alan Wilson is a British man. Although he brought an assistant, he was unfamiliar with the place. He was really scared to go to the home of a former intelligence director. Anyway, he didn't have the image of a gentleman in Dulles' eyes, so he went with a few celebrities who brought their own traffic. Safety is above all else, and things like reputation are dispensable. I'm willing to. Bette Davis was the first to agree. She felt that she couldn't miss this opportunity. Dulles' home, Langley, on the outskirts of Washington, is like a small town all over the United States, free from any intrusion from the outside world. But in fact, this seemingly inconspicuous place, no different from an ordinary small town, is the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency. It is also where the Dulles brothers and sisters live. Many intelligence officers and agents also moved their homes to various small towns near Langley. After returning home from overseas missions, this place became their haven for rest. Some agents even started real estate business, renting out unused houses before going on business trips and seeing the value of the houses appreciate. After returning home a few years later, many people saw business opportunities in CIA agents, helping them as real estate agents, or helping them transport exotic furniture back home after business trips. Alan Wilson sat in McCarthy's car and called for well-known friends to come and visit, which surprised Dulles. Alan, you are too wrong to serve the society. If you were in Hollywood, I believe you would definitely have a place in the world of fame and fortune. Dulles glanced at the four ladies dressed in fancy clothes and said with emotion. In fact, Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, Lana Turner, and Joan Bennett were all dream lovers in the eyes of thousands of Americans at their peak. One of them could be considered a mistake, but four of them appeared together. Dulles doubted whether the small body of a British gentleman could withstand it. If you hadn't threatened me at the time of the Nassau Agreement, do you think I would be so ostentatious? I don't have many friends in the United States. It's hard for me to come here once, so I'll just get together. Alan Wilson had an ambiguous expression and lowered his voice. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you threaten to make it public? Dulles was about to say something, but Alan Wilson had already completed the transformation of talking like farting, and his face straightened and said, actually, the purpose of my coming here is that I'm worried about the situation in Southeast Asia. I hope that the United States and Britain can work together to eliminate the threat posed by the Sukarno regime. Dulles no longer paid attention to the ladies in the garden outside and said hesitantly, Sir Wilson, it may be very difficult for you. It's not that we are unwilling to cooperate with Britain, but it's difficult to start. Dulles had taken action against Indonesia, but he was unsuccessful. He had used methods such as creating romantic incidents and supporting rebels. There was a military group in Indonesia before, and this group especially wanted to get support from the United States, which made Dulles ecstatic. So, a paramilitary operations expert and a radio operator were sent to Sumatra, and a large amount of weapons were transported to the rebels through the US military base in the Philippines. The CIA also recruited 300 or 400 Americans and Filipinos, and took transport planes to Indonesia. When Sukarno was on a visit, the rebels launched a rebellion in Sumatra, and then the rebel air force attacked Bandung, Makassar, Ambon and other places. But the rebellion was almost quelled, causing the United States to no longer dare to act rashly. It can be said that before the Bay of Pigs operation, Dulles first suffered a big loss in Indonesia. This was not a very good memory for Dulles. Just as he was about to say something, the phone on his left rang. Dulles was a little strange. When he picked up the phone, he heard the voice of Alina Dulles. Alan, there was a coup in Jakarta, and the Indonesian army was purged. It was in English, and Alan Wilson naturally heard it clearly. At this time, the Supreme Authority was also shocked, and said in a lost voice, how is this possible? We didn't get any wind. Who did this? Although he was not completely unprepared, Alan Wilson never thought that things would turn out like this. Chapter 1245 Who Lost Indonesia? Alan, is there someone next to you? Alina Dulles asked in a questioning tone. The Alan she was talking about was not the guest who came to the Dulles family, but his brother Alan Dulles. There is indeed an important guest, Alina. If you have time, come home and talk. Dulles glanced at Alan Wilson and said to his sister, okay, I'll be there right away. Alina Dulles was silent for a moment and gave a positive response to her brother's invitation. The call was short, but the information contained in it was huge. Alan Wilson, who heard only a few words, scratched his head and asked hurriedly, how could this happen? What is the situation in Indonesia now? I have said long ago that we should take action against Indonesia, otherwise it would not have evolved to this point today. Facing Alan Wilson's impolite accusation, Dulles was speechless. This kind of expression of embarrassment rarely appeared on Dulles' face, but this time he was really embarrassed. You should know how difficult it is for the United States to take military action without saying a word and send troops 10,000 kilometers away. It's so funny. 16,000 soldiers in Vietnam are British? Alan Wilson asked in a tone of you really can joke. In the past few years, we have repeatedly discussed Indonesian affairs with the United States, but we have been coldly received. The subversion plan alone can now be packed in a suitcase. The hesitation of Washington is the fundamental reason for losing Indonesia today. After the Korean War began, the Republicans accused Truman and specifically questioned who lost China. Now we can have the second round. Who lost Indonesia? Alan Wilson's face was filled with the frustration of a victim, as if today's news had dealt a heavy blow to Britain. He even began to speak without thinking. The United States has never respected its allies. You don't see anyone in your eyes. I think you are just afraid of killing Indonesia and increasing the influence of British Malaya and walking a tightrope between Britain and Indonesia. Absolutely not. Dulles was shocked. The reason for his shock was that Alan Wilson's suspicion was true. He and his brother, the Secretary of State, did think so. He regarded the Soviet Union as an enemy and Britain and France as potential enemies, but he could think so, but he could never say it out loud. He could not accept Alan Wilson's accusation. Dulles also had his own difficulties. The plan formulated by the British side was not radical in the early years. In recent years, especially in the past 2 years, all amphibious landings have been carried out, and the United States has sent her special forces of thousands of people to act together with Britain. Dulles couldn't even handle Cuba, and he traveled thousands of miles to deal with a country with an area of millions of square kilometers and a population approaching 100 million. This was beyond his ability. If his brother were alive, it would be easier. Seeing that the situation was about to move towards the road of Britain's responsibility for the loss of Congo, and who was responsible for the loss of Indonesia, Dulles predicted the other party's prediction. The situation is still unclear. Maybe there is still a chance to turn the tables. Where is the opportunity? Now we are all in the dark. Alan Wilson's face was very tense, as if he was suppressing his anger. The information revealed by this phone call also shocked him. He expected the situation to develop like this. There must be a battle of wits and courage, and a battle of alliances, to decide the ownership of the largest country in Southeast Asia. What about now? What is this? Is it a miracle of great strength? Was it a temporary impulse or a long-term plan? I had no idea. Elena Dulles was a little surprised when she came. She thought her brother had found a second spring after retirement. How come there were several female stars in the house? After asking, she found out that they were brought by guests. She had already imagined the image of middle-aged Hollywood rich man, but when she saw the British cabinet secretary, she realized that she was wrong. Sir Wilson, I didn't expect that I would have such a good relationship with the opposite sex in the United States. Elena Dulles asked with a faint smile. Not all of them are of the opposite sex. I have a good relationship with McCarthy and Robert. Alan Wilson answered sincerely. Elena Dulles raised her eyebrows and stopped talking when she heard Robert Kennedy's name. She said meaningfully, the Attorney General is indeed an admirable person. I think he may be a great president in the future. Alan Wilson answered decisively. Elena Dulles wanted to say something, but Dulles spoke first. Elena, what is going on in Indonesia? Is it related to the Jakarta Axis? The Sukarno government in Jakarta has good relations with China and North Korea. The so-called Jakarta Axis refers to China, North Korea and Indonesia. Jakarta is still in the fog. We don't know much about the situation. It may be the Soviet Union. This happened just after the Soviet fleet sent to Indonesia arrived. Moscow cannot get rid of suspicion either. Elena Dulles wanted to know more clearly, but there is indeed limited information now. Alan Wilson kept talking, saying that the United States should have joined forces with Britain to carry out a surgical assault earlier. Even if it failed, it would not have evolved to the situation today. Elena Dulles knew that her two brothers were anti-Soviet, but more wary of representatives of Britain and France. But no matter what, Britain and France were also NATO allies, so she could only change the subject and said, Sir Wilson, if military means worked, Britain would not have dragged the United States to establish NATO. There is a saying in the theory of monarchy that the most unreliable and vulnerable thing is to have no strength to back it up, but only a false reputation or bluffing. Alan Wilson quoted the classic and said slowly, do you think that Ms. Elena can only rely on the United States? I would like to remind you that during the time when Britain led the world, it did everything that Britain should do. Yes, everyone thinks that the United States and the Soviet Union are now the leaders of the world. However, the United States has not yet shown its willingness to maintain the will of the free world. Alan Wilson's words were full of sarcasm. Britain's world hegemony ended, at least in war. Regardless of whether it was World War II or the Suez Canal War, Britain's military forces fought to the last moment. The most unreliable and vulnerable thing is to have no strength to back it up. The saying that a country has a reputation or bluff is more suitable for the United States decades later. In Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, the Indonesian Communist Party seems to have a particularly strong presence today. Members of the People's Youth Association, trade unions and women's associations under the Indonesian Communist Party can be seen on the streets in real time, as if they had received some kind of order. Some rumors are circulating that the military is the US Pakistan, and they are mobilizing forces outside the United Nations. to overthrow the government of the founding father Sukarno, making Indonesia the spokesperson of reactionary forces in Southeast Asia, and at the same time giving up its sovereignty claims over Kalimantan and New Guinea. This rumor was immediately confirmed by the noon broadcast. Army Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Yani, Lieutenant General Pandiaitan and Major General Haryono, Major General Supraputo, Major General Perilman and Brigadier General Sudozo, General Nasution and General Suharto conspired to launch a coup. The coup has been thwarted, and President Sukarno is safe and sound. At the Soviet embassy, Alexeyev turned off the radio and continued to write a report on maintaining Indonesia's sovereignty and independence. After a while, he finished the report and left the room and happened to meet Ambassador Yugendamov. Alyosha. Yugendamov called out to Alexeyev. A complex look flashed in his eyes. He decided to have a good talk with the instigator of the miracle. The fighting in the suburbs is still going on. It is still unknown whether the bombing of the Tu-16 bomber can force Suharto to surrender. The Soviet Union not only sent a fleet, but also 40 Tu-16 bombers. Of course, the pilots also took office with Alexeyev. This time, under the pretext of the army's coup, the raid on the Indonesian military was a great success, but Suharto still escaped and contacted the mechanized troops of the Siliwangi Division. The Siliwangi Division has already headed to Jakarta. Of course, this side will not sit idly by. The 42-16 bombers assisted by the Soviet Union came in handy at this time and bombed the Siliwangi Division. It can be said that there is still a possibility of reversal. Alexeyev put away the telegram to be sent and replied, "Comrade Ambassador, Sukarno is in our hands. As long as this mechanized force is disarmed, we will basically control the overall situation of Indonesia. The fundamental reason is that President Sukarno cannot make any mistakes. There are also armed forces supporting Sukarno in the Indonesian army, such as the Diponegoro Division. Compared with the Siliwangi Division, the main troops of the Diponegoro Division are progressive youth. The Diponegoro Division has also accepted the order issued by Sukarno and deployed defenses to block the Siliwangi Division from advancing to support military generals." After Alexeyev came to Indonesia, he quickly learned from a dinner of the Indonesian Communist Party that the strength of the Indonesian Communist Party is 3 million party members, 3 million members of the People's Youth Association, and 3 million members of trade unions. What is there to hesitate about? Is President Sukarno still in the Independence Palace? Alexeyev suggested. In fact, we should have a deep talk with the president to show that we have no ill intentions. At this moment, a man who looked like a diplomat came in, saluted Alexeyev, and then reported to Yugendamov, "Mr. Ambassador, the Air Force has thwarted the advance plan of Siliwangi. After a citywide search, Suharto has also been captured." Chapter 1246. There is no mouth that cannot be opened. Well done, this is reassuring. Alexeyev said approvingly, then thought for a while and said, "Since President Sukarno is safe, let's communicate with him and crush this military conspiracy of treason and have a perfect ending. What do you think, Ambassador?" "I think this is the best." Yugendamov had no objection. His father was the second in command of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and his mother was even more powerful, one of the domestic giants. Maybe the Kremlin is celebrating now? After all, Moscow also knows about the important position of Indonesia, otherwise it would not be so generous to directly send a fleet plus 40 bombers. Although the Soviet Union has provided a lot of military aid and used military aid as a means of diplomacy, this is the first time that such a large amount of money has been made. According to the latest news, Siliwangi was bombarded by the Indonesian Air Force on the way to Jakarta, and its heavy equipment has been lost. Once an army loses all its heavy equipment, it can almost be judged as losing its combat effectiveness. Of course, Alexeyev made this judgment based on the experience of the Soviet Union. Maybe the situation in Indonesia is different. In the next 24 hours, it is estimated that the political situation in Indonesia will cause protests from the so-called free world, but as long as Sukarno does not object to this, the enemy will not find an opportunity. Alexeyev and Ambassador Yugendamov set out for the Independence Palace together, where Sukarno lived. Because Alexeyev did not believe in Sukarno's own ability and his wife of unknown origin. In this operation, Sukarno was concealed. Indonesia's national military force is only 180,000, and it is divided into the Army, Navy, and Air Force. There are only 2 combat-capable divisions of the Armenia Jakarta. Maybe among the third world countries, this kind of military force is not weak. But in the eyes of the son of the Tsar, it is indeed not that strong. On the contrary, the Indonesian Communist Party has 3 million members and radiates nearly 20 million people. It can be said to be the most powerful revolutionary force, except China and the Soviet Union. If it is not strong, it would have been suppressed by the military like ordinary countries. Since the Indonesian military can coexist peacefully with the Indonesian Communist Party for so many years, it means that both sides are still afraid of each other's strength. So what are you waiting for? Alexeyev, who had collected a lot of information about Sukarno in Moscow, concluded that the Indonesian president was not a real strong man. Balancing the right wing represented by the military and the Republic of Indonesia would inevitably have a showdown in the end. Alyosha, what made you decide to do it? On the way to the Independence Palace, Eugendimov still felt unreal as he saw the scenery outside flying backwards. On the day when the news of Kennedy's assassination came, Alexeyev answered in a low voice, I have an uncle who taught me that I must always use landmark events to cover up real actions. I think the assassination of the US president is also a landmark event, right? Alexeyev was considered a person with a good enough background in the Soviet Union. According to the joke, the cultural czar also has a son, and only one son. The cultural czar's beloved son was going abroad to perform a mission. Furtsever specifically asked Semachesny to let the KGB chairman, who was terrified at the level of the Central Committee members, agree to withdraw armed forces from the Dzerzhinsky division. This is of course a violation of discipline, which has caused some people to criticize Furtsever, but she is a woman, so everyone thinks that it is not necessary to be general, and no one is in the mood to pay attention to such trivial matters. The impact of the stroke of the second secretary Kozlov is much greater than anything else. After Kozlov was hospitalized for a stroke, his condition improved for a time, but he did not recover in the end. The second secretary is no longer able to perform his duties, and the question of who will be Khrushchev's successor has surfaced again. Those who are interested in this are seizing the time to win support. How could Furtsever, the only female member of the Central Presidium, be held accountable for opening a back door for her son? Everyone has children, and it is not that they cannot understand a mother, not to mention that Furtsever's son is still very young. The children of other members are not of the same generation. It was not until 2 hours later that Alexeyev followed Eugendimov out of the Independence Palace. He appeared as a recorder, and his notebook was full of crosses and ticks. Witnessing Eugendimov from the perspective of an observer, he explained in detail the dialogue process that thwarted the coup. When Eugendimov and Sukarno were talking, he kept writing down every sentence of the dialogue, judging whether Sukarno was insincere, and wrote it down in symbols, filling several pages with dense records. Alyosha, what are you writing down? Eugendimov didn't know what the son of the Tsar was doing. It might be some special skills of the KGB. This is not a special skill, but he learned it from an uncle. But since there is this question, Alexeyev nodded directly and said, some skills to judge emotional fluctuations. Sukarno did not believe our explanation completely. There were many emotional fluctuations, but it was because of this fluctuation that I could conclude that, although he is the father of a country, he is not a strong person with a strong will. In fact, the leaders of many countries are also ordinary people. I judge that, as long as we guarantee his status, he will not cause any trouble to the interests of the Soviet Union in the end. Normally, if you lose, you will hold a grudge, and if you win, you will counterattack. But after this incident in Indonesia, the domestic balance has been broken. After the military was eliminated, there is no obstacle in front of the Indonesian Communist Party. Now it should think about the smooth transition of power, and do things beautifully. If it were another country without such a big foundation, Alexeyev would definitely not think so. He would definitely counterattack and eliminate any dangerous attempts in the bud and directly get Sukarno out. Eugendimov also nodded and said, let's ask for opinions from the country. Is that okay with you? No problem. I want to see the captured generals. Alexeyev paused at this, while they are still alive. Several street lights flickered on both sides of the quiet road. There were several dark bushes and newly planted banyan trees lined up on the side of the street. I really don't want to move, just sit here quietly and enjoy the coming night. The stars blinked innocently in the city sky, and the beautiful moonlight poured down, making you feel the arrival of late night. The wildflowers beside the wall bloomed one after another, emitting waves of sweet and greasy fragrance, as if they wanted to clean up the exhaust smell of the cars tested during the day. Just sit like this, sit until dawn, smoke one cigarette after another, waiting for the sunrise. Don't get me wrong, Alexeyev is outside the base where the military generals are imprisoned. In his opinion, the environment here is good, even as a place to rest. Of course, this is just a thought. If the communication results this time are good, then it is necessary to go through the trial process. But if there is no communication, after today, these enemies of the people will have no need to live. The situation in Indonesia can be said to be a big deal. The pro-American military high level has been defeated. The Soviet Union is the winner of this time-consuming, but not easy struggle. Under the guidance of the guards, Alexeyev, with an interpreter, walked into the cells where the generals were imprisoned, especially the cell where Suharto was held, who escaped the first raid and almost caused an accident. He was a little disappointed as he watched intently. This Indonesian general should be younger than the Soviet general of the same age. He was thin and small, and did not look like a very impressive figure. He did not know why such a person was on the list his mother gave him. However, at this point, Alexeyev had to admit that his mother had a point. If this general, who was not a high-ranking official, had escaped, he would have been a problem. The Commander Siliwangi, whom you were counting on, lost his combat effectiveness after being bombed by the Air Force. Even if he could still resist for a while, you would not have seen him. Alexeyev narrated to himself through the iron fence, and the translator conveyed it to Suharto. But Suharto did not respond, which was very annoying. This triggered the theorem that Alexeyev had been instilled with: there is no mouth that cannot be opened. Alexeyev put out his cigarette. He walked past the thin general and patted him on the shoulder. I'm not interested in whether you dislike me or like me, but I want to ask you a few questions. Because this matter is very confidential, I will leave you alone to talk. Alexeyev walked directly into the detention room and closed the door behind him. Even a very dull person would feel the painful waiting. This waiting dominated the old vampire. But in the depths of Alexeyev's heart, there was no pity or sympathy. Looking at this dazed old man with his own eyes, he only felt disgust and disappointment. Then Alexeyev pushed the stool closer. Suharto's eyes were startled by this sudden movement and turned around quickly. He smiled cruelly with satisfaction. Look into my eyes. So, please tell me, you villain, how do you want to implement your dirty plan? Are you going to launch a military coup and overthrow President Sukarno? General Suharto shook his head hard. He asked tremblingly, specifically, what are you interested in? First of all, how did you get the news? Are you still determined to fight to the end? If you can satisfy my curiosity to a certain extent, I decided to give you a quick death, or let death be the relief of your endless nightmare. Can you pull out your nails? Suharto raised his head timidly again and asked with interest. That's too boring, man, and similar methods may not satisfy me. At first, for example, I want to be a dental intern, and you will be my first patient. Alexeyev stood up from the round stool and approached the old man. As long as your row of teeth are not false teeth. Then he grabbed the general's nose hard and hit him in the stomach with his fist. Suharto opened his mouth involuntarily. Before he could make a sound, he had already grasped his jaw with his hands and suddenly pulled it down, saying, "My friend, your mouth is no longer a mouth, but a weapons exhibition hall." Great. General Suharto tried to struggle and shook his head. A knee to the head dispelled any thought of escaping, and Alexeyev took his wet fingers out of his mouth and wiped them with the collar of his general's uniform. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1247. This is called professionalism. Then, Alexeyev put Suharto's chin back on. He was very satisfied with this operation. The knowledge learned in school should be applied flexibly so that it will not be unfamiliar. He came to the base where the Indonesian generals were detained. His purpose was actually very simple. It was not to ask about the injuries of the deceased. Instead, he hoped that these arrested generals would be more sensible, admit defeat, and leave in an open and above-board manner. This way, the family members would not be implicated. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for everyone. I might as well make it clear. If you admit that you colluded with the United States to plot a coup, you can still seek magnanimity. How about it? Let's continue talking like sensible people, or I won't bother with this matter anymore and let it drag on indefinitely. The general shook his teeth, checked the mobility of his teeth, and began to speak. You have no evidence. That kind of thing is not important. Alexeyev waved his hand nonchalantly. What's important is who won. If you are living in a different place now, will you let the Indonesian Communist Party go? I guess the massacre has already started. The Indonesian Communist Party is one of the most revolutionary forces in the world. Once you take action, don't tell me that you will take it lightly. This is also the future that the Indonesian army needs to face. But for Indonesia, the army is so small, it is an acceptable price. The second generation official is not his biological father, so naturally he doesn't know that the collapse of the Indonesian Communist Party caused millions of bloodshed. It also caused the question of whether it was my responsibility to lose Jinnah, and whose responsibility it was to lose Nanjing. The Soviet Union caught a big country spitting for several years and thought that you should be responsible for this matter. Who told you to say that you are in charge of Asian affairs? Alan Wilson also knew that a certain big country had no weight in Indonesian affairs and could not be relied on if something really happened. So for the long-term stability of Malaya, he cooperated with the cultural czar. But at this time, he was far away in Washington and did not know that Firtsieva was so willing to send even her son. What was the supreme authority doing at this time? It was nothing more than extending his trip to the United States. He was originally here to attend Kennedy's state funeral, but now he had to talk to the Americans about who was responsible for this issue. The Indonesian issue should have been the pinnacle of the US Central Intelligence Agency during the Cold War, killing the Indonesian Communist Party with 3 million members, but now it has become the biggest defeat since the beginning of the Cold War. Indonesia's status in Southeast Asia cannot be overemphasized. In Southeast Asia, which covers more than 4 million square kilometers, its own size is close to half, and the population ratio is slightly lower, but it is also more than 4 layers. In this world, Britain took advantage of Sukarno's unstable foothold and cut out the largest island of Kalimantan and New Guinea. The area shrank a lot, but the population did not change. Kalimantan and New Guinea are just large in area, but they don't have many people. Indonesia's population is concentrated in Java and Sumatra. Java has the best agricultural conditions among all the islands in the world. This island is just over 100,000 square kilometers. It is located at the equator and can be planted all year round. Its grain production is more than twice that of Australia. There is black soil in this world, but most of it is in higher latitudes and cannot be planted all year round. Indonesia lost 2 large islands, but its area is still over 1 million square kilometers, and its population has not lost. It is still the most powerful country in Southeast Asia. The change of this country will have a profound impact. The Indonesian Communist Party, this freak, must be localized immediately. After appreciating the results, Alexeyev said this when he and Yajendamov went to the headquarters of the Indonesian Communist Party. For such a large political party, the Chinese are too heavy in terms of the ratio of Chinese to Indonesian native ethnic groups. If this situation continues, it will do more harm than good to take over Indonesia. Do you mean to purge? Yajendamov looked at the good son of the cultural czar and was going to make big news again. That's not necessary. Alexeyev denied this idea. As long as the size of the Indonesian Communist Party continues to expand, the overwhelming local ethnic group can change the nature of the Indonesian Communist Party. Now we should create such an impression that the entire country of Indonesia has to make an inevitable choice to take back the territory occupied by imperialism. Joining the Indonesian Communist Party is the greatest love for Indonesia as a country. It can also be influenced by some subtle influences, to make the Indonesian Communist Party become the Communist Party of Indonesia, not the Communist Party of Indonesian Chinese. In fact, at the same time as the two people were talking, with Sukarno's promise, Indonesia had already begun a campaign to capture imperialist spies. Its main purpose was to capture the army generals, foreign agents who were working together and lurking in Indonesia. There are several types of people: fraud islands, the Philippines, Malaya, and British and American people in Indonesia. Along with the Indonesian issue, the free world and the Soviet bloc have erupted in a fierce war of words. Both sides fiercely accused each other of launching a coup in Indonesia and persecuting Indonesia's sovereignty and integrity. Although Kalimantan and New Guinea were both occupied by Britain and the Netherlands, the issue of right and wrong was not about the fact that the Soviet bloc was undermining Indonesia's sovereignty. Alyosha, how did you get the confessions of those generals? Yugentimov was very curious about the actions of the Tsar's son yesterday. Why did they all honestly admit the accusation of launching a coup under the instructions of the United States? Yugentimov thought that they had been tortured into confessing, but he also heard that the detained generals did not have any injuries. I just took a piece of wire and told them that I would insert it into their penises if they did not admit it. Alexei boasted with a beaming face. What a joke. Would a professional anti-counter-revolutionary work leave any handle? In addition to removing Suharto's jaw at the beginning, he did everything else and immediately replaced it. For the Soviet Union, this was a huge victory and a great thing to enhance the strength of its camp. Moreover, Indonesia has rubber that the Soviet Union urgently needs to import, although the Soviet Union can also get it from Malaya through certain channels. But the rubber sold by the British profiteers is really not cheap, and it seems that it is stuck in the position where the Soviet synthetic rubber industry cannot make up its mind. Now the situation in Indonesia can make Moscow look forward to a stable rubber supply base in the future. Both Shelepin and Brezhnev expressed congratulations to Furtsever. Although the good son of the cultural Tsar, relying on his mother, resolutely took the action of making great efforts to create miracles, which was very adventurous. But if it succeeds, it is not adventurous, but a valuable quality of decisiveness and courage to take responsibility. Sure enough, there are famous sayings all over the world, such as good birds choose trees to live, and loyal ministers do not serve two masters, which are blocked at both ends. Furtsever can be said to be radiant, and her son's performance this time can be said to be very proud of her. At this point, the news from Indonesia has shown that the Soviet Union is the winner in this confrontation. Even the broadcast of the coup generals admitting their crimes has been broadcast. What else can imperialism say? At the meeting of the Central Presidium, Khrushchev cheered for the great victory. As usual, the whole meeting was full of compliments. All the members expressed their loyalty and emphasized that it was under the leadership of Comrade Khrushchev that such a great victory was achieved. Comrade Yugentimov hopes to adopt a conservative attitude towards the development of the situation. The reason is that there are some problems with the Indonesian Communist Party itself. Brezhnev spoke next. This order used to belong to Kozlov, but now it belongs to the handsome man. The so-called conservative attitude is naturally a problem of the nature of the Indonesian Communist Party. Many Indonesians believe that the position of the Indonesian Communist Party is problematic. To put it bluntly, which big brother should the Indonesian Communist Party follow, the Soviet Union or? If this problem is not solved well, the current good situation will still have hidden dangers. Now in the position of the Soviet Union, it is necessary to solve this problem after a great victory, which will take some time. First Secretary, I think the suggestion of the Jakarta comrades is very reasonable. They are all in the local area and have first-hand information. After Brezhnev finished his words in a paraphrase, he pretended to listen to others and said, Comrade Furtsever, do you think this suggestion makes sense? I personally think it is necessary to listen to the suggestions of local comrades. Furtsever also expressed her support for Brezhnev in neutral words. Indonesia stands in the progressive camp and can solve some of the Soviet Union's shortcomings in raw materials. Kosygin expressed his views from an economic perspective. The most important thing is that as the country with the largest population and area in Southeast Asia, Indonesia's tendency will cause a series of consequences. Shelepin's view is to work hard in terms of security. It is nothing more than that the situation in Southeast Asia has evolved in a direction that is beneficial to the Soviet Union and not conducive to imperialism. Resources can also help the Soviet Union, at least in tin mines. The Soviet Union is blessed by nature. Its vast territory has all the resources on the periodic table, and it is not like Japan, that only has sample scale production. But the Soviet Union is not impeccable in all resource categories. The cost of many resources is indeed very high. The Soviet Union's tin mines have unfavorable geographical and geological factors, complex mining technical conditions, a small proportion of tin reserves that can be mined profitably, low quality raw materials, and a lack of reserve survey and exploration targets. Therefore, they lack investment attractiveness. From all aspects, imports from Indonesia should be able to meet domestic needs in the future. In short, the Kremlin was in a state of laughter and joy at this time, which was completely opposite to the atmosphere in Washington. The dominoes have fallen. Alan Wilson, who was far away in Washington, expressed his views with a stern face. He used the toughest tone and said the most sincere words. At least on the surface, Alan Wilson was very frustrated, which made a group of Americans feel very bad. Are the British going to appease again? Chapter 1248 Dire Consequences. The current CIA director, McCone, quickly spoke to comfort him. Sir Wilson, things are always accompanied by setbacks. But we have too many setbacks. Alan Wilson sighed. I want to know now, why did the United States always respond coldly after the United Kingdom notified so many times that it should pay attention to Indonesia's movements? The answer is naturally that Dulles failed in Indonesia and avoided Indonesian affairs as much as possible. However, although Dulles was dismissed and his brother had passed away, his sister still had a huge network of people in the State Department. Dulles was still very powerful in the CIA, and McCone could only conceal it for his predecessor, saying something like a single move could affect the whole body. It is precisely because we know that the Indonesian Communist Party is strong that we have to be cautious and weigh carefully. It is indeed a mature view, after considering all conditions, and now we have seen the consequences. Alan Wilson sneered. It's just that it's strong on the surface. Alan Wilson thought that the Indonesian military and the Indonesian Communist Party were indeed strong enough on paper, and it looked quite impressive, but it was obviously an evaluation of the Iran-Iraq war, and it could be summarized as a fight between weaklings. The Indonesian military defeated the Indonesian Communist Party in history, and the Indonesian Communist Party in this world killed the Indonesian military. Both were because the other party was not strong before the action, and they were scared at first. When they really took action, they found that the other party was far less powerful than they thought. When the United States threatened to kick Russia out of trade settlement, people exclaimed that the financial nuclear bomb was coming, and the rubble would fall into waste paper. Moscow then told other countries that the essence of currency must be linked to physical objects. The steel torrent did not fall wherever it went, and the financial nuclear bomb fell, and the rubble became waste paper. So the United States and Russia were both numb. It turned out that what they thought was their strength was not that strong. The United States, which controls the world's financial system, can't deal with a country whose total economic output is only 1/10 of its own. It is still difficult to say who will lose more, but the United States will definitely not be as calm as it seems on the surface. A world hegemon, who keeps saying that Russia is just a gas station, cannot even shake the most powerful financial rivals. Will the financial system controlled by you cause more countries to think that it is nothing special? You should know that the per capita income of the United States is $20,000 higher than that of most developed countries. This is the dividend brought by financial hegemony. If the premium of $20,000 drops, I wonder if the Americans who have enjoyed it can resist it as much as the Russians. The relationship between the Indonesian Communist Party and the Indonesian military is like that between the United States and Russia. Otherwise, they would not have maintained their dislike for each other until 1965. As a result, after the action, they found that they had overestimated. Just as Alan Wilson remembered that the Indonesian Communist Party was not difficult to be eliminated by the Indonesian military. From the current news, the Indonesian Communist Party has also been quite smooth in dealing with the Indonesian military. The question is what to do now. We need a solution. What is the use of criticizing? Sukarno has come out to support it. It is inevitable that Indonesia will move closer to the Soviet bloc. Is the free world ready to deal with it? Although Alan Wilson had imagined Indonesia changing color, he had no idea, and McCone was also confused. It still needs to be studied carefully, and it would be best to hold a Five Eyes Alliance meeting. Alan Wilson, a guest who came to attend the state funeral, had to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding British interests. He could not return home for the time being, so he stayed at Lana Turner's place for a few more days. For this, he had to thank this American friend for providing reliable logistical support. During the waiting time, Alan Wilson expressed his gratitude with practical actions. In the early morning, Lana Turner woke up beside the man. She lay quietly, watching the sleeping cabinet secretary. In her memory, her body had never felt so satisfied. She did not think about why she had such a strong reaction to a man who was not so close to her. She simply accepted the joy and pleasure brought by this temporary stay. She really didn't want to leave his warm body, but the increasing chill in the room showed that the fireplace downstairs needed to be added with firewood. Lying next to a sleeping man like this, listening to his steady breathing, she had not enjoyed such a simple pleasure for so long. She wanted to get close to him, but didn't want to wake him up. The man was sleeping very soundly, showing that he was really exhausted. After all, this man had to deal with the world of fame and fortune, which was much bigger than Hollywood. His strong arms hung on the pillow, and she could see the mark of the watch on his wrist. She guessed that it was because Alan Wilson attached great importance to the concept of time. But even if he was so busy, he was still so lively and energetic last night. It was exciting to think about it. Alan Wilson, who was like a dead pig, didn't know that he was being criticized for his trial experience. At noon, Alan Wilson, who was busy working for the country, woke up slowly and took Lana Turner for some morning exercises. A high-ranking official, like you must have a lot of women around you, some of them young and pretty. Lana Turner began to praise. This time, you're still like before. Don't you want to try something new? Yes, but I'm a nostalgic person. Alan Wilson understood what Lana Turner meant. Apart from Her Royal Highness, Pamela Mountbatten, a pair of dragoons, Hepburn, and Zia, the other ladies he had a good relationship with were indeed a little older now. Lana Turner was also over 40 years old, but when he met these ladies, even if they were not at the peak of their beauty, they were still attractive. How could Alan Wilson, who was so loyal to his feelings, ignore her just because she was old? He also had feelings. There were not many women like Hedy Lamarr who didn't age. Anyway, he had only seen one. People can't just focus on desires. You enjoyed her when she was at her best, but you can't just turn a blind eye to her now that she is old. Besides, the cabinet secretary is almost 40 years old, so how can he be qualified to pick on others? I have a lot of relationships, but I didn't expect that those marriages were not as good as yours. Lana Turner couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Compared with the help of this man, what she paid was really not much. We are all friends. It's only right to help each other. Alan Wilson straightened his back. He liked others to praise him. Like a poor worker in the East End of London, he proudly puffed up his chest. This was a sense of accomplishment from the heart. Although he was not the husband of these ladies, he did not rule out playing the role of a husband. In an era of confrontation like the Cold War, a cabinet secretary with a heroic appearance was needed to escort. I said, when can we eat? Cheryl couldn't help but speak, urging her mother and the man of the same status as her husband. She didn't mind this strange relationship appearing in front of her. This man did treat her like a daughter when he was in Europe, but it would be better to talk about these things in private space, not now. Don't talk to your Uncle Wilson like that. Lana Turner scolded her daughter, then she said in a slow tone, wait a minute, you've been in Europe for so long, and you haven't learned how to fill your stomach. Compared to the hard-working foreign friends, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency was also busy, constantly summoning experts on nation issues to assess what kind of consequences Indonesia might cause. When the two exhausted intelligence chiefs met again, they were deeply impressed by each other's dedication. It can be seen at a glance that the other party must have put in a lot of energy in the past 48 hours. Look at the dark circles under his eyes. Tut tut. Alan Wilson no longer asked who lost Indonesia, and McCone no longer entangled in whether the existence of British Malaya was the root cause of the post-war Sukarno regime's hostility to the free world. The two had an open and honest discussion on how to curb the rapidly deteriorating situation in Southeast Asia, which was the top priority. Malaya is divided into two parts. East Malaysia is an island, and West Malaysia is a peninsula. It is not a big problem to defend, but it will be very difficult to suppress Indonesia. Whether it is the area, population, or Malaya, it is a disadvantaged party. Alan Wilson said directly, I suggest that the Paris Coordinating Committee immediately include Indonesia in it, and immediately list the embargo list. Compared with the official attitude that had been nagging about the joint amphibious landing with the United States before, this change can be said to be quite pragmatic. In fact, it is that simple truth that, if you say you have weapons of mass destruction, you'd better really have them. Alan Wilson explained that when the Indonesian military was still powerful, the amphibious landing was quick in and out, and the Indonesian Communist Party could be killed by internal and external cooperation. Now that the pro-American senior officials of the Indonesian military have been cleared, it is meaningless to use military action. Instead, it will confirm the Soviet Union's claim that Britain and the United States colluded with the Indonesian military to launch a coup. Trade sanctions are possible, military exercises are also possible, and embargo lists and other means are also possible. The two reached a series of consensus during this meeting. The biggest threat in Southeast Asia now is that once North Vietnam moves south with the support of the Soviet bloc, Alan Wilson worriedly said, once this happens, the free world will lose completely, and the situation will become uncontrollable. If such dire consequences occur, it will have a huge impact on the entire confrontation situation. It is no wonder that Alan Wilson expressed his concern. Chapter 1249 Response Plan. At this moment, in the situation in Southeast Asia, Britain and the United States are grasshoppers on a rope, and no one can say how relaxed they are. The United States can force Britain, the Netherlands and Portugal to give up their colonies. But even if they give up, Indonesia will never return to the embrace of the free world. There was such a possibility before, but now it is not at all. In the situation in Southeast Asia, a domino theory is prevalent in American politics. This theory is that once South Vietnam cannot withstand the attack of North Vietnam, South Vietnam will be like the first domino to collapse, pushing down the following countries one by one. The final result is naturally that the entire Southeast Asia will become a puppet state of the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson once considered whether Americans would change their minds about intervening in the Vietnam War if Indonesia changed color and then take a wait and see attitude. But if you think about it carefully, this possibility will not occur. The Tonkin Gulf incident occurred more than a year before the Indonesian coup. That is to say, more than a year after the United States officially started fighting in Vietnam. Suharto killed the Indonesian Communist Party. Before that, the United States was extremely worried about the expansion of the Indonesian Communist Party and believed that losing Indonesia was inevitable. It was on the premise of assuming that Indonesia was completely hostile that the United States fought in Vietnam. Historically, when the United States intervened in the Vietnam War, it faced a dilemma, and the situation would not be more uncomfortable than it is now. It can be said that the special relationship between Britain and the United States in Southeast Asia at this time is a real special relationship. The special relationship before was only a superficial relationship. With this consensus, Britain and the United States have a basis for cooperation. Both agree that in this difficult period, Britain and the United States should share the difficulties, unite to withstand the red tide. In this round of siege in Southeast Asia, Alan Wilson also relayed Britain's guarantee for the changes in Indonesia and must stand firmly with the United States. After unifying the consensus, Alan Wilson prepared to return home to make arrangements. Returning to Lana Turner's house, Alan Wilson thanked the other party for his recent care. Friends should help each other, Lana Turner said with a smile. I also want to thank Cheryl for your care when she was in Europe. I will send you off tomorrow. This time Alan Wilson returned to London and chose a longer route from Washington to Los Angeles, settled in Hawaii, and arrived in Perth via Canberra, and then stopped He also had to go to Kuala Lumpur to arrange some response work before returning to London. The Indonesian incident was so sudden. It was summer in Australia at this time. Pamela Mountbatten was dressed coolly and poured a glass of juice for her husband who had spared half the world. You don't know, Australia was talking about Jakarta a few days ago, whether it was TV or newspapers. I think this is the only time that they were so unanimous, except when facing the Japanese army's southward advance. As expected, Alan Wilson muttered calmly, took the juice handed over by his wife, and looked very comfortable. Australians should now feel a little bit of what Europe feels. Can't stand facing Indonesia. Facing the Soviet Union, Australians must be scared to pee their pants. Think about it carefully. Among the English-speaking countries of the Five Eyes Alliance, Britain is simply too miserable. The United States and Canada are separated by the Atlantic Ocean, and Australia and New Zealand are also far away from a certain big country. As for the British mainland facing the Soviet Union, they have been doing what they should do for 4 years, but the British are calling on the Soviet Union in their dreams not to. Why? It must be a foregone conclusion. Otherwise Alan Wilson would wish that Alaska was also a sacred and inseparable part of the Soviet Union, so that Americans can also feel the benefits of being neighbors with the Soviet Union. This way, some of the Soviet tanks piled up in Europe can be placed in North America. Don't get me wrong, Alan Wilson is thinking about the US Army. This will help enhance the importance of the US Army and is for the balanced development of the various branches of the military in the city on the hill. There is no other intention. Dear, you don't seem to care much. Pamela Mountbatten was a little annoyed. Did her husband listen to her? It's not that I don't care, I'm just hiding my sadness with a smile. What can I do now? I can only think about remedies and benefits. Alan Wilson put down the empty cup and said like the head of the family, if I get anxious now, will Indonesia become the same as it was a week ago? Benefits? Pamela Mountbatten frowned and stretched out her hand to support her husband's forehead, her face full of disbelief. I don't have a fever. Reaching out to grab his wife's delicate hand, Alan Wilson pointed to his legs. The female president sat down with ease and explained, I understand the panic in the hearts of Australians. This sentence is nonsense. Alan Wilson understands Australia's fear of Asia better than anyone else in the world. This has been proven time and again. A certain big country threatens Australia just for fun. Even when it is most afraid of a certain big country, Australia does not forget to divide half of its attention on Indonesia. After all, no matter how you say it, a certain big country is still a little far away, while Indonesia is a country right in front of it. The fact that Australia is most reluctant to face is that Indonesia and a certain big country are in the same boat. Don't even say that they are in the same boat. Even if Indonesia is in a neutral position, Australia always suspects that Indonesia is going to surrender to the Communist Party, especially since Indonesia's population is still expanding, and the expansion rate is far faster than Australia's population growth. If Alan Wilson's amphibious landing plan, which was repeatedly rejected by the United States, had been discussed with Australia, Australia would have sent troops 8 times. In the 21st century, Java Island alone feeds 150 million Indonesians, and Australia has a population of 25 million. If Alan Wilson were an Australian, he would be confused when he thought of Indonesia becoming hostile. Australia has the White Australia policy. If Australia wants, there are countless opportunities to annex the island countries in the South Pacific. Australians are unwilling to do so. They are not willing to accept even such a small number of Austronesian people, let alone a country with so many people like Indonesia. Now Indonesia has 90 million people, and Australia's population is just over 10 million. After showing that he understands the concerns of Australians, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, Australia has been mining for many years and has lived such a good life. It should also contribute to the free world. Everyone is contributing, but you are the only one making money? My dear, I have listened to your mature thinking. After looking at the overall situation and your accurate judgment, can we get to the point? Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband. Indonesia is an archipelago country, and it must rely on the Navy to fight. At present, the Australian Navy has an aircraft carrier strike group provided by us, but the Glorious class is actually not very useful. not to mention the smaller one before. Australia only has one aircraft carrier battle group. The United States will definitely not sell an aircraft carrier battle group of this size. Only we in the UK will sell it. Alan Wilson continued calmly, after I go back, I plan to talk to the Marshal about the adjustment of the British Army's troop deployment around the world. The previous Centaurs in the Pacific Fleet are no longer useful. The Soviets gave Indonesia a fleet, which is also an excellent excuse to increase the Pacific Fleet. I believe the military will understand this. If this arms sale is successful, it will not be the same as the last time, and the threat level is different. We should take the opportunity to raise the price. Australia has been mining for so long and has money. Father will definitely be happy. Pamela Mountbatten did not doubt this. Marshal Mountbatten was an old navy, and he would never miss the opportunity to expand the Royal Navy. The army is also happy. I remember that the British troops stationed in Australia don't seem to need funding. Alan Wilson reviewed the accounts from Frank. The expenses of the British troops stationed in Australia were borne by Australia. What is the Empire's loyal dog? Who doesn't like to have such an ally? How many days are you going to stay here? Pamela Mountbatten asked her husband, who was working hard for the country, when will you return to London? I'm going to Kuala Lumpur first. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, Indonesia has turned to the Soviet bloc, and short-term shocks are inevitable. Malaya is next to Indonesia. Some people who are afraid of the unstable situation may flee to Malaya. Those who can escape are all rich people. Those who have no money can't escape. You want to accept them? Pamela Mountbatten understood it all at once, but still doubted. Are they reliable? You have to know that the development of Malaya today is not easy. It won't be a problem. Alan Wilson was full of confidence. The Cubans who escaped from Cuba during Castro's period were different from other Latin people. They were all hardcore Republicans. Florida is an important position in the Republican political map, no less important than Texas. Like these exiles, once they arrived in Malaya, they were more loyal to Britain than the locals. To this day, Alan Wilson feels that Indonesia's change of color is the most beneficial result for Britain. Malaya may feel a certain amount of military pressure, but that's the only disadvantage of being in Britain. Britain uses Malaya to suppress Indonesia, and Australia will certainly cooperate willingly, which will also help Britain maintain a longer-term influence on this mine. If it weren't a huge failure for the free world as a whole, he would have laughed out loud now. The cabinet secretary was full of energy. After soothing the empty body of the female president, he took off again to Kuala Lumpur, the best place in Southeast Asia, especially better than Indonesia. This time he came to make arrangements and absorb exiles who are devoted to the free world, especially the rich part. Alan Wilson wanted to hear what the High Commissioner thought. He had to squeeze out the last bit of value from Indonesia. Britain was not having a good time now. He needed some leaks that were hit hard by the Soviet Iron Fist to come to Malaya with anger and bleed and sweat. Chapter 1250, Long Snake Formation. Will there be a wave of exodus in Indonesia? Richard did not dare to question the supreme authority when he heard it, and then said, if so, it depends on how large the scale is. How large the scale is? I estimate that there will be at least hundreds of thousands of people. Alan Wilson was not sure, but he was sure that there would be a wave of exodus. Most pro-Soviet countries will definitely carry out reforms, starting with land, and there are not entirely exceptions, but there are not many pro-Soviet countries that do not carry out land reforms. The people who escaped from Indonesia, whether they are Chinese or Javanese, are actually similar to the two major ethnic groups in Malaya today. The social environment in the two places is also similar, and Malaya is their best choice. The national language of Indonesia is Malay, which was set by Sukarno himself. There are also a large number of Chinese in Indonesia. In Alan Wilson's memory, there are even more Chinese than in Malaysia. The reason why it seems that there are not many is that the population of Indonesia in later generations is close to 300 million. Compared with the total population, the Chinese do not look so conspicuous. Like the colonies of different countries in Southeast Asia, the economic status of the Chinese in Indonesia is far higher than that of the local main ethnic group. After all, the means of colonization are similar. Introducing outsiders to suppress the main ethnic group is the only way to achieve long-term stability. The economic power of the Chinese is naturally considered to be a manifestation of the remnants of colonialism. Don't look at Sukarno's friendship with the Soviet bloc. This statement was made by him himself. Of course, Sukarno is right. The Chinese in Indonesia are indeed more hardworking than the local people, but if they were not supported by the colonists, they would definitely not have the status they have today. The economic status of the Chinese is indeed partly due to the colonists, and it is not that I'm rich because of my own self-praise. Alan Wilson judged that once the political situation in Indonesia is stable, Indonesia will carry out land distribution. It is unknown to what extent it will be carried out. Maybe it will rely on foreign aid, such as the two generous suckers to help redeem it, or directly use some violent means, or it may be a combination of soft and hard methods. But no matter what means are used, it will definitely cause some rich people to flee in order to protect their wealth. It's just that the victory of the Indonesian army in history led to a group of people running back to their country. Now that the Indonesian Communist Party has won, it may be the turn of those who were affected by the fraud island to run away. Revolution. This is a price that must be paid. There is no such thing as good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. There are a lot of Chinese in Indonesia. Even in the world that Alan Wilson remembers, there are no fewer Chinese than in Malaya. The Chinese have a high economic status, and there is no conflict with the fact that most Chinese are supporters of the Indonesian Communist Party. There are only a few people in any ethnic group who enjoy good food and drink. Whether it is Chinese or Indonesians, they will flee when the political system changes. Indonesians should have fled to Malaya. Will the Chinese go to Scam Island? In fact, no, not to mention a place as big as Abuja on Scam Island, which has been in a mess this year due to the rising food prices. Alan Wilson also knows that those people of Chiang have no sense of responsibility at all. They dare to think and act when they fan the flames and play dead dogs when they finish the aftermath. When they change places, their heartbeats will also change. These fugitives will not become a force against Britain, just like Catherine II is German. She wants to strangle her husband, the Prussian brain-dead Fan Peter III. Even if Peter III is her husband, the Napoleon family is a family famous for supporting independence in Corsica. After Napoleon became the Emperor of France, will the Napoleon family still fight for independence? Richard also expressed his agreement with the Supreme Authority's judgment. The Chinese in Southeast Asia generally have a guess mentality. I believe that the Chinese in Indonesia also have this mentality. Some Chinese with good economic conditions may flee. It seems that we can prepare to take over. The guest mentality of the Chinese is also one of the key points we rely on. If it weren't for this mentality, the Malays would have made trouble long ago. Now we need a group of losers, whether they are Chinese or Indonesians. Their arrival will only dilute the resistance of the Malays in Malaya again. Alan Wilson smiled and said, Malaya's prosperity is extremely important to the British Empire. Half of Britain's status as a world power lies here. On another level, you are here. Whitehall can be sure not to let politicians mess around. What about the United States and the Soviet Union? They are just external threats. No matter how big the external threats are, they can't stop British politicians from committing suicide. From this perspective, overseas civil servants have a heavy responsibility. After all, Indonesia's population is more than 4 times that of Malaya. I still hope that the Secretary General can take the security pressure into consideration. Richard knew that Indonesia's economy was not very good, but this kind of thing depends on the total amount. Military defense depends on the British mainland. I will find a way after I return to London. It's time to send some real aircraft carrier battle groups to the Pacific. We can't always use the centaurs to fool people. Alan Wilson nodded and promised, whether it's Malaya or Indonesia, the Navy can handle it. If something happens in Indochina, it will be difficult to deal with. Also remember one thing, don't let the internal disputes in the Chinese world be brought in. We want both, understand? I understand, Secretary General. Richard made a promise to be vigilant against pro-Soviet ideas and to guard against the infiltration of pro-American forces. This was the tone set by Alan Wilson when he was the High Commissioner in Malaya, and it has been implemented and never relaxed. Richard also lamented that the Soviet group has extended its hands to Southeast Asia. This country is really the mortal enemy of the free world. Alan Wilson agreed with his subordinate's judgment and added, even in Europe, pro-Soviet ideas are very widespread, especially our suspicious ally France. Not to mention that Charles de Gaulle had been flirting with the Soviet Union in the past 2 years. Even decades later, the incumbent French President Macron did not say harsh words to the emperor who attacked Ukraine. Even Macron is the presidential candidate who is the furthest from the emperor. Looking at his competitors, regardless of left, center or right, each one is more pro-Russian than the other. The cabinet secretary general is pro-Soviet just for fun. The real inheritance of a century of friendship is the French. Malaya subsequently published an editorial in which the cabinet secretary general criticized the Indonesian coup, but its main content was to ridicule Indonesia's poverty. Indonesia's inflation is not high, at 450%. It is undeniable that for the truly wealthy, no matter how high the inflation is, it can be ignored, but this is not the case for ordinary people. Otherwise, the Indonesian Communist Party would have developed so fast, and there are reasons for that. The editorial asserted that Indonesia is already a failed state, and that large-scale exodus is inevitable. The cabinet secretary general only said so, and Richard has already started to do so. At certain times, Chan Gong can also be an ally of the free world, such as when he wants to instigate the Indonesian upper class to flee, and then he will be killed after he has done his job. Isn't that the future? After 2 terms in office, Alan Wilson has accumulated a lot of material, and Richard can just find an excuse as the time comes. At this time, Alan Wilson had already taken off and was on his way to London. This time he was originally attending Kennedy's state funeral in a private capacity, but the incident in Indonesia at this juncture was really beyond his expectation. Now he was returning to London to make up for the aftermath and prevent the impact of Indonesia's change of color from spilling over. The most direct way is naturally to strengthen military power, especially the power of the Pacific Fleet. The Soviet Union had just given Indonesia a fleet, which was also a good excuse. Of course, the military must have this enterprising spirit first, such as Marshal Mountbatten, the father-in-law of the cabinet secretary general. Marshal Mountbatten will retire in 2 years. Whenever Alan Wilson thinks of this, he feels a little reluctant in his heart. He hasn't hugged his thigh enough. The recent work of the British government is to refute the Soviet accusation fiercely, saying that Britain has also joined the conspiracy to overthrow Sukarno. After Sukarno came forward to recognize the military general's conspiracy to coup, he turned to accuse Sukarno of being a puppet of the Soviets and committing crimes such as violating human rights and trampling on democracy. Alan Wilson could understand Britain's grievances now. I did it, but the key is that I haven't put it into action yet, and you blame me. When has Britain ever suffered such grievances? He didn't care about the war of words. After returning to Whitehall, he had a face-to-face meeting and went directly to the Ministry of Defence to see if Mountbatten was concerned about the adjustment of the British Army's deployment. Mountbatten had already received a telegram from his daughter, and it was simply unnecessary for his son-in-law to come to the door. The two went to the office of the Secretary of Defence together to win Profumo's support and complete this garrison adjustment. Britain's global military deployment also continued the deployment of the colonial era to a certain extent, from the British mainland through the Mediterranean to India, with troops stationed along the way, but now it has been replaced by Malaya. The deployment of overseas garrisons extends through the Mediterranean Sea, to the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Malacca, close to the 2 most populous markets in the world. There may be some noise that this arrangement is very passive, but I don't think so. Alan Wilson spoke confidently, gesturing at the map. If you hit its head, the tail will come. If you hit its tail, the head will come. If you hit the middle, both the head and the tail will come. Malaya is the head of the snake, and it must be equipped with military forces sufficient to deter Indonesia. Our American allies also look forward to getting help from Britain. Listening to his son-in-law's nonsense, Marshal Mountbatten tried hard to round it off. Minister, now we have to contain Indonesia, the Soviet thug in the east, such as working closely with the Australian military. To do this, considering the local environment, it is inevitable to strengthen the strength of the Pacific Fleet. The Navy staff recommends that the 2 Eagle-class aircraft carrier battle groups, together with the Queen Victoria-class aircraft carrier, be assigned to the Pacific Fleet. Use 3 large aircraft carrier battle groups to deal with Indonesia's maritime threats. Australia is extremely worried about the political changes in Indonesia. Alan Wilson chimed in from the side. Based on my understanding of Australia, this is another good time to sell arms. I said you may not believe it. Some of the abrupt traditional Chinese characters in the text are not my typus, but they became like that after uploading. No input method will have this problem, and there is another possibility that Dian Mang is targeting me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.